we are going to be playing with Mimi. We still don't have the hydration spell card, but we are playing with Fashion of Faith and Shiny City Lights, the new cards from the Mimi event. We managed to get far enough where we're able to use those. Up first is a Roman. And today I actually did download some royalty-free music to play while we are streaming. So we aren't just going to be listening to the Duel Links music for the whole stream. Though it is a little bit weird. I've kind of gotten used to it. But let's see what they're going for. It looks like we might actually be against an Ideal Psychic deck. The last few times I've played against Roman players, they've been on random other stuff. Alright, so we do open up a pretty interesting board here. The question is, how much do we want to be aggressive? Because we are opening ourselves up to a big counterattack if we go all in with offenses. But also if we don't clear the board, then we're also opening ourselves up to letting them bring out 2 boss monsters, which is not ideal. So what we're going to do is boost this, and then boost this so it can get over any wacky defenders. Let's swing into the Silent Assailant, and we see no Hourglass. So now we're checking for barriers, and it is not. As long as this is not Howling Bird specifically, we're going to be okay. So we get a little bit of damage in, and send it back over to Ryan. Oh, welcome, everyone. Yeah, Prophecy, I think this is actually a pretty good deck. I've seen a lot of people having a ton of success with it. My initial results were not as good, but I have made some changes. I think I was running way too many Spell and Trap cards initially, so I think it'll be a little bit better. Welcome, Einzig. Yeah, I know a lot of people that are really excited about all of the new updates, especially players who have played in the Rush physical format, are excited to see new, more modern cards being added to the game. But as someone who plays a ton of the Duel Links, I'm not as excited as they are. We don't have any Rice Terror Secure here. I'm sorry. We don't have anything we can discard. So we are just going to be setting 3 End of Passing, and of course, I want to keep the Seahorse Carrier. No need for us to activate the field spell, so we can just pass. Hopefully, anyone who was excited for the update isn't feeling differently after my video. I don't want to be spreading negativity. I just wanted to explain where I'm coming from as a free-to-play player. They should let people buy 3 decks for the gems, but make it more expensive for each copy. I'd be totally fine with that. I would pay 1,000 gems for another copy of the deck. No question asked. Alright, so they do have 2 back row now. So we draw our 1 of Light Sorcerer, which does combo with this Shining City Knight's field spell. So that's nice. There could always be a big threatening boss monster. Or a Widespread Ruin. So I think we definitely want to go here to bring in Kanan. Then do we drop the Light Sorcerer? Let's see, so we'll be at 2,700. So we actually do want to do this. So the reason I'm doing this is to play around the opponent's potential barriers or Widespread Ruin type things. Or not Widespread Ruin, Severing Psychic Wall. So we're going to bring out the Dion Keto, and we're saving the Seahorse Carrier for next turn. Which means we are just going to be setting the Kana here. The Light Sorcerer is only at 1,400, so it's not able to clear it on its own. Disco Fever is going to Kanan in order to give us 2 ways to clear Folder Blitz, and also to clear away any cards like Barrier that might otherwise stop us. So Shiny City Lights actually does put in some work here. boosting Kanan up to 1600 is strong. Unfortunately, my opponent did use the amped up skill, so we already know that they have an Esperade and a Prima Katana in hand. And with Stardom Light, we are probably going to be seeing some big boss monsters. Welcome, Rex. How are you doing today? Alright, so Prima Katana coming out, but doing this first does mean they aren't going to be able to get out a 3-boss board, which I think they otherwise could have done. Yeah, so this could be the barrier face down, but I'm thinking it's also likely to be Severing Psychic Wall, which is a 500 boost. We can already see there is one in the graveyard, so that is something to really be paying attention to. So Chinese City Knights applying to any light monster does actually make it pretty frustrating, as of course I'm boosting their Prima Katana right now, and Dragius, Royal Rebels, and Acebreaker all get the buff as well. So we'll have to wait and see how it goes for us. I do think we should be alive, this turn. They aren't going to be able to get low enough to use Esperade's effect, so we should survive. How was my day? So I slept for probably like 14 hours, so I haven't done all too much today. But other than that, I'd say it's a good time. Let's see what I've got here. So Rice Terra Secure means we are able to clear this board without any issues. But is that what we want? Because I might be able to just beat over the Silent Assailant. And then we go Rice Terra Secure plus La Moon. And this is going to enable our skill for later. And then we send Torna away. Discard this, and we'll switch both of their boss monsters to defense mode. After that, we just summon out Seahorse Carrier, activate the effect. We're going to grab, of course, the 1400 Kanan. Then summon out Dion Kettle, the Boogie Master. And the skill buff is definitely going on to it. 3400 is a huge attack stat, so this is game if they don't use a trap card. I think it's exact lethal. But they do have the Severing Psychic Wall as we predicted, so they do survive with exactly 500 left. However, we are clearing away 2 boss monsters here, and we'll have to just kind of wait and see how it goes. It's really important to note that we did bring Ryan below 500, or to 500, so they can't use Roman Pick or Prima Katana to actually beat over this board. Unfortunately, they do get the monster reincarnation at the perfect time to bring back Esperade. Oh, Prophecy Phrase. That is very early. What woke you up? How good is Disco with the new cards? I've been hearing a lot of people doing pretty well. I mean, this game, we haven't drawn any of our Fashion of Faith, but we're still in a good spot. Disco Fever, I think, was a deck people weren't really running because you could just do other things. It's also important to note that we did get, what is it? Oh, we got access to Tough Striker, and that's another 2500 monster we can run. Disco Fever's main issue was only having the 1 level 7 or higher monster, and this fixes it. So if they have another monster in hand, we unfortunately are going to be losing. Esperade is going to destroy 2 of these. We have just a 1400 monster, so that is 1100, and they only need 900 attack to win. But it looks like they actually failed to find it. So as long as we can draw any of our own boss monsters, this should be game. Okay, we get there. La Moon, Fashion of Faith, and then Monster Reincarnation. discard Barrier and grab let's grab Dianketo. Torna would have been just as good, but this one is more thematic. We're bringing in the Boogie Master herself, activating Disco Fever for that attack boost. Throw this down just because, and that is game. It was very close though. If that final card was not a high level monster, I think we would have lost. Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and go over my build. That's a pretty good point. So, entering the deck editor, the way I started building was, of course, I wanted 3 of the Dianketo, and then I wanted as many 2500s as I could get, so I put it in the Tough Strikers and Summon Skull. I would be running the 3rd one if I had it, but since I do not, I'm using Torna instead as my final boss monster. Most decks these days do want around 7 total tribute monsters. After that, Disco Fever of course requires something ridiculous like 15 light aquas. So we have 3, 4, and 5, and then all of the vanillas to trigger the skill except for Bubbly Elf. I did actually start with a couple of a Bubbly Elf in the deck, but I ended up taking them out to fit in just the Rice Terror Secures, which I had actually forgotten about during the initial build of the deck. 3 Fashion of Faith, since it is the new card, and realistically, we probably should not be running any copies of the field spell. However, it does do one thing that's very important, and that is its synergy with the Barrier. By bringing these 2500 attack point monsters up to 2700, opposing Ancient Arise Dragons are no longer able to clear if you have a Shining City Knights plus Barrier set. Of course, Triple Threat Thunder is the best card in the deck, and we just round things out with our legend cards. You could make an argument for Shield and Sword, since other decks do have a lot of 0 attack boss monsters, but your own bosses aren't really that great either. So it's questionable. Would I add hydrations? So that's a really good question. I think if you ran hydration, you'd probably be cutting your field spell and barrier for it, because you really do need as many monsters as possible. I've been finding players have been running a few too many spell and trap cards lately, and it just gave me a ton of awkward hands. One thing that's really important to note is Fashion of Faith requires you to have already tribute summoned the Dianketo before it can use the effect. So if you're trying to generate any advantage, you're going to need 3 low-level monsters. You need to have the 2 tribute fodders plus the Fashion. And if you're running a lot of spell trap cards, you're gonna just find yourself in a situation where you need to tribute this off in order to actually summon your boss, and that's no fun. Oh, and the final card is just a Light Sorcerer of Sanctity as another way to help us get over those 2500 bodies. It's obviously a very good card that would have been even better had we gotten more copies of it for free. The Mystic Elf. Oh yeah, the Bubbly Elf with only 800. It's okay, but the main reason you would run Bubbly Elf is that it's a level 2 monster, so you can buff it with Disco Fever on the same turn that you're buffing your level 8. And ultimately, I don't think it's really that worth it. We already have enough lights for this skill, and And with Fashion of Faith, kind of think of it that way. Fashion of Faith is replacing the bubbly elves. Alright, so we are up first. Unfortunately, we are going to be losing a lot of interesting cards here. I will probably go ahead and keep the Light Sorcerer, since that's the one that can actually debuff. There is an argument for getting rid of this because drawing Triple Threat Thunder, this card obviously is not an Aqua, so we're not going to be able to Triple Threat on the next turn. We see a Torna coming down immediately. We do have a couple of okay monsters here, so as long as they don't hit the Grace Princess, we shouldn't be taking too much damage from it. Finding it easy as... Oh, running out levels for both characters to get the... Yeah, so with the next... with the Mimi event going on, grinding at level 10 at the Red Gate at ×3 rewards is pretty good. You can definitely get a lot of those levels going. Okay, now what do I do here? The issue is I'm pretty concerned about running into a widespread ruin. Unfortunately, I'm not sure there's much I can do about it. Let's throw down the barrier. We need to trigger our skill for sure. And then that's a 300 debuff. Which I think we need to put onto the La Moon. As 300 only puts this down to 1300, so our other monsters aren't even able to clear it. I will be keeping the Rice Terrace on board since it is an Aqua. And then we just throw down Grace Princess. We could gain 1,000 life instead, but Grace Princess Kana as a defense position monster should be providing more than 1,000 life points. Let's try swinging into Torna and seeing if we hit a widespread ruin. It is, unfortunately, so we are not in a great position. Oh, also with Torna the Windweaver on board, there is a much stronger case for having discarded this card. Though, if it was anything apart from Widespread Ruin exactly, we would have cleared. And the deck should have had 4 to 6 spell trap cards, so we low rolled, let's call it a 20% chance to get punished. Oh, welcome. Oh, you see, okay, so Cantrip, I actually did not know you were plus minus the whole time. I definitely recognize both usernames. And the final card, probably gonna be a Torna. Okay. Oh, I thought that was them activating the discard. But it is indeed just buffing up their monsters. I wonder what they will go for. I don't have any use for this barrier right now. They actually saved the card, which is very interesting. How many accounts do I run? One. I have one account. I'm not sure if I'm misunderstanding the question. I mean, I have a Twitch and YouTube, but if you're asking about Duel Links, I only have the one Duel Links account. We definitely see Horse Carrier here. Activate the effect. Just grab a Grace Princess. Then we summon Grace Princess. Monster Reincarnation. Get ourselves a nice 2500 body. Boogie Master coming down, and we're gonna get to draw a card with Fashion of Faith. So with Seahorse Carrier and Fashion of Faith, we're actually completely mitigating the cost of that Monster Reincarnation, which is great. Oh, and that is insane. We draw a second one to get an additional boost. Okay, now that's just funny. Do we summon this out? I don't know. I think so. I think we summon this one and keep this in hand. Oh, we're actually very low. Because our life points are so low, I am gonna discard it to gain the life. Then when we Disco Fever, we boost up Fashion of Faith, and now we can clear the entire board. Need to clear the 2500 with this, the Torna here, and then swing in this way. And we have a barrier to protect us from whatever 2500 monster they summon next turn, which they almost definitely have, otherwise they would have said it previously. Okay, I missed a ton of comments. Hi Lister, how do I feel about, based on leaks that we were getting Sakuretsu armor? I actually did not know that. I was really expecting that Maximums would release with Trap Hole, because Trap Hole is interesting because you can actually protect Yggdrago from a card like Acebreaker, but then they can use the Amigo to get around the Trap Hole. And it felt like Sakuretsu armor is basically just Widespread Ruin 2.0. It doesn't really make a difference which one you own or run. Whereas Trap Hole would have had those distinct use cases. Neighbor says, using the level 1 normal monsters and Beetle. Yeah, so Beetle is a pretty fun deck. I agree. Feel free to share your deck list over in the Discord server, and I'm interested to see what kind of engines you're running. Alright, so we do see them boosting up here. And, wait, I'm not in danger of dying, am I? No, okay. Theoretically, I could have actually used my barrier here just to recycle something into the deck. But I did not. Okay. Rice Terra Secure is fine. Kanon seems like a good plan to me. And then I think we just heal up. So we go 1. Oh, but that doesn't actually let us get over the Summoned Skull. Okay, well what if we activate the effect to switch it to defense mode? Sure. So we ditch Torna. Rotate this one. Then we Boogie Master. And then, with only 700 life points, I am pretty concerned. I think we do, since we're in the mirror match, we don't really need the field spell, so we can ditch it for the extra life points. Let's Disco Fever, buff up our Dion Keto, and get over the opponent. We're not getting in for a ton of damage here, but it is something. One thing we should actually be noting, though, is we discarded our Torn of the Windweaver, which is going to be an issue if they decide to just set 3 monsters for a couple of turns in a row. We only have 10 cards in the deck, so we need to be wary. Which new support cards do I think should be added next? Yeah, I definitely wasn't expecting a Sword Dawn Magician. So cards I think we might see are Thousand Knights or Dark Magician, Shock Dragon for dragons, maybe Jewelry Trap Hole for aquas, or Psychic Trap Hole for psychics. I'd like to see another Noodle Ninja boss. I think it's Extra Spice, the one that's not Elite Spice. Triple Threat Thunder is landing, and that might just be game on the spot. All they need to do is Tribute Summon. Oh wait, no, they don't even need to. My barrier is only 400, which is really unfortunate. That's gonna be exact lethal. We did what we could to recover our life points, but it just was not enough. A very tight mirror match, but they do claim this one. I'll go ahead and give them the nice. Unfortunately, we do lose our second match. Hotoda says, the Spellcaster deck feels way too early. It has so much stuff that's pay to win to play proper Spellcaster. Yeah. If you want to play Spellcasters, you almost definitely want to be adding a ton of the new cards from the structure deck, which is unfortunate to say the least. Oh, you skipped the Flame Cerberus event, huh? That is rough. There are a couple of decks that definitely would enjoy having the card. But I mean, Flame Cerberus also is not meta-defining. Outside of Gaia and Noodles, I don't think there's anything that like really wants it. Okay, so we have 2 Tough Strikers in hand. And because of that, I am actually going to go ahead and summon one out on the first turn. I just don't want to end up bricking. So we'll keep the 1400 and get rid of the others. With that, we can end our turn. Oh, okay. Yeah, so TV burner. My lack of gold coins is actually because I've upgraded every single rush card that was added to the trader to prismatic except for party. So I spent a ton of gold. I did not expect it to possibly ever get that low. Okay, so we actually do manage to draw enough low levels this turn. Let's go ahead and start with Light Sorcerer. Might as well go for the debuff. Flip Summon, and we're looking for a skill trigger off the Fashion of Faith. Just any of our vanilla aquas. Let's go ahead and draw the card. And unfortunately we whiff. I could have used Monster Reincarnation, but I like having the barrier around. I think I do go ahead and heal up. If they have the widespread, then I guess they just have it. Maybe I should have played around it with 3 face downs. Yeah, that's unfortunate. So if instead of healing, I used the Monster Reincarnation, I could have grabbed a Kana. But then I'd have a 200 attack monster on board, which is not great either. Overall, just not a great start for us. They do actually run in with a monster weak enough to die to the barrier. So we are going to recycle our, let's go with Fashion of Faith. Since we have the Monster Reincarnation, we actually want to keep our boss monster in the graveyard. So that was a really reckless and pointless misplay. Okay, Rice Terror secure. No boss monster, but we actually can avoid running into the same issue that we had last turn. We're gonna summon you. Reincarnation. Get rid of you. Grab Dion Keto. And this time, we can actually use our skill to buff our monsters. Let's go 1, 2. Fashion of Faith coming in, and it's gonna get the boost for sure. If we draw another low-level monster, we are solid. And that is a good one. Let's give the Dion Keto even more to work with. Throw down a face down, and might as well heal. Then we activate Disco Fever, and both of our low-level monsters are going to get the boost. All the way up to 1800, allowing them to clear the opponent, even if they have a... Well, I guess we are actually probably going to lose to some barriers here, but it's better to get the traps out of the way now than to not do it. Let's definitely run it in. Oh, and they actually run out. So, unfortunately, that does mean I'm kind of expecting to see Ghost Cyclones flipping up. Okay, Recovery Force, I'm fine with that. Yeah, Einzig mentions a really annoying problem that I've had, which is that Innocent Lancer is locked behind the Noodle Art. Like, you can't use it with Noodle Art boost. And that's really the only way you can get the piercing damage in. So a regular Noodle deck is able to run Dragias if you're not using the skill, but if you're on the skill, you need the Lancer. But you can't use it. Oh, welcome, Killer. Is Blue okay for it to be released right now? If no one is alright. So, at this point, I guess we do actually have a few other cards that are able to hit over 3,000 fairly consistently. So, Seven Sword Magician can do it. The Ultimate Flag deck is able to do it. I think Dragonic Resonance would actually have a pretty hard time clearing a Blue Eyes. So I don't know yet. I think you want every deck to be able to consistently hit the 3,000 benchmark before you go ahead and add Blue Eyes as a real card. Alright, so we are taking a ton of damage here. That is a lot of boss monsters. And they got a really lucky mill off of the Axel Wonder Splat. It's a good thing we healed up. We only have 700 life points remaining. Unfortunately, this is not going to be enough to win the game. Right? Even if we triple that Thunder, I'm not feeling it. So let's go ahead and just set for the turn. I think our goal is to kind of sneak in with an OTK out of nowhere on a future turn. So we're just gonna go here and hope that they don't draw into Torn of the Windweaver or Pierce. How do I feel about China City Knights being a limit 3? It definitely did not need to be limited at all. Oh, and we do see the immediate Torna to end the game. Yeah, Cantrip makes a good point. Ditching the barrier would have been able to get me the monster. I definitely misplayed that turn. I agree. Yeah, I agree. Also, someone saying we should have gotten a second Romand pick instead of just the level up cards. Are we winning? No, but that's because I'm misplaying. I notice that the barrier seems needed here if you're going to use a field spell. Yeah, I do think the point of the field spell is to combo with the barrier, so me running only one copy of the barrier is a little bit counterintuitive. But I also don't know what I would remove. All of the other cards in the deck seem really important. Maybe I get rid of the Light Sorcerer, but then because I do actually have the 9 triggers for the skill already, to boost over 2,500 monsters. What else? Oh, welcome Supreme King, and by the way, thank you for the follow. I definitely forgot to mention it earlier, because I was probably distracted by losing the game. Yeah, I think Rex is right. If they add Otis to the game, I kind of want to see a bunch of different skills around the different legend monsters. Make him kind of like the legacy support themed character. Alright, so not a perfect opening, but for once, as long as we don't run into the third turn 1 Widespread Ruin in a row, I'm gonna feel somewhat okay. We want to keep our other Dionketo in hand because we only have so many boss monsters in the deck. Getting the 1,000 life points, probably not worth it. Let's go ahead and activate Disco Fever. We are going to do something weird and actually buff this because we already know they're on the Aqua Engine. So I'm going to give up the potential 700 damage to avoid running into a big defense. Oh, you see, I forgot that they actually tribute set. But that worked out. Okay. I didn't see them do their turn 1 play because I was busy catching up on the chat. But clearing Ancient Rise Dragon and getting in for 2,500, definitely a great decision. Bum, 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 bum. Hotaru asking, how are they going to release the 7 Spellcasters cards? I'm kind of expecting them to just come in boxes. I would like to see either Mage or Warlock added next. Okay, interesting board. We can Light Sword thank you for the follow, Z-Scream. We're gonna debuff down to 2,100, and this is actually a pretty relevant number because it means Kana is gonna be able to reach it as well. So we're going here and here. You know what? I probably should have used the Seahorse Carrier to get an extra card. Because I kind of want to heal here. But obviously I'm not going to. Welcome, Herbert. Hope you're having a good day. Let's boost this and this. Basically, we're playing around Widespread Ruin, but we are kind of playing into the barrier. Obviously I need to keep Seahorse Carrier, though healing last turn would have been nice. Or healing would have been nice as well. Looks like it's actually a spell card, so we're gonna wrap this game up pretty quickly. I think they were just having a pretty rough time. You can see they had 2 cards in hand, kind of just freaking on all of their high-level monsters. But a win is a win. We will take those. And move on to the next one. I think that puts us at 2-2. But maybe we lost 3. Oh, okay. Yeah, 2-2. Imagine they make it right in event only. Would it be annoying another thing? I see some of them are Otis level up rewards. That would be interesting. I think having too many level up rewards being just like one of copies of the 7 road cards would be pretty annoying. I want to be able to run the full set of them. And they aren't so strong. Like Trouble That Thunder, I can see it being a one of, but there's no reason to make like Warlock a card you can only have 1 copy of. I kind of want to keep the Seahorse Carrier, but it just feels irresponsible. So I'm going to go ahead and get the fresh draw and protect my life points. Now, a Torn the Windweaver flipping over this Grace Princess would be pretty problematic. Thoughts on the Gakuto level up awards? I don't think it is that great. So the main issue is that it makes you get rid of a card in your hand. So compared to just running, like I would never run it over like Currybot. Am I the highlight star you see in the DLM Discord? Yes, almost definitely. Welcome, Steelix. Hope you're having a good one. Alright, and we do see them bringing out a Tough Striker. This is our second mirror match of the night. But actually, I'm kind of enjoying this position. We're keeping the Seahorse Carrier around, and as long as we draw a boss monster, we should be able to kind of just beat over this board. Okay, unfortunately, we only draw our own Tough Striker, but that is good enough. We don't have any other 1400s, which kind of sucks. But okay, let's see. We summon this, then Tough Striker. No. Okay. So I'm gonna grab another card for sure. We want this, and then we need to Triple Threat Thunder to defeat the Tough Striker. Let's reduce it all the way down to 0 attack points. That is just such a ridiculous card, for sure. Oh wait, I miscalculated. I did not actually need to use the Seahorse Carrier. My plan was to bring out the other Lamoon here. I messed up once again. Misplaying, miscounting, etc. That said, we are still making a pretty big push this turn, so it's possible we don't get punished. We missed out on 500 damage and 1 extra card next turn. Currently ready for the second spellcaster, MST. Yeah, go for it, Magical Stream. Definitely a card worth having around. Steelix, did you buy the structure deck? Because that would also make even more sense for getting the level ups. Okay, so we should be able to win. Unless they set a unless they set a Widespread Ruin specifically. Let's go ahead and just throw the field spell down. But I don't think we need to actually activate anything. Wait, did they tribute set? Set, and tribute set. Okay. In that case, maybe I do activate it. Just in case there's a really wacky monster here. Okay, no. We're fine. Okay. I was really overthinking it. I will go ahead and send Hanon the Be nice and move on to the next one. I saw them set 3, but I forgot they set the 2 spell trap cards. I thought it was like a tribute set I didn't know about. But there was obviously no way it could have been a 2500 defense monster. With Disco Fever, you can't be running Bender Break or Yami Ruler. But better safe than sorry. What if they increase the levels of all the characters to 50? Yeah, so that second part where they could have a legend card as their level reward, that's really what I was expecting the level 35s to be. But now I guess it's probably just gonna be at level 40. I'm expecting everybody to get a legend card during the next level up when level cap expansion. There we go. Alright, so let's go ahead and heal up, and we're ending with Widespread Ruin backing a 2500 against, we're playing against the Fallen. I believe they are another Twitch or YouTube streamer. You should definitely go check them out at some point. Okay, they are setting 2 and passing. We already have Fashion of Faith in hand, so let's go ahead and draw a card. Kanan is a solid pick up here. Then we are summoning a Summon Skull, which is going to turn off our Triple Threat Thunder, but I'm fine with that. We are going to use the skill to beat over any potential Howling Birds. And then do we heal? I think it's funnier if we do, so I'm gonna go for it. Discard the Tough Striker, and let's battle. Looks like it isn't a trap card. Oh, it's actually Recital. So they can avoid taking 2900. They absolutely... Oh, it could also be a barrier, but no, it is indeed Recital. Saving themselves from 2900. What a great turn. That said, we are set up ourselves. Steelix says, hope the UR Dream Pack gives you a 3rd heavy metal. Wait, did we get another UR Dream Pack? I definitely missed any leaks telling us we were getting one of those. I need to go check the in-game announcements, it sounds like. We do see Prima Gatarna. But that is gonna be no problem for us as we already have Widespread Ruin ready to go. Alright, we see a 200 attack debuff, no problem. We are more than well enough prepared to deal with whatever they bring out. 2 Prima Gatarnas is kind of rough, but even then, I'm not really concerned. They are losing 2,000 life points just to clear a single monster off of my board. So we can go here, and we can even actually get our Seahorse Carrier back, and I think that's worth it. Having access to more advantage generating cards is always going to be a good thing. Yeah, Orventer mentions the Force Fader leak. I do think that is a pretty interesting one. Okay, so unfortunately we don't get a boss monster on this turn. We have a ton of advantage generating cards though, so what I think we're gonna do is just push in for game. Shining City Knights is gonna give Prima Gatarna that 200 attack, but that isn't enough. We now have 2 monsters over 2,000 attack of our own, ready to close things out. Enjoy your night, Rex. Hope you have a good sleep. And I'm gonna go ahead and send them a nice... And hopefully, Zafalon will stop by later and say hello, because I've definitely talked to them before. Okay. Someone was mentioning new announcements, so I do want to take a moment. Oh, I should also claim this. Okay, nice. KC Cup, we already knew that was happening in February. I don't think Parallel Panzer is a rush card. Then we see Ghost Gal is coming back. Okay. And then we don't know anything about the new Duelist. But this definitely has to be now. There's no way it's not a rush character. Lifetime missions not being displayed. The level 30 rewards. Okay. We can close that. I do want to claim my daily Mimi orbs, and then we'll head back into the ranked duels for some more Disco Fever gameplay. Deck has been going really well, though it is worth noting we haven't run into anybody playing these spellcasters, and we did have 2 mirror matches, so there's nothing conclusive we can say just yet. I probably should clear this out as well, but that's just gonna be a quick auto duel. So then, I know someone mentioned a potential new UR Dream Pack, so I am gonna load up Duel Links Meta and see if I missed a leak. February updates. Okay, doesn't look like anything is there. Dual Quest leaks. Mini box, reprint box, bundles, campaign details. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. But maybe I'm just missing it. Armenter says I should probably be running hydration, which is kind of a fair shout. I just don't want to be bricking on spell and trap cards. So I'm not running it for now, but let's head right back into the ranked duels. See if we can keep up the little bit of a win streak we have going. I think it's just 2 or 3 games. 3. Okay. Let's duel. Blue Angle. They can be your devil or you are angel. Did I see the new Mimi skill? If you mean the one that takes set party. I mean, I definitely don't think it is better than this. We have all 3 Rice Terror Secures, but I'm just gonna get rid of them. The normal monster is actually more important for being able to trigger Disco Fever. Steelix, if you're able to find it, feel free to just drop a link in the chat. I'm not really sure. I definitely haven't heard about it. Alright, so we draw for turn, and we actually do have a boss monster now, which is nice. Okay, so no trap cards, nothing to worry about there. We can flip you, summon this, then go 1, 2. Because of Disco Fever, we are not going to need to use Rice Terror Secure's effect. So we just draw an extra card, throw this down, heal, and due to Fashion of Faith, we are clearing the Ace Breaker. So now we just buff the other 2 monsters, which is why we got rid of Rice Terror Secure. Since it's not a light monster, I don't think it is eligible to be boosted. Let's go ahead, clear the field, swing in. My opponent should have another high-level monster in hand already. So don't expect this board to be lasting for very long. Even though we haven't seen a new box, all of the new cards are relatively good. the light machines, for example. Oh, but this is actually fantastic for us. Fashion of Faith, we could theoretically try protecting it, but no reason. We're gonna keep the boss monster. We made it very obvious we have barrier set, so they did not actually choose to do anything. But that is where they are going to regret it. We bring out Shining City Knights, and then we could actually monster reincarnation for an even further boost. Is that worth it? I think that's a little bit extra. We should save the monster reincarnation for later. Though it is possible I'm missing lethal because of it. So if I end up just a little bit off, you know, to blame me. And also, once again, I could have used the Seahorse Carrier to gain an extra 1,000 life points. Oh, this is actually pretty close. Yeah, I should have used Fashion of Faith. They only have 300 life points left, and I could have gotten a 400 attack point boost. I didn't do the math, and I missed lethal. However, at over 6,000 life points, and I'm at just 300, there should be just about no way for them to realistically make this comeback. Pierce is totally whatever. Like, we have lethal on board. There's no reason to activate the card. Let's just go into the battle phase and finish this up. Also, fantastic draw. Even if they outed our entire board, we would have been able to bring down Fashion of Faith with Boogie Masters and the Light Sorcerer. It would have just been a really easy board break. Reincarnate for like a Seahorse Carrier and everything. A really strong hand. We get plenty of rare jewels from this. Oh, and today's actually the last day to upgrade the cards at the card trader. So I need to be trying to get if I want the glossy party, I need to do that today. I'm definitely not gonna have enough gold for the prismatic. It requires like 1 million. It's like 900,000, which I am only at 300. But we only need 450,000 if we want to get the glossy version. So I will be thinking about it. Unfortunately, looking at those updates, it said that now was at the end of the month, which sucks. I don't want to wait a whole third month to get another, okay, so normally I wouldn't want to summon out boss monsters on turn 1, but since we have 2 of them, it becomes a little bit of a better play. Because we don't want to draw more high-level monsters next turn, and then a brick. And we're also getting a draw off of Fashion of Faith, so this should work out generally okay for us. And yeah, exactly. Top card of the deck was a Tough Striker. We would have had 3 bosses in hand. But now the question is, do we discard for the 1,000 life? And I'm afraid if we do, we aren't going to be able to find a boss monster next turn, but I'm going to play Reckless and do it anyway. Okay, Steelix says they announced it in Japan, and then linked me a Discord link. Am I going to be in that Discord? I guess I will go see if I can find it. Oh, it's the picture link. Okay, let me pull this up. Okay, hold on. Let me take a look after this turn. So my opponent just set 8 billion cards, which I mean is kind of what we wanted anyway, right? We have Fashion of Faith here, but I don't think we even summon it. Shining City Knights into Kanan. Oh, but, and then we just heal. Yeah. So we're keeping Fashion of Faith and Dion Keto for the next turn, and we're also getting a huge boost with this. I am very much expecting to see a widespread ruin coming down, but I'm not super concerned about it. We're still going to clear this board, no problem. They do have the trap card, but like I said, completely whatever. Summon Skull swings in, and we're playing against some kind of sorcerer deck. Okay, so, oh, Steelix. Yeah, it is a speed duel you are, unfortunately. Where are all the rush cards? You know? It's another, we get Valkyria, but it's a super, do I think Aqua Healing is a viable deck? So, I personally, don't think Party and all the Seahorse servers and whatnot are good cards, but it's like, sure, you can run it if you want. So I'm getting punished for my Shiny City Knights here, allowing a Juggler to crash into the Summoned Skull. I guess I really should have just set it face down, and I would have been able to protect my Summoned Skull from this turn. That said, they are ending on a lone Light Sorcerer, so as long as I'm able to establish a board, even if they have like a Recital or something, I should be pushing in for a ton of damage. Okay, Rise Terra Secure we definitely don't need. I'm gonna Seahorse just in case we draw another extra boss monster or something. Let's Keto. And then this time I think we do Fashion of Faith for the card draw. Yeah, and we get Torna. That's what I was saying. A boss monster makes sense. But I actually don't really want it. I would rather be able to boost another monster by 700 with Disco Fever. That should be stronger than summoning out Torna. 1 and 2. But what we can do is just get rid of the Torna to heal. Let's enter the battle phase and start with this. It plays around a Phantom Bind and also a Recital by letting our biggest monster wait until later. We see Current of Sparks activate, and we can swing in for an absolute ton of damage. They go down to just 200, and we're at 76. Do I play Hydration? No. I want to have as many monsters as possible because you need a lot of low levels to fuel Fashion of Faith. If you are running a ton of spell and traps, it's not going to work out with the advantage engine. You could cut the field spell for hydration. Alright, we see Recovery Force going in, and that actually enables a Ghost Cyclone to draw them a card, if they have it. Oh, but they are setting monsters, so it looks like they don't. Which I am totally fine with. Here comes the 2500 Dark Magician Girl, but due to the field spell, it's actually not trading with Keto. Here come even more back row. But they are just battling. Unfortunately for them, clearing a spot means my Kanon is going to be able to boost up Keto even further. So let's see if they are able to survive. I can also Monster Reincarnation for another boss monster, which sounds pretty tempting. Oh, I could also Rice Terrace, but that doesn't seem useful. Okay. Let's Monster Reincarnation, ditch this. We're just gonna grab another 2700 to give us more ways to beat over the opponent. La Moon can come down. Then we bring in the second Keto. And this means even if they have like one copy of Recital or Barrier, it's not enough. Let's heal up with Keto. And then we can activate Disco Fever. Boost. And there's no reason to really summon this, since either of these attacks going through is already game. So swing in, and we'll see what they do. That's interesting. Well, now we are actually in a bit of a bind, but they don't have another trap card, so we make it. If we were afraid of a card like Curtain of Sparks, not attacking would have been a good play. Thank you for the comment, Septi. I didn't realize it was hard to hear me. I actually did turn away the mic a little bit intentionally because I noticed it kept on cutting off. Like my voice was clipping, so I tried to move it away a little bit so that it wouldn't do that. Am I a little bit too quiet then? I've tried putting it back in the middle of where it was initially. So hopefully it is all right now. Bum, bum, bum. Anyway, how have you been, Septi? I feel like it's been a while. Okay, so my opponent is up first, and we actually have a pretty good hand. We would still like to see a vanilla, just to be able to trigger Disco Fever. But I mean, if they just set 3, it doesn't really matter. Okay, but they are summoning out a Dark Sword turn 1 with no trap card. That's a really questionable play. 1, 2. So the thing is, if we use the Seahorse Carrier, we could get the card back. But I kind of want to just tribute off the carrier, I think. Because I'm already drawing an extra card here to fuel the healing. So, I mean, but I'd rather have had the Kanan on the board than anything else. So this is fine. We go 1 and boost this as well. And then we could go for the extra 1,000 life points, but definitely setting this is going to be a better play. Head into battle, and we clear the Dark Sword Magician plus whatever's face down and deal 2,000. It's a good thing we had the boost, as 1,100 would have otherwise failed into the Gazelle. We are able to pass turn and see how it goes. Welcome. Hi, how are you? I think this deck is currently 5-2, I want to say. Okay, they have the immediate Pock Chew. Solid opener. And then we see they are indeed Magician Shuffle. That does mean they are going to need like a Light Sorcerer if they actually want to beat the Boogie Master. Currently, they are going to get out a 2,500, but then what? Dark Magician Girl can only clash. Oh, but here's a, no, okay, also a 2,500. They might actually choose to just clear these two. We'll see what they do. Oh, glad to hear you're doing well. I know you had been doing, some rough spots previously. Alright, so they do actually choose to keep my boss monster around. But that's a real potential issue for them. Because we can go here. Then we can go here. And then we can triple that thunder. Bring out a second boss monster. And then boost both of them at the same time with Fashion of Faith before we just completely like end their entire career. We are now boosting both of our boss monsters and drawing a card, which we could then even use for like whatever we want, but we are just gonna toss it, gain 1,000 life points, activate the skill, I guess this plays around a Widespread Rune. Oh, but this plays around Barrier. Okay. So 3,600. Oh, that's also just lethal if we swing that way. But they do, of course, have a trap. And it is widespread, everyone, unfortunately. That said, I do want to clear this. We could have dealt an extra 700 if I just boosted the Fashion of Faith. So a potential misplay, but one that I don't think really matters too much. And if they had something like Current of Sparks, I wouldn't have wanted to lose a Dion Keto into the Dark Magician Girl, so I still stand by what I did. And we do have Monster Reincarnation for later. We have both Fashion of Faith and a boss monster in the graveyard, so whatever we end up needing next turn should be live. We do see another Recovery Force, giving them back all of those high levels. Interestingly, they actually didn't choose to recycle the Pocket Pikachu, which is something I would have done if they didn't already have one in hand. So unfortunately for us, they are getting the Gazelle. But, we saw last turn, they summoned a bunch of 2500s, but weren't actually able to clear over it. So, if they don't draw a Silver Wolf or Light Sork, our monster might just be sitting around again. Let's go ahead and see how it goes. Alright, so we got the normal suite of beasts, but we do still need to see a boss monster here. Torn of the Windweaver is a monster able to clear this Boogie Master, but this is actually a pretty weak looking field. I have to imagine, no. What card could they possibly have wanted to set over just summoning out this boss? I have no idea. I feel like bringing in a 2500 monster would have made a lot more sense. Oh, welcome, Fallen. Was wondering if you were gonna stop on by. Okay, so we easily bring these out. Let's tribute summon. And then we're gonna have Fashion of Faith, of course. Get that extra card draw. Lamoon is neat, but it's not the best. I might just go for this instead. Or another Fashion of Faith. But, I definitely do want to Reincarnation one way or the other. So let's ditch. Oh, and they go ahead and just give us the good old Concede. I am doing pretty well today. I did sleep a little bit longer than I was supposed to, which is why the stream is now instead of earlier. But had a pretty relaxing day, and now we're on a nice win streak with Disco Fever. Do I think that they will update the BLS skill to include? I didn't realize that they didn't already have the ability. Is it because you have to run like ritual monsters or something? Because you can already run all the other Blackluster cards, right? I know like BLS, like Envoy at the beginning, should be valid with the skill, so why isn't the vanilla? Okay, this is a rough opening hand, is what I would say if we didn't have the Fashion of Faith. As long as we draw a low-level monster here, we are able to bring out a double boss board, which is a pretty reasonable opener. And even if we fail, I can discard something and gain some extra life to offset this issue. Fashion of Faith draws, and that is not a low level, so we are going to be setting and healing. Thanks to the monster reincarnation, I don't feel bad about getting rid of this boss monster in my hand. It's the same name as the ritual. Okay, let me go find the Blackluster skill. Speed. Blackluster. Oh, that's a good, okay, yeah, I see what you mean. But I have no idea whether or not they are going to, update the skill or not. I do think they should, but that doesn't mean that they will. So I wouldn't be surprised if they don't. Alright, so we draw for turn, and with a high level. And this is where, I get punished for not, keeping the boss monster in hand. They had the Ghost Cyclone, unfortunately. I think out of everything, I definitely need to keep the Seahorse Carrier around. We will be setting this, since we don't have any reason to activate it right now. Theoretically, I could have pushed over this board and dealt some damage, but it felt really reckless. Would have involved keeping a 200 attack monster on the board. Because, unfortunately, Fashion of Faith does not trigger Disco Fever. It has to be one of the normal monsters. So it looks like they should be a Subs Axel Road player, given the deluge of 1600s. But if they're summoning two of these, they probably aren't summoning a whole ton of Torn of the Windweavers, so I expect myself to be relatively safe. Pierce here is unfortunate. We do have a couple of 0 defense monsters. And they get the full piercing damage. So let's see how it goes. We can still pretty easily make this comeback. All we need is to draw some nice cards. Okay, we finally get our boss monsters online. Let's start with Seahorse Carrier. Activate the effect. Grab our 200. But we are not going to be keeping it around for long. Of course, Dion Keto the Boogie Master is our next trick. Let's go ahead and draw a card to see if we find anything else interesting. Rice Terror Secure, I don't think is going to be all that helpful. We can La Moon here. Activate our Boogie Master to heal. Then flip over the field spell, and we could summon this out, but it's only a 300 attack boost, and it actually is worse because Disco Fever here is going to be able to boost both of these by 700 and give us much more damage than summoning out the Torna. So let's just go ahead and battle. They don't have any trap cards to stop us, so this will be a nice, easy board clear. We pass turn, and our only real concern is if our opponent brings out a big 7-sword magician board. Something like Dark Sword Magician. Oh, okay. That is actually now very dangerous. A single 7-sword magician is over 3,000 damage. Assuming the graveyard is set up, which it has plenty of variety in it. Dark Sword Magician, this is looking pretty scary, but it shouldn't be lethal. So don't count me out just yet. Oddly enough, okay. No, I think keeping Fashion of Faith makes sense. Okay. That is kind of yikes. We do have the Triple Threat Thunder. Do we go for it? I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? We haven't seen Widespread Ruin, but we have our own. Okay, so Seahorse Carrier. Activate the effect. We are gonna get out the 1200. Normal summon, and that makes Triple Threat Thunder live. So this goes all the way down to 0. And now we have a chance to win the game. Let's activate our skill, of course. 1, 2, and 3. But 1600 is still 1600, so I'm gonna go ahead and bring in the Torna. Throw down a face down, and now we start battling. I guess this one should go here. And it's Widespread Ruin. So we are in a bit of a pickle. 2,000 life points is not a lot. And they are surviving with 400. Now, we do have our own protection, so as long as they don't bring out 2 bosses, it should be okay. But Magic Curtain is actually a huge problem. Oh, and they're going for a dark magic attack, which is very threatening. Or maybe not. They're just ditching Dark Magician Girl for Dark Magician Girl. I don't know what that play accomplishes. But here comes a Thunder the Thunder, which is very weird to be running. Obviously they should just be on Light Sorcerer of Sanctity, especially if they have a Prismatic Sword Dawn Magician. They definitely have some in the deck. Alright, down to 1,300. I don't mind this. But they have the Magical Stream. So my Widespread Ruin is not going to be able to save me here. Still, I don't think this was a super strong turn for them. I mean, clearly we just go here and here. So Fashion of Faith only works on the turn you normal summon it, so we should toss it out. But the thing is, do they have the special trap? The one that actually, so if they have Sword and Shield specifically, we are actually in some trouble. So I think even with Disco Fever, we go up to 1,700, 1,900, and they are at 22. Which would be game. So that's rough. Oh, or Recital actually also ends us. Maybe I should have just switched the Fashion of Faith to defense mode. Well, I'm gonna heal. I could have had an extra 200 attack on board. But this is what we're going for. They do have a trap. Let's see what it is. It's only a barrier and we win. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe the Magician's Shuffle is just there to thin the deck. Let them draw into more Dark Sword Magicians. But we did see they were on a Dark Magic attack as well. Blast Out by a Tribute would actually be a pretty fun legend card. I agree. But okay, so we've gone against a couple of spellcaster decks, and we haven't had too many problems, but these are also probably more free-to-play versions of them. I am relatively sure we haven't seen more than a single copy of those paywalled cards. Oh, we definitely played against this player previously, but I don't remember what they're actually on. Maybe they were the Ace Breaker, but I really don't know. Right, starting off with a pretty normal board. We don't have any bosses, so we might just be passing it back to them as well. Oh, and they tribute set. Very interesting. The thing is, I don't want to Torna that, and I also don't really want to combat it. I guess I can look up how much does Dark Sword Magician have. Rush, cards, and we go Dark Sword. Dark Sword has 1,500. Okay, that is not a ton. It could be a Bender Break though. But that seems pretty unlikely. Maybe we do start playing in. Alright, you know what? Yeah, let's do it. 1, 2, 3. Torna. Torna's gonna flip over the other monster. It's a Gazelle. So that actually makes it even more likely to become a Bender Break, because we've only seen spellcasters and beasts. Very interesting. I mean, I think I might as well swing into it and see what happens. 1500, we are good to go. But that's such a weird play. Why would you not want to keep this card in your hand for later and just wall out your board? I don't think that was the right play at all on their part. Yes, Travis, after this duel, I will go over the deck. I did it a little bit at the beginning of the stream. Oh wait, actually I can just go here. Okay, so it's a pretty generic Disco Fever list. 3 Dion Ketos, 2 Flag Breakers, or Tough Strikers, plus the Summon Skull as another 2500, and 1 copy of Torna as a way to beat those set 3 boards, but mostly because I don't own another Tough Striker. 9 triggers for Disco Fever, and the new cards. 1 copy of Shining City Knights puts your bosses at 2700, which protects them from Ancient Arise Dragon when backed by the barrier. And it looks like they did some damage and cleared my board, so let's see what I'm up to now. Seahorse Carrier for sure, but we actually don't have it online because they successfully avoided clearing my Lamoon. And that's tough because these are all 2-2 monsters. But ultimately, I do want to keep the Fashion of Faith around, I think, for buffing my Dion Keto. But this one actually guarantees I get the 2 boss monsters out. Okay, yeah, we're going this way. We could have gotten the draw, but if we drew a spell or trap card, we'd be in a lot of trouble. Whereas, by going like this, we are guaranteed to get the normal to trigger Disco Fever. And we can bring out 2 bosses pretty succinctly. We could also heal. But we've already ditched the Monster Reincarnation, so I'm a little bit worried about it. That said, I think it's probably worth it because this is just a Tough Striker rather than a Dion Keto that can be buffed in the future. So let's go ahead and start swinging in. See what they have. Okay, looks like it is, the set card is probably a Ghost Cyclone. I would be surprised if that is not specifically Ghost Cyclone. I do need to scroll up and kind of see what they did last turn. The Magician shuffled. Sure. Had a bunch of beasts. Okay, so Pakachu is online, but it wasn't anything crazy. And they used a recovery force. Right. Okay. So we do have a pretty significant life point lead here, and 2 2500s. And they're on Magician Shuffle, so they should have trouble clearing my 2500s, unless they use those Light Sorcerers that they shuffled back into the deck. Okay, here comes the Dark Sword Magician. They can actually bring out another one if they have it, which is really just an incredible feat of gaming. And here comes the debuff, of course. But can they clear both of them? Here comes a Monster Reincarnation. What are they going for? They add a Dark Magician Girl, so they might actually choose to crash. Welcome, Justin. Hope you're having a good time. When do you plan on getting the new Spellcaster deck? Right, and they actually trade off the Dark Sword rather than the Dark Magician Girl, which is correct. That is a good play. So we're gonna Light Sorcerer to try to get this under 2500. Let's go here. Then we see Horse Carrier, so we have an extra card in hand to discard. We'll grab Lamoon. We bring in Boogie Master. Unfortunately, it's only a 300 debuff, so, if they have a Widespread Ruin, this only goes up to 2100, so we don't really want to use it. We'll just go ahead and ditch this. This is game if they don't have anything, but I feel like there's a pretty good chance they do. Let's see what they pull out of the rabbit hat. Oh, looks like it might not be anything. But even if it was just a barrier, they probably should have used it because I was only 300 off on lethal, so really any trap card would have been enough. Oh, welcome. Tara, hope you're doing well. And enjoying your morning. So this has actually been a pretty insane win streak. What is our ratio? We can check it out in a little bit. It should tell us in the 8 games. Oh, and they are also on an 8-game win streak. So I'm feeling pretty good about this deck's position in the meta. We have a tough striker. I really don't see a reason to summon it out here. We don't have any protection for it. So we are simply passing. Stan, so true. Very good deck. Alright, so we see Fashion of Faith. Are they going to bring in the boss monster? No. Looks like they were just going for the 10 level buff to ensure that they're able to clear the board. Unfortunately, our 2 Grace Princess Kana are not going to be able to do anything in the might of a fury of 1,800 plus attackers. That said, we do have a boss monster in our hand. So as long as we aren't bricked, we get to clear their board. Okay. Only Kanas. So if we summon the Seahorse Carrier, I think it's worth it, yeah. We bring out a 200, and that's what we're going to use as our tribute fodder. Go 1, 2, summon out our actually decent attackers afterwards. And then we don't actually need to triple that thunder. We could have chosen to do it a little bit earlier, but I'm not going to waste it on a non-boss monster, especially when unless it's lethal, of course. But this turn is not looking like a lethal push. So let's just swing in, and it looks like they might have a triple threat thunder of their own. I am failing to play around Recital here, actually. I could have gotten a little bit more damage, but I'm thinking they have their own triple threat thunder set face down because we didn't see any hourglasses. So we could be in for a big counterattack, or something like a shield and sword would be equally devastating. But we are definitely not out of this game. With Fashion of Faith and Seahorse Carrier and a boss monster, our monster reincarnation is looking pretty good. We can get basically anything we need on the next turn, and we even have our own triple threat thunder to make a counterattack. Note that a Dion Keto goes all the way up to 3,200 after the skill activation. So, oh, why didn't they aim Eagle? Oh, because they needed to triple threat thunder. Interesting. That said, this is definitely not lethal, and I'm expecting we are going to be able to close this out on the next turn. Yeah, it's just barely not lethal, though. We have just 1,400 remaining. Show me some decent cards, and we can end this game. Definitely not quite what I was looking for, but okay. Grace Princess Kana. La Moon. I mean, I'm pretty sure we need to go for our Kanan here. So it's It's 25 plus 7. Oh, are we gonna really leave them at 100 life? That is rough. Okay. Let's drill with that thunder. And unfortunately, this is just barely not lethal. So we probably end up just losing the game on the next turn. Which is rough. We can clear this. Bring them down to 800, right? Yeah. And then we go here. And pass turn. This is already 1,300. So, that's rough. Oh, welcome. Enjoy your lurking. Flag Beast. Yeah, I mean, if they have another Tough Striker, that's also just game. There are a lot of ways we die here. For sure. Like, even this is enough. My barrier is not going to save me, unfortunately. Alright, we see them buff on up and battle. Summon Skull is going in, and nothing we can do about that. Yeah, and 300 life. Even if it was a Widespread Ruin, they'd have exact lethal, which is funny. Unfortunately, we can barrier here for the 1. But due to their heal for 1,000 life points, it's just not enough. We were 100 life points away from winning that game. Finally ending our 8-game win streak. But they were also on an 8-game win streak of their own with the same deck. So, can't really, I'm pretty sure 2 of our 3 losses today have been to the mirror match. So, that says something about the deck. We've been playing a lot of spellcaster opponents and doing quite well. Okay, we're up first. And it looks like a pretty normal hand. We could theoretically summon the Tough Striker. You know, if we're fighting against specifically a Dark Magician deck, they would kind of have some troubles dealing with the Tough Striker, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm just gonna pass. And especially since it's Yuga, we don't know if they're on Seven's Axel Road, Magician Shuffle, Ultimate Bond, or something else. The Barrel Dragon, Mat, and Sleeves could be a bluff. Did I face any pay-to-win spellcasters? We faced one, but we had no issues with it. We kind of just ran them over. Okay, so this is looking like a pretty good board. Let's summon out Phrase Princess Kana. Grab ourselves a Dion Keto the Boogie Master. Seahorse Carrier, activate the effect. Grab back the La Moon. Then we go for Tough Striker. And what an incredible board. We couldn't have done it without them bricking though. They only summoned a single monster, so now we're bringing out 3 2,500 attack point monsters on our second turn, and Dion Keto is getting boosted even higher. So we obviously want to play around Music Princess's Recital, meaning we're attacking with Dion Keto last. But it looks like they don't do anything, and we just clear out the game. And that was probably the quickest victory you'll ever see with this deck. Oh, welcome, Shota Todoroki. Hope you're having a good day. Oh, and there is our second hydration. I am doing pretty well. We are 8, 9, 10, and 3. with the deck. And my day has mostly just been playing Duel Links, so not much to complain about. What's new with Rush? So it really depends exactly when you fell off. So Dragonic Resonance is still around and still one of the best decks. I think it's come like top 4 in literally every tournament since the introduction of the ban list, which was supposed to nerf it. So this is a kind of awkward hand. Losing out on 2 Fashion of Faith is rough. But I think I want to keep the Dianketo around for later, and drawing the extra cards, I mean, doesn't seem really worth it right now. I could tribute, summon, draw 1, and then what? Do I have a good winning streak? Yeah, we won 8 games in a row, up until we just lost 2 rounds ago. Okay, and here we see a Magic Juggler. Another opponent with only 1 monster on board here. So they might be in for some hurt. Let's go ahead, summon out Dianketo, number 1. And then we're gonna Fashion of Faith, for sure. That lets us draw another card. And it's the 3rd Dianketo. Okay. Very funny. But I don't think we need all of those cards in our hand at all. So let's ditch 1, gain some life points, and then obviously this is a stronger board as is, but we're playing around the future potential bricks by bringing out the tough striker now. I'm not bringing in the other Dianketo because having the Aqua synergizes more with our cards in the future. So to play around a potential recital, we swing in with this first, and then we go in here. And it looks like they have a barrier face down. But we are just smacking them incredibly hard. Am I not running Hydration? No, I am not. Hydration is kind of bricky, I think. Spell and trap removal is cool, but if it's not part of your engine, it's gonna leave you kind of just with a lot of awkward hands. So here's the list I'm currently on. Who do I want next in Rush Duels? So really the character that I want to have added to the game is, wait, did they activate any face downs? No. Okay. The characters I wanted to see added to the game are Sabaramen and Yoshio, the characters we already have seen as standard NPCs. Unfortunately, I don't think that we're going to be able to do that. So we're getting Nail next, and then probably Asana afterwards, whether I like it or not. Let's ditch this, gain some life points, and they go ahead and hit us with the good old Concede. Hydration is important. I agree. Everyone, drink your water so you're not obligated to play the card. And let's just keep it going. We've been getting really quick matches here. I remember just the other day, it was taking me like 1 to 2 minutes to find an opponent in King of Games, but now we're doing pretty well. So since we have the Widespread Ruin, I actually don't feel super bad about bringing out Summon Skull, because it can force them to spend a bunch of resources on cards that don't actually out me. So we're gonna go for it. Of course, they could theoretically get out 2 monsters able to deal with the Summon Skull, but that is really rare without any graveyard setup. So no Seahorse Carriers or Pocket Pocket Chew. Makes it pretty, like even Sword Dawn or Dark Sword Magician, as it has been newly translated, needs me to have a level 7. So Summon Skull, not a trigger for it. Oh, and we're up against Noodles, which is definitely not clearing my Summon Skull. I am going to activate my Widespread Ruin here. Just to attempt to high roll them with another boss monster next turn and end the game. Obviously, they can have a Widespread Ruin of their own. Okay, and we don't draw much of anything, unfortunately. So, it feels a bit of a waste, of course. But that being said, let's go ahead and just battle, see if they hit us with a Widespread Ruin back. The plan is that I'm going to kill them before they are able to successfully build up all of the noodles that they need to OTK me. With Throw of the Thunder and Monster Reincarnation in the back, even if they start clearing my board, I should be in a good spot. All we need is to see an attack position monster, and we'll be good to go. Where is the Luke Man skill? Probably, whenever we get fusions is when I would start to expect to see a Luke Man skill. Alright, so Flame Cerebrus, clearing out one of my monsters, but I don't mind at all. I definitely want to draw some high-level monsters, but we do not. Okay. That is fine. We can still summon Lamoon we can summon Kanan and boost it up with this. It's now at 2100 and can swing in. Let's see what they got. Widespread Ruin, sure. Do I go for the trade? Yeah, sure. If I can get rid of their back row early, then I will. Though, without any trap cards of my own, this might have been a little bit dumb, as now I'm open to 2 direct attacks, and Noodles are able to build huge damage. I probably should have played a little bit more conservatively. Against the Noodle deck, biding your time is a pretty good strategy. I should have let them just take a little bit of initiative until I was able to clear my hand of some monsters. We see them set 2, but I don't believe them. There's definitely a spice coming down here. Yeah, for sure. And you see, all they need is 1 monster, and that's gonna kill, and then I'm dead. So I messed up pretty badly. Definitely should have just held off. We know they can't pierce, and I lost this one because I played poorly. Don't blame the deck here. I could have and should have won that game. A better player would have. I should not have won, but the deck had the tools to do so. I don't want it to sound like I'm complaining. Okay, so we're going second. And against Luke, we probably do have to worry about the opponent having cards like Dragonic Slayer that are able to destroy our spell and trap cards. So that's pretty rough. With a passive start like this. But I mean, it could be worse. It looks like they have the perfect full house setting 5. Okay, do I go for the Dianketo? That's interesting. Let's go 1, 2. I think I do. I have my own Widespread Ruin. So I shouldn't die on the next turn. Let's just throw this down and see what happens. They could also be an aggro player. Okay, so they have a trap. It's probably widespread, given they don't have any monsters in the graveyard. And we pass turn. Alright, and they are probably a Resonance deck if we're seeing a Twin Edge. That 3,000 damage on its own is very strong. We see Dragonic Slayer coming down. So I did try to do some mind games here, so they'll whiff the Ruin, but we'll see if they fall for it. Oh, it doesn't matter. They just have 2 Slayers. Classic Luke moment. What did I play as before Rush Duel was here? I came back to Duel Links with Rush Duels, if that's what you're asking. I have played Duel Links like several years ago with Fluffles and the old like dinosaur meta back when it first came out. But other than that, I've been playing some Pokemon, just other non-Yu-Gi-Oh games. I played a lot of Splatoon back in the day. Just a variety of stuff. Well, this is not looking great for us. Oh, actually. So the thing is, I can either play around the barrier or I can try to get 2 bosses out. And getting out 2 bosses is probably the only way I win the game. So I am gonna go with the unconventional play. 1, 2. So the secure made it easier to clear the Slayers, but then I would be left with a monster on board probably. That would then just lose. Whereas this, I'm able to bring in the Tough Striker, who doesn't lose me the game when I only have 400 life points left. Let's go ahead and activate the skill. And battle. Check if they have any trap cards, and they do. I unfortunately cannot run into any barriers here, so I have no choice really but to pass turn. I think. Because then they already have just a free 2800. Oh, but even if I get barriered, I'd go down to 100 life points, and then they automatically win. Whereas now I'm at 100 life points, and have a chance to survive. It's very low, but if I do somehow manage to, okay, yeah, they definitely have a boss monster in hand. I don't think they would be summoning these monsters in attack mode on a Desperado. So that's gonna be this game set. Oh, Shield and Sword, that'll do it. That's a funny way to win the game. Draco the Tiny, swinging into the Boogie Master. But they also do have Dragius. I did used to play Roblox quite a bit, but it has been several years since then. My account is like 2011, 2009, somewhere in that range. So unfortunately this Dragius is coming down and finishing us. Resonance, always get in the high rolls. Gotta just believe in the power of Luke. Bum, bada, ba, bada, bum. Let's see. Definitely gonna just set 4 and pass. So it's a pretty interesting decision. We can either keep a normal in hand to trigger our skill, or Fashion of Faith for the potential draw next turn. I think Fashion of Faith is probably the better play. We still have 6 targets that can trigger Disco Fever, and being able to generate advantage is always a good plan. So let's go ahead and see what Mimi goes for. Looks like, of course, it is going to be a mirror match of some variety. Though they could be on something like Cure Master Dion Keto or Set Party 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 rather than Disco Fever. Or even the new skill. Alright, they immediately bring out a Torn of the Windweaver. Fortunately, none of our monsters are super low on attack points, so we're not getting blown out by it. Let's see what they go for. Torn of the Windweaver, ditching the Seahorse server. And they do reveal themselves to be on a Fever deck. Unfortunately, our board is going down. Why is Mimi so small? That's just how it be sometimes. Yeah, I agree with Stan. I think, Resonance decks are probably fine with Slayer over the Inferno. And then, Ancient Forces is able to use the Rage of the Beast card anyway. Anyway, we're ditching the Torna, grabbing a trigger for the skill. And then we're gonna go for the extra draw. For sure, going for Fashion of Faith over just a 2100 beater. As this can hopefully fill out our board with another monster. Oh, and a second Fashion of Faith. Incredible. We'll draw again, and there's a 1400. We could triple that Thunder here. But would that be lethal? I think from 6,000, there's no way. Let's select another card. Grab this. So that's 1,100. 1,500. Yeah, not anywhere near lethal. So, let's go ahead and activate our Boogie Master, heal on up by ditching this, and battle. Oh, and no Widespread Ruin. Off to a good start. Let's see if it's recital. It is not. So they might have their own Triple Threat Thunder ready to go. But with 6,100 life points, I think we're safe. Unless it's like Shield and Sword as well. Okay, enjoy your night. Chodo Todoroki. Hope you're having a good sleep. Let's go ahead and see what this opposing Mimi wants to throw down. Okay, and we do see the Triple Threat Thunder coming out, but this is nowhere near enough damage. And of course, with our own Triple Threat Thunder in the back, another Dion Keto can end the game immediately. They boost everything up. Do they have no tribute monsters? Leaving a Seahorse server on the field is catastrophic. I definitely think we win unless we just draw terribly. We'd have to have like no monsters or like all tributes in order to lose this one. So let's see a normal looking draw and let's get there. Alright, so we did draw quite a few suboptimal cards here for trying to end the game. We can't Triple Threat Thunder, for example. So, unfortunately, we are just gonna go like this. Boost with the skill. And we haven't seen a Widespread Ruin yet. So we kind of want some protection against that. So I think I am gonna go ahead and heal up. Let's head into the battle phase and just swing over for as much damage as possible. If we can. It is just a barrier on their end. So I'm liking what I'm seeing. Yeah, unfortunately, if they didn't use the heal from the server, we actually would have had... Well, it still would have been lethal anyway. Okay, but now we have our boss monster backed up by a Widespread Ruin, and getting two boss monsters should hopefully be a little bit difficult. We are obviously a little bit vulnerable to a hydration. And if they're using carrier, they must be about to pop off. So now I am kind of regretting not keeping my barrier, as maybe like a tough striker would have been able to fall. But still not too bad. This is looking okay. And dealing the full damage is going to be tough for them. Obviously, Fashion of Faith is going to buff up this one, but that doesn't matter. Oh, but they draw into the hydration. 50-50, they hit it. Now we're doomed. Disaster has struck. We were in such a great position, but now I think they just win. Yeah, all we needed was more monsters last turn and we would have had it. Unfortunately, they get it. Always sad to lose a game like that. We definitely had an overwhelming lead, and then we just whiffed on one crucial turn. But it makes sense. I was talking about how much we were likely to win, so then of course we immediately go to lose. Alright, decent opening hand here. If we were going first. We're probably going to be a little bit on the back foot, but nothing crazy. Unless they decide to establish a really strong board. Bum, 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 ba-da, bum, 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 bum. Alright, so they aren't doing anything super important themselves. Welcome, Snake Eyes. Hope you're enjoying the stream. So we're going to keep one La Moon to trigger the skill and one Rice Terra secure for later. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, so we see a Seven's Road Magician. Or Seven's Road Witch. But that's on its own is not anything crazy. I wonder what cards they have in hand. I feel like if they had boss monsters, they would be summoning them out. So, probably just a bunch of low levels. Or maybe that's why they are thinking. Alright, they are. If they go directly, okay, perfect. We actually get to keep a monster on board going into the next turn. So, as long as we're able to open our high-level monsters, we can make a push. But we just whiff completely, so we're just going to be setting a couple of cards face down and waiting for later. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, here comes Torna, and I'm at 0 attack. I'm taking the full blast here. Oh no. 2400 damage is quite a lot. Still, it's not like there's anything else I could have done here. So, I don't mind. I mean, I guess I just want to see high-level monsters, right? that is not enough. Praise Princess Kana. Like, we can use a carrier, I guess. Let's just bring in a 1200. 1, 2. But the other thing is I'm kind of expecting to see a widespread ruin coming in. Because we've given them so long to just kind of establish their own board. So, activate the skill. Let's buff this one. We'll try to get over the boss monsters, basically. And I could go for this debuff to clear the board, but is it really worth it? I don't think so. I'd love to heal, but I really cannot afford to, especially with a widespread ruin potentially coming in. Yep, and widespread ruin. They had it the whole time. And they can just search out 7th Magician. This is gonna be a game for sure. Let me see if there's anything else going on. It has been about 2 hours, so it's probably about time for a water break. Everyone can go grab a snack and whatnot. After this game ends, we're gonna be chilling just for a minute. Always good to stay hydrated, make sure you stretch, etc. We do actually manage to survive this turn as they somehow didn't find any high-level monsters. But, I mean, I'm still not feeling great about our odds of winning this one. After drawing no tribute monsters, we're very likely to just draw, like, all of the tribute monsters and not be able to play. But, as long as there's a chance, we're gonna keep on trying. Let's bring out Seahorse Carrier, activate the effect. We're gonna grab our 1400, and then we're going to summon La Moon, and then we're going to Monster Reincarnation. Ditch out this Shining City Knights. For our boss, we're gonna go ahead and bring it in. Notably, Witch goes to 2800 after the, after everything is all said and done, so I don't, need the field spell. Disco Fever, let's boost it up, and Battle. Definitely want to clear out a, well, maybe this Witch is actually fine. Let's go for the Dealer. Unfortunately, Magical Stream is going to be an issue. That said, a 3900 7th Magician isn't actually lethal. So they are gonna need another Torna. Or, actually, after the Thunder, is it lethal? 3900, then it'd be like 42. Oh, it might just barely be lethal. That's unfortunate. Maybe I should have cleared Thunder the Thunder instead. My thought was that the Mystic Dealer would let me deal the most damage and also protect me from, letting them draw into the card they need. But it's entirely possible that that was not the right play. So it's up to Sugar to have spell trap removal and a 7th Magician in order to win this game. They are starting off with Thunder the Thunder, discarding a Splat. Splat is able to search out the 7th Magician, but here comes a Torn of the Windweaver, making things suddenly very problematic very fast. Both of these are only 200, and with the attack buff of Torn of the Windweaver, With the skill, they are able to bring out 7-Zone Magician, and even if I widespread ruin the Magician, they are able to swing in for 2200. And that is going to be game. Maybe I should have actually set the 1200s instead of the 1400 walls. So once again, I'm pretty sure I misplayed, knowing that they are a deck that is able to run Torna, and had already shown one. That makes sense. Interesting. Because if I had the 1200 set instead, basically it'd only be 1200 damage and I would survive. No need to use the Widespread Ruin, as they have game anyway. I'll go ahead and send them the Nice. So I do feel basically every single time I've lost a game today, it has come down to my own mistakes. Which, I mean, is kind of comforting. Alright, let's go up against another Mimi and see how it goes. I hope you all are enjoying the Aqua gameplay. Oh wait, I forgot I was supposed to go get water. So I guess after this one. Alright, they show off a Fire Golem. And a Dark Magician Girl means they are probably on Magician Shuffle. Unfortunately for us, we are losing to a Widespread Ruin here. So the question is, do we actually just hold here? I mean, I don't really care though. Because I could always just go get the water. If they drew it, they drew it. Okay. So if that is the case, we go here, and then we play around Current of Sparks by buffing the Dion Keto. And if they have the turn on Widespread, it's just, oh well. And they do. So let's go ahead and hit them with the good old Concede, and I can go get my water. All part of the plan. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. And we are back. Gonna go ahead and queue up for the next game. So, Hono Hono starts off with an impressive set 3 pass, or set 5. We know the card on the right is a Hammer Crush, but we are still in a lot of danger here. We'd really like to see another boss monster off this Fashion of Faith draw, so we aren't as deeply punished by a widespread ruin. And we managed to find one. So, Seahorse Carrier, definitely going to go ahead and activate the effect, and recycle La Moon. Then we're able to tribute off for a second Dion Keto, bring in a La Moon, guarantee it's able to beat over a card like Gazelle, and we'll clear the opponent's board. Even if they have a widespread ruin, we are okay. Let's start with this, and then here. They probably have a barrier, would be my guess, and we swing in for 2,900. Oh, but they're actually taking their time. They actually choose to get rid of their Tiger, which I think is definitely a mistake. They wanted to have 2 monsters in the graveyard for any upcoming Pocket Chew, so I don't know why they would get rid of it. During the opponent's turns, I am going to be eating my snack a little bit, so I'll be muting the microphone. But let's see how they deal with this incredible turn 1 board. Okay, so they summon out a Dragius, but that's not able to clear both of my boss monsters, which is actually a pretty good start for us. I think, we want to summon out Kanan, summon the Rice Terrace, then we bring out a second Dion Keto, and now we're going to be able to boost up, and we can even go for the Fashion of Faith for an even more aggressive line. So, Rice Terrace here goes down. Fashion of Faith comes back. Both of those are going up to 2,900. Meaning that even with the barrier, we are going to be able to clear through. And then we just go ahead and gain the extra life points. Activate our skill. Disco Fever buff 1. Because if they had a widespread ruin, they probably would have used it on the previous turn. Then we can battle, swing into the Dragius, and then we go for it. Unfortunately, Gazelle does block us off. I guess I probably should have used the buff on Fashion of Faith to guarantee we clear the Gazelle, but I wanted to play around the barrier, so it's a tough call. No, there will be no snack ASMR, for sure. I think a lot of people actually find chewing incredibly, annoying. So I am not going to be subjecting anyone to that. We know they have a Hammer Crush, but there's really nothing we can do here. We want to keep the 2 advantage generators and pass turn. And then I see, being asked, why don't I spend gems from yesterday? The first rush box is still good, and my gems are full. Yes, so I bought a copy of the structure deck, and then I refilled my gems. I have 3 copies of every single card that is in a rush box. I do not have anything I am able to spend gems on. It has been over 2 months since we got a box. Well, I guess maybe not quite yet. It's been nearly 2 months, and there's still no rush box in sight. There's just literally nothing for me to spend it on. I could upgrade some more cards at the card trader, but I don't have enough gold. Okay, so they have a very strong board of their own here, obviously. And they set another card after the Hammer Crush, so we'd have to worry about Widespread Ruin. And this is still kind of frustrating. I think I'm going to use the carrier here. Grab the Kana. Bring this out. Just do the quick little tribute summon. Oh, I actually could make a slightly more aggressive play. So if I go like this, I can test for a barrier. And oh, I actually don't get to test for... Okay, yeah, so here's my barrier test. Alright, it looks like they do have something. So I don't want to swing into this Ancient Arise Dragon. Because I'm probably going to get barriered and then lose the game. So I just pass. I let them deal the 1800. Or the 1300 and 600, so 1900. I'm eating a bagel. So, yeah, cantrip. It's an interesting decision. I think if you don't want the bundles and you already have the Beast Engine from running through it once, you don't really need anything crazy from the Heavy Metal Scream box. I'd focus on the first box if you haven't done 3 runs of it. Because it's like, if you're not playing Celerity, it's like, whatever. The box isn't that crazy. So we actually do manage to survive this turn, which was all I was really aiming for, because they are low enough where I feel like I should be able to get over this Dark Sorcerer and win, but it's just not getting me there. Did I go through all my bosses? I guess so. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that was all of them. So unfortunately, my best is a Kanan here. And that's only 600. They're gonna survive with just barely enough life to finish me off. So Stan has called me out. I am eating the bagel plain, because I didn't want to spend like 5 minutes acting making a bagel, in the middle of a stream. But it is a flavored bagel, and I do have some salmon, which I will eat after the bagel. So it's like having a bagel with lox, just separated. Yeah, I had seen Renegade's version of the deck, and that's actually what reminded me to put in the Rice Terror Secure. Right, we're up against a Roman. What are the odds they're actually playing Psychics? Oh, and that is a good point. You might want a second Ancient Arise Dragon if you're an aggro player. Anyway, we draw a billion boss monsters. Obviously we need to go here and ditch the Tough Striker. The good news is that this board doesn't lose to a Prima Guitarna. But the wise bet of doing what we do, we're just gonna go ahead and scoop it up. Best deck is currently Ultimate Flag. I do think the machine deck is pretty strong. I was bullied into putting it into B tier instead of A tier on the RDL tier list server, but I do think it does deserve to be up there with Resonance and Aggro. Yeah, oh, okay, so I have not seen Rebel Beetles before, but I do like the idea of Growl in a Beetle deck, since you can tribute summon and then buff something and then tribute it off for a Growl, or even for Heavy Metal, if you use Tribute Boost, that seems pretty good. Alright, this hand should be a lot more playable. So I do think we bring out the Summon Skull. And I guess we do just go for a clear. There's an argument here for just setting the Kanon. Because if they have their own 1400s, we are kind of just going to run into them. With the Rice Terrace. I can already feel it in my bones. Let's go here. Oh, they started with the 400. And yeah, there we go. We ran into the 1200 attack point monster, or defense point monster, with our 1200. So after seeing that Sword and Shield, I thought we were doomed, but that worked out way better than I thought it would. Okay, so Light Sorcerer doesn't really do anything, so we can easily get rid of it from the hand. Let's go ahead and die on Keto. Then the next thought is that Fashion of Faith has less attack than Rice Terrace, so we probably get rid of it too. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to activate the skill this turn. But we will go ahead and set this up. Bring out a full field, and do we heal? I think so. Let's go ahead, drop that, and then my opponent does actually have the Aqua Engine, so there's a good shot of this being a 1400 defense point monster. So I'm swinging in with the Tough Striker to avoid any potential future issues. It's actually just a Pocket Pikachu. So that kind of sucks. We're losing our boss monster and not getting in for a ton of damage at all. Let's go ahead and pass. So we've played against a few spellcaster decks today, but I haven't been like super impressed with them. Even with but to be fair, a lot of those are probably like a free-to-play friendly version. Alright, so let's go through their back row. See what they got. Let them barrier me if they have it. And I'm really surprised they wouldn't just go for barrier on the Torna play. That saves them the whole direct attack. Like, what are they thinking? They clearly should have used this beforehand. As Rhina says, time to get 3 copies of the Spellcaster deck. But I have a feeling it looks better on paper than in reality. So the thing is, even if you're not playing spellcasters, the Light Sorcerer of Sanctity is an incredible boost to the Beast aggro deck, which is already like the best deck. And by taking out Thunder the Thunder and putting in a basically strictly better version that also stacks with itself, you're becoming very, very good. Okay, so now I get to try to figure out how to open this package of salmon. Well, my opponent apparently had a Seahorse Carrier plus Pocket Pikachu turn, while I wasn't looking. And it's going to completely blow through my board. Ace Breaker's effect naturally going off. Oh, maybe here is, I found a little part to tear. So I get some fishy goodness to go with the bagel. I don't think that heavy metal is worth it at all. They could have just brought out a couple of gazelles to go with the Ace Breaker and been fine. Like, there was really no point for this. That said, we are gonna win the game now. We actually do not need to use the boss monster to get over this. We're gonna use Rice Terrace because it guarantees the win. No matter what kind of wacky face down card they have, there's no way they can stop 2 attacks. So let's just buff these up and head into the battle phase. Swing in with 1. Like, even a Phantom Bind can't stop us. Widespread Moon, not good enough. Barrier does literally nothing. And let's finish it. Not gonna lie, we've been on a very big loss streak, but we've managed to turn it around. Oh, and by the way, I see, I think now is a good time on Twitch that we're going to end that stream. If you're still in the Twitch stream, feel free to join me over on YouTube. But we're done with the Twitch part for tonight. I think I've decided I'm gonna try to switch over, well, I noticed there weren't really that many people left on the Twitch side of it, and I am trying to hit affiliate. I think I've changed my mind on it. Since I have the YouTube as an option anyway for people with ad blockers. So when it gets super late, I'm gonna just do YouTube by itself. Anyway, finishing up my salmon here. And we can focus on the actual Yu-Gi-Oh now. Though I probably should put that back in the fridge so it doesn't go bad. So it'll be like just a 30-second AFK. Well, maybe I'll do it during the opponent's turn. And they are up first, so I'll be back for my turn. Okay, so there's a single Dark Magician Girl on the field, and this is actually a pretty good board. Let's go with this first, and we're gonna save the Seahorse Carrier based on what we draw. Basically, if we can just leave it in our hand, that's good. And if we draw another boss monster, that's even better. 2 Fashion of Faith is a fantastic draw. Yeah, I definitely want to bring it out here. We'll go with the 2 bosses, and then we'll save Seahorse Carrier for later. Swinging for 2k, and I'm good with this. There's an argument for not even summoning the Tough Striker, just leaving the 2 Fashion of Faith on board, and clearing all 3 monsters, because we have the Seahorse Carrier plus level 7 for next turn. But I kind of like establishing this board since without a Sanctity, a Magician Shovel deck is going to have a lot of 2500s. Oh, but it's actually a 7's Road Witch, which is an issue for us. 7's Axel Road, I've been baited on what kind of deck this was by the Dark Magician Girl. As now they have 2 monsters very easily capable of clearing my board. I was completely baited. What am I going to do with my expiring gems? That is a very good question. The card trader upgrades are going away, and I never had enough gold for it. And then I guess there's really like no other option but to go find some rush, or to find some speed content to go invest in. Okay, this is a pretty good board actually. Let's go with the Seahorse Carrier. Activate the effect. Grab Lamoon. Summon. And then we can tribute out. One, 2. Summon this. Then we could either use the Monster Reincarnation here to go in with another Lamoon that gets boosted by the skill. But I don't think it's worth it. I'd rather save the resource for next turn. I don't think we're very likely to die here. So as long as we survive the turn, this is the right play. Unless I missed lethal, in which case, whoopsies. But no, it looks like they had plenty of life points. The 700 boost from another Lamoon wouldn't have made the difference. I actually do have a Luna Light deck. I don't have very many of the cards from the pickup box, but I have one that's gotten me to like gold rank anyway. Just playing the cards that are from like the level ups and whatever that super old box was. Okay, so we're definitely gonna sorcerer here. Going for the debuff. Dion Keto. Shining City Knights boost both of these monsters above the threshold where they're able to clear Dark Magician. Summon this one. And then we don't need to use Reincarnation. We can just gain the 1,000 life points, activate our skill, and buff this up even further. Let's go ahead and swing with Tough Striker. Okay. Now, it looks like they might have a Recital. So unfortunately, we aren't winning the game here. Oh, wait a second. I missed Lethal. They only have 600 life points left. If I had boosted the Dion Keto, I would have been able to just win the game. I misread. Yes, Cantrip is correct. Judgment Force is the box I went into. Again, that was because I had a bunch of expiring gems, and Rush Duels hadn't come out yet. I started back in like August or October to like prepare for the release of Rush, but that meant I had to spend thousands of gems on other stuff. So unfortunately, I am getting punished big time for missing Lethal. I'm gonna go ahead and blame the fact that I am reading chat and everything. Kendrick says still playing on that for the Blue Eyes Synchro. Yeah, being half off definitely helps. Oh, so I'm actually losing the game now. Wait, no, not quite. Okay, so they didn't summon the Dark Magician, or they weren't able to bring out the they weren't able to bring out the Seven Sword Magician to end the game. Wait, because the Shiny Salmon had to go to the graveyard. Okay. I mean, this is scary, but it's not too bad. Let's just play it safe. We summon Grace Princess. Activate the effect. We ditch this, and we get another Keto. This is gonna let us summon out another boss monster. Then we can heal. And we can heal even more. We've already summoned a monster to trigger Disco Fever, so let's do that. Put this card face down and battle. This should be game. We see a Widespread Ruin, but this is still also over 1100. Or over 600. Yeah, so Robert, if it is an old enough box, they go on for half every few months. So if you're looking for speed decks, that's usually the right time to invest, is to pick something up that's in the 25 gem section. And we managed to take another win. Let's go ahead and see what the next opponent has in store. Oh, I can close my Twitch tab and go here. Okay. And we are against a Gakuto. First, Gavin, we have seen in quite some time. We are going second, but we do have a playable board. Tara says, any OTK strategy that can deal with an R-type back row is enough to teach King of Gate. I'm assuming that is for speed duels. I'm not super familiar with the format, but I would trust Tara's advice. I think they've been around the dueling scene longer than I have. So we're gonna go ahead and summon these ones to make the most aggressive push that we can. Disco Fever is gonna buff this one. And of course we do want to play around any 1400 defense point monsters, so we're going to swing in here. They have the Widespread Ruin, which is unfortunate. It was just a Seahorse carrier, so we missed out on a little bit of damage. But realistically, it's all the turn 1 White Spider Ruins that have really been causing us trouble. I do want to note we started with like an 8 or a 9-2 record, but then we did go on a really big loss streak. So it's probably not as crazy of a win rate as we think, due to that. Okay, we see a current of sparks, which is pretty interesting, but our Lamoon is surviving the turn, which means we have a good chance to make a comeback if we're able to find a boss monster. We do, but it's only a tough striker, so I'm not really convinced that's going to be good enough. Do I just set it? Or do I force them to play through, force another trap out and then take a bunch of damage and then try to win on the next turn? It's tough to say for sure. I'd rather wait until I can play around a curtain safely though. So I'm just gonna bring down my board and pass it over. Notably, without the field spell, this barrier also doesn't really do anything. Yeah, Plus Minus does say it is tough to know when exactly you're supposed to be pushing. Something like a Lamoon only having 1200 attack on the opponent's turn can be rough. Okay, and we do see the Hammer Crush here, so my barrier is getting destroyed anyway, which I am fine with. Though it does mean one of those 2 face downs was a bluff in the first place. They clear out my Tough Striker, and it goes over to me. Monster Reincarnation. 2700. Still not really what I'm looking for. I think... Oh wait, well we could put it down to 2100, which is good enough. Okay. So let's Light Sorcerer. Activate the effect. Debuff this. Activate the field spell. Reincarnation. We ditch you. Grab it back you. Because we need the boost from the field spell. Otherwise we'd still lose to a Current of Sparks, but now we're actually able to get over the Ancient Arise Dragon. Kanon not doing anything, so we're just gonna throw it face down in case they have a way to deal with us. Also, this plays around Phantom Bind, though it's not really a card I would be expecting them to have. Them getting rid of their Ruin earlier and then not being able to finish the game on the next turn is actually a little bit of an advantage for us, as we're able to play a little bit more in a comeback-oriented style. Unfortunately, they have the immediate debuff from a Light Sorcerer and the Hammer Crush too. That does put us in a little bit of danger, especially with a Magic Curtain. That's not quite lethal though. So we can at least get one more turn to try to turn this around. And there is a chance we bring out some Dion Ketos that are able to contest the board. Depending on what we draw. Okay. Activate Seahorse Carrier. We'll grab the 1400. Normal summon. Then the Boogie Master comes down next. Then Fashion of Faith is a tough one to decide on. I'd really like to draw the extra card, but leaving it around on the next turn is pretty threatening. Well, what if I go like this? I can Fashion of Faith, draw the card. Oh, and we get a Tough Striker, which is fantastic. Bring out the Rice Terrace, and then we could use the effect, but instead we're going to tribute these two. Bring out another 2500. And then we could just set the Kanon, or I could actually heal. So let's do that. Heal up and activate the effect of Disco Fever to gain additional attack points. Then we swing over you. No point in crashing. Want to keep our monster around for next turn for sure. And then how many Aquas do we have in the graveyard? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Which is, if it is a Phantom Bind, is actually going to be just enough to ruin our day. But Phantom Bind is an unpopular card, so I'm going for it. And it looks like our attack does go through. So they're down to just 500 life points. Okay, looks like I missed a couple of comments. I've been playing Duel since there was only one word in the game, the original DM world. So I actually was also playing at that time, but I stopped playing for a really long time. Oh no! With 3 2500 monsters on the board, they are able to end this game. What a shame. 500 life points remaining, but they managed to get it. I wonder if I was able to win that one. I don't know. There might have been a different way I could have played it out. But I'm just gonna say they drew all the outs, unlucky, etc. I'm up against a Roa, and I think this honestly might be the first Roa player we've seen all day. We have fought against a few aggro players, but they've all been on other stuff. This is a really interesting opening hand, and it makes me think summoning out the boss monsters is actually worth it. Let's go ahead and bring in the Dion Keto, draw an extra card. Basically, if we're getting out multiple 2500s, it's usually good. That said, we are fighting a Roa, so we are losing pretty hard to a heavy metal. I'm not going to gain the life points because I want to be able to summon a monster if they clear my board on their turn. A single heavy metal destroys this and then swings in for a huge amount of damage. So this is probably not the hand we wanted to see against a Roa. But once again, we do see Fashion of Faith drew us another level 8 monster. If we had just set these 3 and passed turn, we would have been in dire straits. Unfortunately, they do have the Silver Wolf. Oh, and it appears to be a Red Eyes variant. Okay. Let's see where they go from here. I was hoping initially that it was just going to be a, oh, it's rulers rather than rebels. I am very much okay with this. Our move, and that's a little bit awkward, but we can handle it. Seahorse Carrier activates the effect and adds back Kanan. Then we summon out Secure, get off a big tribute summon, 1, 2, and then we're going to be able to boost up after normal summoning in order to Disco Fever and clear Kime Ruler. We could theoretically use the Monster Reincarnation here, but I don't think we need to. Once again, I'm going to pass on gaining the life points because I would much rather have these resources for later. So Terra, there is the event Yoshio NPC who will use Beast Gears, and then there's also the standard duelist Yoshio who will play any of the standard world decks. So there is a plant like level 5 NPC, and Yoshio can get that. The same applies to Saburamen. Oh, and Red immediately concedes. We get a win under our belts and can keep on going. The new structure deck is very strong. I'm not sure it's necessarily overpowered on its own, like as a deck, but it's the ability to get these cards that I think would go in a bunch of other decks. Oh, Justin says back in the day in Duel Links, dragons were really popular. I think they still are popular, just not nearly as much. We have more variety. So with that, Buster Blader does lose some of its efficiency. So actually, speaking of that, So Buster Blader is a legend card. We might end up getting it at some point in the Duel Link's career. Okay, we see we're fighting another ruler player. Pretty interesting to see us go against two of them in a row. We kind of bricked on 8 billion high-level monsters, so we are going to be switching this to defense mode. I really do wish we had one more low level so I could use this Fashion of Faith effect. And then we would have been able to bring out 2 Dion Ketos instead. But, it is what it is. I probably want to keep one of my boss monsters, considering we've already gone through 2 of them. So let's just battle, swing over, and pass it over. Yeah, so, Resonance is still a top, 3 deck in the format. People just like using new cards. But yeah, don't think Resonance is bad because it's gone. It's just people are playing the new structure deck. They're playing with Disco Fever. They're playing with Acebreaker. 3 months of Resonance is probably enough for most people. So we are unfortunately taking a ton of damage here. But we do have our Dion Keto for the crack back. Let's see if it works out for us. It does not. We draw into another boss monster and a spell card. So, once again, we're just ending with a mediocre 1 boss board. And just like last time, I don't feel comfortable attacking, or I don't feel comfortable healing because we're running out of boss monsters so quickly. I'm just gonna swing into this, and if they have the widespread, it doesn't really matter what I chose. But we get in for 1800. The idea here is they can't Black Dragon trick me if I leave the red eyes on the board. Plus Minus says, the few times I've played Dragon, they are a force to be reckoned with, especially with the effect can dodge recital and more back row than ever to remove. I agree completely. Resonance, one of the best decks in the game. This is people talking about Duel Link's closing shop because of lack of content in the future. I doubt it. There are still a lot of speed duel cards, a lot of rush duel cards to be added to the game. Several years worth of content. Alright, so we did get floodgated. But I mean, I'm kind of fine with that. I could try to clear. Oh, I can triple that thunder. Is that gonna be worth it? I think so. I do want to try to draw into a vanilla monster. Yeah, exactly. Perfect. Okay, so Triple Threat Thunder actually only changes the original attack, so I have to target the red eyes. I was hoping to reduce the Yami Ruler to 0, but it's not going to work out for me that way. Let's go ahead and activate our skill here for sure. We go 1 and 2. Then we're going to go ahead and discard the Tough Striker. Don't need that in our hand. And then we can battle, and I'm going to go for the red eyes. I could go for the 2900. Oh, maybe I should have... Well, if they have widespread, they have widespread, and I can't clear the Yami Ruler either way. Oh, that is a rough one. Okay. They had the perfect trap to stop me. That's really unfortunate. But yeah, their Yami Ruler stays on board. Let's see what happens. And here comes the immediate Black Dragon Rising, as expected. So my board is going down. I'm taking a ton of damage. Maybe I should have just cleared the Yami Ruler anyway. Probably a little bit stressed and misplaying because of it. Like, at the same time, this was an awkward hand, but good players are able to win with these slightly awkward variations. But we see a triple boss monster board. And we are going down. Got a little reckless, huh? Let's just go ahead and queue for another duel. Bum 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 ba ba da bum. We're going to play as Ray. Yeah, I wonder if they will add anything for like the OCG Structures manga or like a Dual Spirits world. But I don't think I actually even need a new world every year. We have so many worlds in the game. You could easily do a September celebration where you add like a new character to every single world, and that would be a hugely popular, successful event. Like, you don't need a new world every September. That's just what they've been doing. Like, we're currently at the point where like GX didn't get a character at all in 2023, and I think some other world was skipped over in 2022, either DM or Dark Side of Dimensions, something like that. So if you're at a point where you're not actually doing this for every world, even once a year, that probably feels bad. So having a big event where you make sure everybody gets one would be a good plan. Random idea. Any idea what games may have inspired Rush Duels? That's a good question. So there are, I think there's this one game called Yu-Gi-Oh! That may have had a little bit of inspiration for Rush Duels. Other than that, the lack of searching from deck to hand is actually something that's been picking up steam a lot in modern card game design, because it allows you to make it easier for new players to learn how to play the game. So for example, Digimon is a great example, because sorry, I'm trying to think through this turn and explain it at the same time. So Digimon does a thing where all of the cards, there aren't searchers. Everything is like an excavate 4 cards and then put stuff on the bottom of the deck. The Rush Duel team didn't fully commit to that idea, but by removing searching from the game, there is a lot less shuffling going on, which is really nice, especially for a game targeted towards kids. Anyway, we're playing around Severing Psychic Wall. I'm getting in for like 4,000 damage. So this is a great start against Psychics. As always, the deck kind of doesn't do anything. They are low enough now to Hangry Draw, and with 1,600 life points, they are actually able to do a perfect Roman pick plus Primogen Horn turn and survive with 100 life. Oh, so Justin says it was 5Ds that didn't get a new character. Yeah, there are also definitely more card games that let you draw a new hand every turn, but I can't name a ton of them. But I think they did a really good job with Rush Duels. It's a very fun game. Of course, the game has been going on for like 4 years now, so there's been a lot of power creep since the original sets. I'm usually always a bigger fan of the basics, like just the initial showings of a card game, because it really like gets down to the bones of what the systems are. And then new decks and stuff come out, and it's almost always like about cheating the mechanics and rules that you've set up for the system, which is always a little bit disappointing, of course. I'll go ahead and send Roman the thumbs up and head on to the next game. So, for example, original Rush Duels, you draw to 5 every turn, and just like in Duel Links, those resources are really important. Cards like Seahorse Carrier are very strong. Sports Dragons, Currybot, etc. But then you get cards like Dark Sword Magician a couple years later, and now you're able to throw all of those notions of card advantage out the window, because your 2500 boss monster is just summoning itself to the board. And that plays and then that means your low level monsters have to be doing a lot more to be viable themselves. So the cards are just getting crazier and crazier, as all card games do, unfortunately. But I know there are a lot of people who like, but also it's hard to say that the game is not in a better place than it was at the start. So if you look at the original formats, obviously Dragon Caster Tier 0 for a really long time. Whereas now there is some more meta variety. So the game has probably improved, but it's also a different game. I covered that a little bit even in my Heavy Metal Scheme box review. Every time you release a new set, and as you compound that, you're not playing the same game anymore. As the cards change in your decks, the rules of the game change too. For example, in the new player advice video, I make it a point to talk about not summoning your boss monsters on turn number 1. However, that applies because we were playing in a format with no spell trap removal, or no battle traps, except for Phantom Bind. If you're able to back up a Dark Sword Magician with Widespread Ruin and a Barrier, absolutely summon it on turn 1. Here, it was a misplay. Definitely not the right... Well, actually, if they only had 2 monsters, if they had 3 level 7s, they needed to summon it anyway. But they are getting lucky. I do not have the out here. So I just have to set 4 and pass. We have Reincarnation, which doesn't really do anything. And obviously, even if this was a Triple Thunder, I wasn't going to splurge it with a Grace Princess Kana on the board. So they reveal Mr. Shuffle. Hubbard says Speed has a much larger learning curve. Yeah, there are also just so many more cards. If you want to play Duel Links, there are like 210-ish cards in the Rush format. And there are still, 20 decks or so. But a lot of decks are going to be running these vanilla monsters. And a lot of the times, it's the Grace Princess Kana, Gazelle. It's the same normal monsters. So it's really easy to pick up and learn the game. Alright, show me some more low levels, a Dion Keto, and we'll be happy here. We are not happy here. Though, maybe, this is actually fine. Okay, so let's see Horse Carrier. Grab the 1200 for sure. Then we need to La Moon. Vice Terrace. And then we ditch the Torna. And we can change the battle position of the boss monsters so that we actually get rid of them. I actually cleared this one already from the 700 boost, so no need to buff that one. We will Shiny City Knights. And then... Oh, this actually doesn't clear. 700, okay. Then Reincarnation, ditch you. Grab a Torna. Activate our skill. Disco Fever is gonna buff up the 2 monsters. I probably should have just set and pass again, but I wanted to play the game. And I'm having fun with it. Okay. Oh! I actually don't clear. Because I have to clear this way. So that was definitely a big mistake. I shouldn't have activated the field spell. Oh, but if I did, then I wouldn't have been able to clear it. Yeah, so setting and passing, definitely the right play. Not to mention I'm leaving the board with a Seahorse Carrier. My play has definitely gotten sloppier as the stream goes on. Interestingly, they are popping this, weakening their Nessus to weaken 2 of my monsters. Seems like a fair play. Our board getting cleared, and we are taking a couple thousand damage. Ultimately, still not as bad as I thought it would have been. And it did force him to play down some resources. Okay, we finally managed to find boss monsters. So we can clear the Sword Dawn Magician one more time. And if I was them, I probably would have saved the Magical Stream. Let's Disco Fever here for sure. And we force him to get to 2 boss monsters. And we haven't seen any other high levels, so we are going to go with the heal to prevent us from drawing too many high levels on the next turn. We just clear out the Sword Dawn Magician and pass. They've gone through 2 Sword Dawns and 1 DMG. So plenty of bosses left for them. Yeah, Cantrip says, didn't take nearly as much damage as we thought I would. It ended up working out pretty well. Okay, they are just switching to defense mode. So this is definitely our chance to turn the game around. Alright, let's see what Kachan at Nana's Benkyochu has in store for us. Presumably nothing. Just setting a monster and a card and more back row. Okay. Well, that makes sense. Let's see. We've already used our Torna and Monster Reincarnation. So there isn't a ton we can do here. We are gonna build up our board though, of course. Go for the Seahorse Carrier. Bring out the 2500. And then I want to keep the Fashion of Faith in hand. Because I need ways to get over these 2500 beaters when they inevitably summon them. So let's buff you up, and I also don't want to deck out. We're swinging in. I guess this is actually kind of vulnerable to like a Phantom Bind, but probably not really worth playing around. Alright, so we got in for the damage we could. Let's go ahead and pass the turn over and see what they draw. They definitely have something like a barrier face down, which is another reason I probably do need my Fashions of Faith. That said, they did use their Magical Stream earlier, so I don't think they're going to be able to clear both of my back row very easily. Let's see what they bring out. They definitely have 1 boss monster coming in. Oh, but Prima Gatarna is quite a good one. And definitely a bit unexpected. Magic Curtain is already a pretty heavy life point cost. And yeah, if that's their only monster, we kind of can start bullying them out of the game if they go ahead and concede. I'll go ahead and send Kachan a nice, and then we can go ahead and move on to the next round. So my super aggressive play, overextension, ended up working out for us because it got them to get through their boss monsters. Basically, the point was so that they couldn't just sit on like 6 or 7 cards in hand. And here comes another Yuga. Very awkward opener. We're going to need another level in order to continue playing the game. Okay, looks like they have a pretty weird one too, though. This is good enough. We can get in there. 1, 2, Dion Keto. We are gonna gain the life points. And of course, there could be a widespread ruin. No need to Disco Fever. It's just a no tribute set monster, and it's an Amigal. So this barrier is unfortunately going to be completely useless against a 3500 attack point monster. They immediately go for the Hammer Crush. They had 3 level 7s in hand. I'm kind of glad that they used the Hammer Crush. Got rid of one of their monsters, kind of just denying a little bit of resources. Thunder the Thunder, Amigal. Oh, 3 low levels. Definitely was not expecting that. But here comes an Acebreaker. So we take 2500. And if we don't clear the Acebreaker next turn, we're in a little bit of trouble. Let's see what we draw. Alright, just barely good enough to keep playing. Let's bring out this and this, plus Dion Kiddo the Boogie Master. 1, 2. I could use the Shining City Knights, but in this matchup, it does literally nothing. So we're gonna go ahead and heal instead. Throw down a face down. Battle, clear the Acebreaker. So we are a little bit vulnerable here to Acebreaker number 2 coming in and using its monster effect. But we should be surviving the turn, unless they get a very good draw. Alright, here comes Monster Reincarnation for Acebreaker number 1, part 2. Ultimate Bond, of course, a great choice. So then they bring out Ameagle. Oh, and they have the Hammer Crush as well. Perfect hand to clear my board. But it's only 1,000 damage, and they're being left with a lone monster. So, was that a good hand or a middling one? It all depends on what I draw on my next turn. As if I clear this Acebreaker, they don't really have anything to stop me. So let's start with the Seahorse Carrier for sure. Activate the effect. Might as well grab the Grace Princess. Summon it out. And then obviously we need to grab one of our Dion Kiddos back. So let's go ahead and do that. Monster Reincarnation. I think we can get rid of a Vice Terrace here for Boogie Master. Summon. Bring out Vice Terrace, and then I am actually going to bring out the Seahorse Carrier, even though it's a little bit awkward to leave a 700 attack point monster on the board. I want to push in when I have an open board and an opportunity to do so. We Disco Fever, bump this up, and heal. Since we're healing so much life points, we don't get punished as much. That said, having the Advantage Engine ready in hand is probably the stronger play than being super aggressive and pushing for this 700 damage. So, pretty good chance we get punished in the very near future. But let's go ahead and see what happens. The thought process is that it does take them the normal amount of resources to actually kind of clear through the Dion Kiddo, but they might have the Barrel Dragon here. They're pausing after the 2 set, but it's a tough striker, which implies to me that they are out of Ameagles. 1, 2, 3, as expected, which means they actually can't clear the Dion Kiddo anymore. And here comes the high rolling. Fashion of Faith, easy choice. Torn of the Windweaver seems good. Let's go ahead and activate the effect. Toss a card. Then summon this out. And then I think I do want to change it to defense mode. It just feels right to me. Alright, and then we clear 4 game. Their deck was running a lot of spell cards, I think. I noticed like all of my attacks were basically fine previously. So I didn't feel super threatened. And figured if not going for game, this was still a good plan. But if they did have the Widespread Ruin, it would have been better for it to be in defense mode so I could clear with the Summon Skull instead of trading. Was basically the thought process. Let's go in to the next round. See what they have ready for us. We do have another win streak going. 3 games here. And we are up first. I guess we just want a low level. And we get it. Let's go 1, 2, 3, and a set here. We'll keep the Summon Skull for later, especially against a Luke player. Cards like Dragonic Slayer are 2300, so having a Summon Skull would give us a way to clear it. And here comes Gravity Fest Dragon, confirming they are on a Resonance deck. Worth noting, the inclusion of Lizard Soldier highly suggests that they are running a Dragonic Pressure combo variant, as there are enough other cards for the mid-range and more control-y strategies to not need to run an 1100 vanilla. We do brick a little bit here, unfortunately. Fashion of Faith comes down, and then we'll just bring out our 2 1 tribute monsters, keeping the Dion Keto for later. No reason to activate the field spell here, so let's just battle. Definitely remove the resonance trigger. And then I'll just go in for the damage. 1400 becomes 1900, so after resonance boost, it doesn't actually matter. It's able to clear my monster, and Lesser Dragon would have been able to do it too. If it was a Lizard Soldier, who would have been at 1600 after the boost, I would have gone ahead and cleared the Winged Dragon. Okay, so they are Phoenix Dragoning for a Gravity Fest, which makes me think that their hand might be a little bit weak. But with a Twin-Edged Dragon coming down, I am no longer thinking that. I will be taking a lot of damage. So Gravity Fest Dragon needs to debuff the Summon Skull. And then they are able to clear, and then swing in for 2k. So it's 2,200, 2,500. But I mean, this isn't the strongest end board. Though actually establishing enough stuff to get over it is proving difficult. We just have not been able to get there with our monsters. Never enough low levels. I guess I will heal. But with a Twin-Edged Dragon surviving on board, I don't see me winning this. Our barrier can theoretically win against a Dragonic Slayer push in here, but they'd have to choose to destroy the Shining City Knights when there's no reason to. Gravity Fest does reduce us to 2,000, so if their board is Gravity Fest Dragon pass again, then we're still fine. But that just seems really unlikely. Any other boss monster coming down, and we're in a lot of trouble. And they are thinking they're not in the battle phase, so they do have another one. Or are they just using Twin Edge? And if this is the case, we are actually okay, because we can barrier here, and now they can't clear us, and we win the game. The game is over. I'll send them the nice. They went for it, but they weren't able to do it. Shining City Knights actually won us that game. But it's also a game against Resonance. We won without seeing a single Slayer in the top half of the deck. So we can't really be like super confident about putting in work in the future. Alright, so we are up first, but I'm just gonna set everything to kind of go for a potential 2 tribute monster on the next turn. Torn of the Windweaver is a tribute monster, but it's not really worth keeping around. Against Aroa, they do actually probably have a higher chance than most of being on a 0 defense boss monster, but we can also just clear them with Disco Fever anyway. So they set 5 and pass, but we draw nothing. That's incredibly frustrating. But it's not the worst. We can discard a Kana to flip up a card and maybe get in for a little bit of damage. We see a Bubbly Elf, which is really rare. I think we are going to go for pushing. We don't want to give them 7 monsters to work with next turn, so we are just going to swing in and see what we get. They have a barrier face down. This could be a Kana, but it is not. It's 3 Aqua monsters. They are heavy on the Aqua engine. Or maybe they just really hate 1400 defenders. Hammer Crush Deal. Okay, so it's an aggro deck. And we have to remember they do have a barrier face down. Alright, they have the 50-50 on Hammer Crush. People have been getting it right a lot, but I didn't really have a choice here. Barrier was drawn turn 1, I think. Yeah, it was. Okay. So far this is actually not that great of a board. I can go ahead and barrier this. Shuffle away my Kana. Get in for 200 damage. Then take 100 damage. And we can start flipping stuff over. Oh, and we finally draw the boss monsters, which is fantastic. Tough Striker goes in for sure. 1, 2. Then Kanan. And a Summon Skull. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able... Oh. So we could actually be more aggressive by removing Torna from the field to get a 2100 attacker this turn. Which actually plays around the barrier. But then we lose our Torna if they set and pass again. So in the end, I am going to go with this. It's a little bit safer. And if they have the widespread, they have the widespread. But it looks like we are getting in, and they are very low. So the extra 400 damage wouldn't have really made a difference here. So let's see what Snow Rider does. We do know that they have been desperately looking for a low-level monster. 2 Curry Bots and a Seahorse Carrier, at least 3 advantage generators left in their deck. But what will they actually bring out? There's a good chance they draw into a ton of high levels on any given turn at this point. Shield and Sword, not too devastating because we have at least some defense points on everything. It makes it look like a normal looking board. We see the Currybot into a Primogatarna. That would be a lot more threatening if they had more life points. Currently not able to use the effect. No Arakan refrains. Bum 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 bum. Bum ba 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 bum ba ba dum. Bum ba ba da bum 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 ba bum. Okay, so Primogatarna, Kanan, they are going to bring out another tribute monster. Looks like they have the Summon Skull, and another back row. So we haven't seen the Widespread Ruin yet, and I think that's pretty likely to be the new set card. For better or worse. Let's draw for turn. Interestingly, Monster Reincarnation. But we have been struggling to find our own boss monsters. So let's think this through. I want to get Tough Striker. So let's Seahorse Carrier. Activate the effect. Summon out Kana. Reincarnate. Ditch this. Grab ourselves a 2500. One, two. Then, Torna will ditch this, and set here. And basically this play is going to let us clear the Prima Guitarna without running into the barrier. Can I make a room point? Yeah, I don't mind doing some viewer battles. I will still be playing Aqua for the night. That is the theme of the stream. But I don't mind taking a break from ranked after this one and fighting some viewers. Let's see what Snow Rider has in store. Seahorse Carrier, they are going in for something. But what will it be? I guess Dragius would be pretty threatening here. Yeah, it is Dragius, which is another reason I did not want to leave Shining City Knights on the field. So they can go crash, 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 1400 direct. Pretty threatening. Oh, 2 Dragius? That's even better. Am I dead here? I wonder. I think it's actually just under 4K, if I'm doing the math right, which I may not be. Yeah, I am not, because it's 4,000 plus the Torna clear. Unfortunately, I think they got me. Just a little bit, one awkward hand leads to them getting a double Dragius. Still, they did have to draw a pretty good combination of cards to make that work, so I can't get too mad. So someone asked to do a point room. I'll go ahead and make that, and then clear out my level 37 Mimi, and then join the room afterwards. So let's go ahead and create room. It'll be Rush Duels, of course. People can play whatever. Recruit members, no need. Confirm. Check room. Then I go over to room info, change up the ID. 923069. Click OK. Turn that on. So anyone who wants to join is free. Oh wait, actually I need to make it a bigger room. So 1 second. In case more people than 5 want to join. I don't think we've ever really had a duel room get super huge, but no reason not to have the space. Let's go there, do it again. Confirm. Check room one more time. And different room ID, here we go. 48736. You know what? I think those are normally 6 digits, so getting a 5-digit room code is really cool. So anyone who wants to join the room, feel free to do so. We're gonna take a moment to clear out the event boss and some standard duelists, and then I'll play some Disco Fever against whatever decks you all have cooked up. Alright, so obviously Event Mimi, not going to be a very challenging opponent. And we actually high roll a Fashion of Faith turn 1 with the boss. So here we go. Fashion of Faith draws a card, and if we get a low level, we get more bosses. So let's definitely bring out the Tough Striker, and then Disco Fever the Dianketo to 3,800. Thanks to the opponent's field spell, boosting our monsters as well. clear out the Guardian Mermaid and the La Moon. Pass turn. And Mimi should be going down next turn. We can just set up the auto duel for the rest of this. Tiana Kiddo buffs them up. Oh, actually pretty interesting. But we have a Fashion of Faith, so we're all good here. They actually somehow managed to survive. So I should have actually manually brought out this Dion Kiddo to summon the second Fashion of Faith and finish the game. Which is funny to think about. I really thought the auto duel had it in the bag. Probably still faster to just let it go through the extra turn, though. So, whatever. Once someone's joined the duel room, let me know so I can go in and fight you. Looking forward to it. Bum, bum, ba, ba, bum. Now we gotta remember, always beat your children. I support beating children in video games. Yeah, that's the problem with parents these days. They're just afraid to beat their children. Sometimes the kids are getting a little cocky. You need to put them in their place. In the video games, of course. It'll feel like a more accomplished win when the kid finally does learn how to play and beat you. Don't treat them like they don't have brains just because they're young. Kids are pretty good at video games. And they have way more free time to get better than the adults. Justin says the auto duel is really dumb, and I have to agree with that one. They make repeated, very questionable decisions, and they also aren't able to activate skills, which is actually a pretty big deal, as a deck like this, Disco Fever, relies on going into these big 700 attack point boosts to finish the game quicker. Oh, welcome, Kenny, and I'm glad that I've been able to help with the deck profiles. What kind of decks are your favorite, out of curiosity? Right, so I do see someone has joined the room, but they aren't queued up. So I guess I'll go do one more auto duel while we wait. And if no one sends a message or anything, I guess we can always just go back into the ranked room if we need to. Bum, ba, ba, bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. While it's doing this, I guess I should go check if there are any YouTube comments or anything to respond to on my videos. Doesn't look like it. It took me a while, actually. My most recent video about the update did a lot better than I expected. But okay, so we're done with this round. Let's see if we get anything new and interesting. Oh, but we're also fighting another Overcrusher. So I guess one more auto duel still going. This one does cap out with a 2200 boss monster. So as long as we're able to get like a single tough striker on board, we should be fine to let the auto duel do its thing. Okay, perfect. Only way we could have made this a better hand is with a Fashion of Faith. Let's see if it goes for the discard. It actually summons the tough striker instead of the Dion Kiddo. Very funny. Never trust the auto duel to do anything. They don't even summon another boss monster here. come on. Auto Duel. What are you doing? Oh, we see the Beaver Warrior with its 1500 defense. Alright, we finally get out another boss monster. When we don't even need to. All we needed to do was attack and we won the game. And Beast Gears. Yeah, I've been having fun with the Beast. Oh, we actually somehow did not get the 8,000 points, even with a 5,000 bonus. I'm gonna blame the auto duel for that, for sure. Anyway, let's head into the duel room. Alright, and it looks like a couple of people have joined, but they're already fighting each other. So I'll just wait here. And whenever anyone is ready, feel free to just hop on over into my... Oh, looks like they actually were not fighting. So here comes our first match against Hassan. Bum 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 bum. Alright, so we have a really interesting opening hand. If we are able to find a third low level monster, we're in a really good spot. Yeah, I wish the Beast Gear deck was a little bit better. I think the tribute set was over here, but I don't actually know for sure. Okay, monster reincarnation. Not exactly what I was hoping for, but it does actually work. I can use it to draw an extra card and maybe get a normal looking board out of it. So that's just monster reincarnation. Ditch Tough Striker for Fashion of Faith. We could have also just set the monster reincarnation and ended on a single monster board, but I wasn't super jazzed about that concept. We unfortunately draw another boss monster. Not looking great. Oh, it was a harpy lady. What's this one? Probably like a falcon. Yeah. Thinking it through, I shouldn't have attacked into this. But yeah, just a little bit of an awkward opener. Any deck, drawing 3 level 7 monsters out of 6 cards is probably not in for a great time. Unless, of course, you're playing down a bunch of Dark Sword Magicians for free. Bum, 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 bum. Wait, it says 2 days. Oh, it's been just wait, really? Yeah, that's what I thought. I guess it's counting the time it was uploaded but not published. That's really interesting. Anyway, we see a Max Raider coming down, and I am going to be eating a Blue Falcon formation in the very near future. We also see a Babysitter Goat going into the graveyard, setting up a potential King's Majesty for later. Bum 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 bum. I don't know what they are thinking about exactly. They should be able to have a full board clear pretty easily here. Unless I misremembered how the skill works. Anyway. They finally go ahead and activate the formation and switch to attack mode. Bum 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 bum. Alright, they enter the battle phase and are saving whatever they have for later. I wonder if it's another high level monster and they were thinking so long about whether or not to summon it. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, anyway, we were talking about the upcoming Beast Gear cards, and I agree they need to release, at the very minimum, that field spell. Unfortunately, this is another awkward hand. I could use the Light Sorcerer to debuff, but I'm not really seeing a reason to. I'm just gonna go ahead, heal up with Dion Kiddo, the Boogie Master, throw down the field spell, and clear that Max Raider. Interestingly, the Blue Falcon formation is an 800 debuff, so a Blue Falcon Tengu actually is not enough. With 2700 attack, I will be at 1900. So they need another Max Raider or other 2 tribute monster in order to clear my board here. But if they do draw it, I probably just lose. Alright, Hassan is on waiting for response, may have just disconnected. And I guess that is it for game number 1. I know there was someone else in the room, so I'll go ahead and send them a challenge as well. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so let's see what Nemesis has brought. With Yuga, it could be quite a few different decks. So we're gonna go ahead and see what it is. Could be machines, spellcasters, the other spellcasters, 36 cards. Very interesting. Could be some kind of stall deck. We're just gonna go ahead and set some cards face down and pass, saving the rest for next turn. Having access to our skill and a boss monster puts us in a decent spot to deal with whatever it is they summon. Mystic Dealer is activating the effect, ditching a Doriado, so it looks like it is probably going to be some kind of pure-ish spellcaster deck. Bum, 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 ba, da, ba, da, bum. And they are setting a bunch of cards. A lone Mystic Dealer is probably not that great. Giving us a ton of resources to build our next board. I mean, I think we just go here. Throw out a couple of 1400s, buff them up with a skill. Heal, and go into the next turn. Obviously we can enter the battle phase, and we should be in position to be dealing quite a bit of direct damage. I don't see a reason not to spread the buff, especially if they have a widespread ruin. Having two 2100s is way better than not. So we don't see any triggers, implying that these set cards are going to be Magic Curtain, Magical Streams, etc. Maybe a Recovery Force. 3 Force sounds like a ton. I was playing a 2 Force Beast Gear deck and was drawing it too much. I feel like it definitely did not do enough to warrant 3 copies. Okay, here comes a Shield and Sword. Really, putting me in a bind. All of my low-level monsters have 0 attack, so, it is a huge potential punish. But it looks like they didn't draw a ton of, playable cards here. So, as long as I draw a boss monster. Okay, let's go with Kana. Tribute 1, 2. Then Fashion of Faith is going to draw me another card. But I mean, there's not really even anything I need. I already have the field spell. And I can just ditch the other Fashion of Faith, to be completely honest. Activate the skill, and we're going to have multiple monsters able to clear that 2000 threshold. Obviously we attack with the Dion Kiddo first. Interestingly, if it was exactly Widespread Ruin, they would have had 100 life points remaining. But, unfortunately they were unable to do so, and we pick up another win with Mimi. Now, I do think there were 4 people in the room. Oh, so here's another player. We'll go in again. Hassan says, sorry, the internet is weak and can't play. No problem. Thank you for the attempt. It's all good. Bum, 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 ba, ba, da, ba, 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 bum. Alright, so opening hand, not ideal for going second. Any hand with multiple spell trap cards is always a bit of a failure. Oh, congrats on hitting King of Games. What deck did you use? Always nice to see someone else finally make it. Just in time too. Just like a week left in the ladder format. Alright, so we do have the ability to summon our boss. So, I mean, I think we might as well. 1, 2, throw down some spell and trap cards. And obviously if it's widespread ruin, it's just kind of a bad deal. But, okay, so if this is a Magician Shuffle deck, we might actually be in an okay spot. If this is Seven's Axel Road, we are probably going to be blowing up really fast. We can deal with 1 boss monster, but probably not like 3 of them, is more or less what I'm trying to say. And of course, if they have the good old Light Sorcerer of Sanctity from the new structure deck, that is also an issue. So we do indeed see a 7's Axel Road, 2400, not quite enough, but of course they are going to use the effect to bring out a 7's Road Magician. And now they have Dark and Fire in the graveyard to boost 7's Road Magician up to 2700, and if they get a mill, they'll be at 3000. And it's pretty unlikely for them to whip the mill, so given so few attributes currently in the deck. But they somehow did, which is good for our lifespan. Significantly cuts off the amount of damage that we're taking. We absolutely need to use the barrier here. Let's shuffle away the 1400. But we are taking 1500 or so. And they did set a card right at the start of the turn, so they could have a widespread ruin now that they didn't have beforehand. Let's see what we draw. Sure. Let's go 1, 2, that's 8. We'd want a level 2 to round things out, but we don't have it. So instead we're just gonna set some cards face down. No, we need to summon it to use the triple threat. Okay, so Fashion of Faith comes out, and that allows us to trigger Triple Threat Thunder to reduce 7's Road Magician down to 0. Otherwise, we were running into an issue where our Kanans would be forced to trade, which is not a winning formula. This one's going over here so it can actually clear a Fire Golem. Let's start by going in for the 18. They might have a recital though. I guess I should have gone that way, and then the recital could have blocked this. I probably could have dealt a little bit more damage if I had played my cards a little bit differently. That said, I did get in for a solid chunk, and I am happy with it. It's only like 300 damage. We see another recovery force, so they are going to be getting a 6-card hand, and it is turn number 5, so they have the ability to search out a 7's Road Magician if they draw any of their level 6 monsters. And with all of the witches back in deck, we have to worry about some pretty big potential fields. Mystic Dealer helping them cycle to even more optimal end states. We see the Magic Juggler going down, which is actually kind of interesting. That's one of the better fodder monsters. So it feels like they must have enough low levels to bring out whatever it is they're looking for. For example, like, yeah, the Strange Cat would have made way more sense to discard than the Magic Juggler. But I guess it doesn't matter in the end if this is what you're going for. Oh, and they actually pass turn to play around the potential of my big ol' widespread ruin. They're probably stream sniping. To be completely honest. Let's go ahead and bring this out. Torn of the Windweaver is up next. Activate the effect. Gonna go ahead and rotate this. Activate the skill, and now all three of our monsters are able to safely clear the opponent. I do want to play around Curtain of Sparks if I can, so Torna is going to be the last one to go for the attack. Recital, sure. We clear and we get in. Looking pretty good. We still have our own Widespread Ruin, and if they had a magical stream, they absolutely would have used it on the previous turn to get in for some damage. So it's pretty interesting. I think they'd need a really strong hand in order to out this. That said, a Dark Sword Magician plus Witch plus 7 Sword Magician is a very strong hand. We see a Magic Juggler, another Light Spellcaster that could be used for a debuff with Light Sorcerer of Sanctity. 7's Axel Road coming down. And here comes the effect. They don't even need to use the search. I hope you're able to get the Barrel Dragon bundle sooner rather than later. Hold on, is this thing not working? Okay. My camera tracker. I apparently moved a little bit too far to the side. So it was doing a real rough job. Let's see what they're going for. Obviously, we're gonna pop the Widespread Ruin this time. They're dealing just 300 damage. So, some Dion Ketos, and we can call this one a rat. Let's go with the Grace Princess Kana. Bring in our Boogie Master. Definitely need to Fashion of Faith. Get an extra card. Interesting. Monster Reincarnation is quite strong. I could bring out a second Boogie Master. I mean, that's pretty tempting. Though I feel like saving the card might have been the better play. After that, let's go ahead buff this one up and see what we get. Okay, 1600. Oh, I actually could have gone with lethal if I buffed this one. That said, no extra recital means this is game. And that is another win for the Disco Fever. I think I fought everyone who's in the room. Oh, and we see some new players joining the room. Good luck to Red Fire. I don't recognize necessarily all of these names from the chat. So if your in-game name is different from your YouTube name, feel free to just let me know so I know who I'm playing against. Robert says, Mr. Resident Network, I'll check if you're still playing on your break. Yeah, well, Robert, when is your break? If you let me know how long, then I can let you know if I'll still be streaming or not. Okay, so what's our hand looking like? We have a Tough Striker plus a Recursion. If we actually draw another boss monster, it would be a perfect opening hand. Show me the Dion Keto. Oh, and they actually have a Pock Pikachu set up for the future. But with a Dragius and one back row, I'm guessing they don't have another Pock Pikachu in hand. Oh, so that not me was I am me and not me. That makes sense. So, I think I need to debuff this Dragius. But I mean, any trap card and red fire is absolutely going to tear through me. Okay, I should be able to stream for another hour easily. Do I go for the Seahorse Carrier or not? That is a good question. I think I'll play this down the middle. Obviously, any trap card, and I am in a ton of trouble because I have a Tough Striker instead of one that's actually able to clear this. But we actually get in. The face down was a bluff, and we are able to play the game. Instead of, if we lost to a barrier there, we would have gone down to 2100, Dragius would have cleared my board, and I would have been taking a huge amount of damage. Unfortunately, Shield and Sword is actually a pretty good buff for them as well. I'm losing 1200 attack on Lamoon and 900 on the Tough Striker. Oh, plus an additional 400 on the Tough Striker due to 2 copies of Silverwolf. Let's see what the Beast aggro deck is able to pull off. On the plus side, Pikachu has been consistently getting sent to the graveyard. Here comes Gazelle, and I'm expecting an Ancient Arise Dragon. The second Dragius is obviously much worse for us, and it is what they have. So we are now in grave danger. A Dragius plus Gazelle board is already super strong, and after the Shield and Sword, it's even worse for us. That is 3,800 damage from a single monster. Plus the Gazelle clears us out. So we're gonna need some interesting cards in order to come back from this. And that is not looking great. I mean, it works. Let's go ahead and Rice Terrace. We ditched the Tough Striker to switch this to defense. Then we summon Lamoon. Summon Torna. Then we just have to somehow hope that my opponent bricks hard enough that they're not able to kill us on the next turn. But boy, is that a tough thing to ask for. We're getting in for minuscule damage. I think with a good enough hand, we would have been in a pretty good spot. For example, a Dion Keto being able to cure us back up to 2,900 secures our life points significantly. But here comes Hammer Crush Deal to unbrick their hand and to destroy my card. Let's see what they go for. They might not, if they are stream sniping, they don't even have to use the Hammer Crush. And we see the Fire Golem, Bad Manners. Unless they have another Shield and Sword somehow, which doesn't sound right. Here comes Pikachu, which, like, come on, we already knew you had, like, it's very clearly a live card, but they have another Dragius, so this is all just flexing. Unfortunately, the triple Dragius is going to take us down. Nice work, Red Fire. If there's not anyone new, I'm down to do another, I'm down for the run back. But is there anyone else that has not yet had a chance? Oh, Zen Spiral, but we know that they are at work. Okay. So whoever wants to play another round, feel free to hop on in. Otherwise, we'll just go back into the ranked. But I'm fine either way. Looks like it's time for the run back. And I immediately disconnect. Hopefully it works out. I think this one, this challenge ended up failing. Red Fire, feel free to just hop into this one again. We'll try it one more time. Bum, ba, 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 bum. And we are going second. I mean, if we draw, actually, this hand is fantastic. Okay, I feel good about this one. Even though we're going second, I kind of like this hand more when we are going second. So as long as it's not any huge high rolls, we should be doing well. Remember that duelist pose before you duel. I mean, I've seen the characters' intros. Could you be more specific what you're talking about, though? Okay, so this one for sure. Then we bring out Summon Skull. Then we can Seahorse Carrier. And cycle our way into a second one. Drawing the second Tough Striker is rough. But we will deal with it. Swing in to the Gazelle. And get hit by the Widespread. That is fine. Oh, Game Grind is Red Fire. Welcome. So, Gazelle's now in the graveyard. Even if the set card's a Pakachu, they're not going to be able to use it because there's only the one beast. So I felt comfortable swinging into the Gazelle here. Obviously, if this was like another low-level monster, we would have had a clear board to work with. The Lonesome Skull, not ideal, but it does technically wall out a Dragius unless they have a Silver Wolf. But here, Dragius can come down and end the game basically on its own. Oh, we see Magical Stream implying this is a Dragon Caster deck. Let's check Dragon Dragius. Oh, is this the deck you got King of Games with just recently? Because it seems quite strong. Especially with boards like these happening so consistently. Though I guess the West Side Rune does put a lot of the... Wow. Okay, no, that's just an amazing board. And I am getting OTK'd. Even with what I thought was a pretty good opening hand. Oh, I survive with 300. Not sure how I'm making this comeback, though. Especially not like that. They have got it. 3 unsummonable cards. Sometimes the deck just does not want you to win. Bum, 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 bum. The Pakachu goes in for the bad manners. I will get them eventually. Bum bum ba da ba 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 bum ba 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 da bum. Whoever wants to play, feel free to hop in. Bum bum ba bum 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 bum. Bum ba 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 bum 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 ba bum. I'm down for game 3 if you want. Game grind. Otherwise, after a minute or two, I will head back to ranked if no one has hopped into the room. Yeah, those were some pretty wild games. Getting those boards was quite impressive. Bum, ba, 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 dum, ba, 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 bum, 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 ba, 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 dum. Bum, 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 bum. I guess we can go back to ranked. I'll leave the room open, so if anyone wants to play, feel free to join the room and just let me know that you're doing it. And I will head back after whatever ranked game I am in. Bum, 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 ba, 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 da, bum, bum. Okay, this is actually a pretty good opening hand. As long as my opponent doesn't draw exactly the widespread ruin. Let's go with Fashion of Faith. Draw a card. Sure. Disco Fever definitely boosting up this one to avoid any shenanigans. But again, Widespread Ruin would be pretty rough here. Radiancy and Hourglass, so they have a barrier face down. Clearing out 2 speedy performers is nice, so I don't have to deal with any randomly super buffed Dragias. There's a delay, so I'm not stream sniping and I misclicked. Oh no! Sometimes our magician gets the 3900 attack with only 7 cards in the graveyard. Yeah, that sounds about right. Change to the hunger. Oh, okay. Okay, so game grind. After this game, I will head back into the duel room. So feel free to just wait in there and we'll figure it out. Unfortunately, they do snipe the bearer. Actually, the bearer being sniped doesn't even matter. Also, do they have the 3rd speedy performer? Like, how are they so good at Yu-Gi-Oh? That's fine. We just go here. Trouble with that Thunder. Reduce the Barrel Dragon down to 0. Tribute 1. 2. Activate our skill, play around a Widespread Ruin by buffing the weaker monster. Set a card and head into battle. Definitely gonna try to swing in over the Barrel Dragon first. Don't want any recitals to come out of nowhere and stop us from clearing the Legend monster. We get the clear plus the full 2100, or the 2500, and another 17. So their face-on card is probably just a barrier. Okay, here comes Hammer Crush Deal to destroy another face down. Oh, Orventor has just joined the duel room as well, so we will be heading back after this quick ranked foray. They do snipe the Widespread Ruin because they know from last turn that this wasn't really anything of note. Otherwise, I would have used it on the Barrel Dragon. Pakwakachu coming in after discarding the Gazelle to set up the... So Hammer Crush Deal was able to draw them a card, then Hammer Crush discarded the Gazelle that set up the Pakwakachu. That is a very strong turn. And the Hammer Crush even destroyed Widespread Ruin. I'm not going to call it luck, but it's just a good showcase of why this deck is so popular. Here comes Monster Reincarnation. Ditching a Primogatarna for Seahorse Carrier. So they must have a crazy hand. I'm expecting like Dragia's Summon Skull to be coming down. Here comes Dragia's. And then what's the final card? Oh, it's just a normal monster. And they are clearing. This seems very recklessly aggressive to me. But what do I know? I'd really like to get in for game this turn. And that does require me to have 3 monsters on board. So Kanon, Lamoon, Lamoon again. It's like I could Monster Reincarnation, but why? Right? Let's just summon Skull. Activate the skill. And this should make us strong enough to deal with whatever's threatening us. Summon Skull swings in for 11. Obviously, the Widespread Ruin would be a big issue, but if it's just barriers, we should be fine. They go down to 1100. So we swing in here. They have another. But even minus 400 is game. Okay. And I know Game Grind and Orenter are waiting in the duel room, so I am going to be heading back over there. Let's see what kind of decks they have cooked up to fight the Disco Fever. Exit, head over to duel room, enter, and then I have the ID up here. Just 5 digits. Still surprising to me. And we know... Oh, I don't actually see red fire, so let's just fight Orventer, because they are queued up and ready to go. Bum, 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 bum. Thank you, Justin. Alright, so opening hand, kind of awkward. Obviously we do need another low-level monster to do just about anything. I guess Seahorse Carrier is the best possible draw, but I will take this as well. 1, 2. Then we bring in Kanon, and we boost it up so that any opposing 1400 defense point monsters are not causing us issues. Swing in over here. And here. Oh, hey, there's the 1400. Bum, 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 bum. So they are comboing off. I am expecting my board to be broken down pretty quickly. Here comes the Boogie Master. So currently they do need a Fashion of Faith to clear both monsters. But they could also Disco Fever onto the 2. onto the two 1400s, get in for 700, then 2100, and trade the boss monsters. But instead, they are going to go for the Torna, which of course is able to just beat over the Kanon. And we take a ton of damage in the meantime. Alright, let's see what we get. Our move, let's draw. Seahorse Carrier. Effect. Grab this. Rice Terrace. Do we ditch a card? So we can summon out Tough Striker plus Summon Skull plus Kanon. But then that combination actually is not able to clear the Dion Keto. So instead, we can Rice Terrace. Ditch this. Oh, but we can't even... I forgot we can't actually change Aqua Monsters to defense mode, which is incredibly frustrating. But let's go ahead, activate our skill, and grin and bear it. Our board, our life points are way too low to be trading off a boss monster. So we're probably gonna lose this one. Oh, welcome, Sarah. You caught me just as I was getting a little bit tilted. But we're back now. Let's see what Orenter has planned. A 1-beat monster looks like Summon Skull to clear one of these. And we are actually surprisingly still in it because they drew true spell and trap cards. Obviously Widespread Ruin could come in and ruin the day at any time. But we ought to keep trying. And I messed up. I needed to summon the Lamoon in attack mode to bring this out. But I should have been sacrificing the Lamoon afterwards and setting the other monsters. Let's go here, activate the skill. Obviously Widespread Ruin is a big issue. But I'm not running hydration, so I was destined to lose it anyway. After this, I believe, or Game Grind or Red Fire, you should be hopefully over in the duel room already, as this game is ending pretty soon. Did I remember to heal? I might have forgotten to. So that is my fault. I should have discarded the Shining City Knights for the extra 1,000 life points. So that's definitely my mistake. So if I had played that turn optimally, I think we would have survived. Because they'd only be getting in for 3,200 and we would have had 36. Okay, so skill issue on my end. Good job, Orentor. Looks like Red Fire is here. Anyway, Sarah, how are you doing today? Hope you're having a good one. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Let's see what we get here. We are going second, but our hand is playable, for sure. Okay, so they have 3 back row. Oh! That is a pretty good draw for turn. Obviously, Widespread Ruin is still Widespread Ruin. But accepting that, I like our hand. Let's bring down Fashion of Faith, use the effect to draw a card. Not exactly the one we wanted to see. I'm not going to go ahead and discard it because I do want to have a boss monster around for next turn. Let's swing in. Okay, so it's not widespread, and it's not barrier either. Interestingly, seeing Dream Drummer and Silver Wolf makes me think that they are playing Ancient Forces, but realistically, this is probably the Hangry skill. And obviously, it can't be Ancient Forces because Roman is their character. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. They set a bunch of monsters and pass, which does leave them open to a good ol' Windweaver. Definitely bring out the Boogie Master here. 1, 2. Then Seahorse. Activate the effect. Recur the 1400. Torna coming down. And then we activate the effect to flip up one of their monsters. Let's go here. And then let's gain 1,000 life points. Unfortunately, we did hit a 1,500. But we can Disco Fever and boost up to 32 for a pretty significant chunk of damage. Looks like the face down is also not severing Psychic Wall. It very well could be a Ghost Cyclone. So if I think they have Ghost Cyclone, I'm not going to let them use it. My board is too good to get hit by Ghost Cyclone right now. I am not letting it happen. I will give them the extra resource. It is a Dream Drummer, sure. Silent Assailant coming in. But what do they even want to get out of my graveyard? I feel like whatever they put back is pretty much just fine with me. Oh, was that my only? No. Yeah, if they return both of them, then I could see it being, turning off the Seahorse engine, but they only shuffle away one. So it's not really that great. Here comes Prima Guitarna. Of course, that is their plan for clearing my board. Maybe even 2 of them. But no, that is not good enough. Only 2,400. Like, they can clear the Torna, but after that, things go downhill very fast. That's widespread, and I will gladly take 800 damage. The only real way to... Fashion of Faith and Summon Skull are both great draws. We don't get either of them, but we do get a Triple Threat Thunder. And a skill trigger. So let's go for it. Just debuff here. And heal up. I'm pretty sure, like I said before, that the face down card is Ghost Cyclone. But might as well go for what we can. And that should be game. Okay, I need to know what the face down was. Like, did I play it correctly by not clearing that defense mode monster? Right, and then, oh, Sarah's in the room? Sure. Absolutely up for your challenge. Bum, 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 bum. Good luck, Sarah. Hope you have a good duel. And we are up first. We see the opponent is also a Mimi. So I think we just set the field spell rather than activating it. We could bring out the Tough Striker. But is that worth it? I feel like we'd fall a little bit too easily if we just summon a lone unprotected boss monster. So let's go this way. And send it over. Alright, they are also setting the field spell. And they have a bit more aggression than I do. But they are tribute summoning for Summon Skull. So if they don't have a third monster, we are kind of in a fine position. Interestingly, activating the field spell actually does let our Tough Striker beat Summon Skull, so we will go for it if it comes up. And I think it is coming up. Oh, but the 1400, how do we actually clear that? Oh, that is rough. Okay. Because I don't have a skill trigger. That's so unfortunate. But that being said, I feel like I need to kill the Summon Skull. So let's activate. And then we just have to set. Any of our light normals would have been fine. But we bricked just a little bit. I'm pretty sure that Sarah does have a level 7 in hand. Otherwise, they would have summoned it out last turn. So we are in a pretty good deal of danger here. Because they contribute these two for the Dion Keto, then buff it with the Fashion of Faith. And the skill. But I mean, it's not like keeping the Summon Skull around would have been beneficial to my lifespan. So, I mean, you could argue for just setting a bunch of cards, but wow. Okay. Sarah is popping off with some fashionable ladies. Nice. We see them also activate the field spell to get the Fashion of Faith above 1400 to clear my defense vision monsters. Oh, so game grind. What was your face down card? There was a turn I didn't attack one of your monsters because I thought it was a Ghost Cyclone, and I need to know if I was right. Oh, there's a second Shining City Knights in the deck. Oh, and another Dion Keto the Boogie Master. This is actually pretty interesting because this current board doesn't clear mine. Letting me keep a monster around for next turn is pretty kind. But I see if they had 2 level 7 monsters in hand again, how it ends up that way. Okay, so I have a Fashion of Faith. And my Summon Skull actually can't clear here. And my Stay Secure also doesn't do anything. So there's just a lot of moving pieces here that make me want to ditch Summon Skull for a low-level monster. So let's go for it. Monster Reincarnation. Summon Skull goes away. We grab ourselves a nice low-level monster. Kanon comes out. We're going to use Fashion of Faith to draw the card. But I am going to go ahead and use this. Okay, looking solid. And then I will set. Getting the extra 1,000 life points was a real consideration, but I should be high enough where I don't need to. 700 doesn't help this clear, so we are just going to swing over Dion Keto, and pass turn. The double field spell does make this pretty interesting. Our boss monsters are pretty strong. Direct attacks are incredibly threatening. Sarah did go through 2 Fashion of Faith last turn, but they could have a Monster Reincarnation hiding in the back. Let's see what they bring out. Okay, they immediately go for the heal, setting up a curry bot for later. I like it. I might need to find space for curry bot in my own deck. I have the Seahorse carriers in fashion, but more ways to generate advantage are always appreciated. Though I wonder how many boss monsters Sarah is running to justify it. Okay, we see the Kana, but I have to expect a tribute summon. No. Very rough. That is definitely gonna end the game. Widespread Ruin destroys the Dianketo, and they aren't even able to clear the Kana. And they have a giant opening. I think we just go 1, 2. La Moon. Activate skill. 1600 is enough to clear anything in defense mode. And we aren't healing because we're running out of cards in the deck. Not that it matters. This should be game. 2900, and thank you, Sarah, for the fun mirror match. That's the first time I've actually had any of my mirror matches end up with 2 Shining City Lights on the field. It's been a while since I've played against Not Me, so I do want to give them another run back. Hopefully they are still around. Oh, and we immediately queue up. They are indeed still around. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, and our opening hand is looking quite bad. Incredibly bad. Yeah, do I actually just go for the monster reincarnation now to save me from life points? I don't think so. But there is a real argument to summoning out this Kanon and flipping Shiny City Knights. And we'd have 2 1600 attack point monsters the opponent needs to deal with. Obviously, but against a Luke, Dragius is just so common. But what are they on? Probably a Resonance player. Bum 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 bum. Okay, and we are taking a billion damage. So, does it pay off for us? Time to find out. Seahorse Carrier, activate the effect. Add back Kanon. Summon Rice Terra Secure. Summon Dianketo. Oh, I messed up. I needed to tribute the Kanon to do my play. Well, okay. What if I Mega Makeover? Then I can get the Seahorse back? Oh, man. I was so close to actually doing this correctly. That's rough. Oh, wait. Okay. No, this is fine. Monster Reincarnation now. Discard the normal Aqua to get back the Seahorse Carrier. Then we Seahorse Carrier. We recovered. The combo line is live. Bring the 1400. Then we Light Sorcerer. Activate the effect. Debuff. Then 1, 2. Finally, summon Kanon. Flip over the field spell and activate skill. Disco Fever, buff this up. Battle and clear the whole board. Alright, so now we have two 2700 attack point monsters and a 16. Hopefully, this is good enough. 2800 into a 900 is just barely not lethal. So that's a Gravity plus Slayer. Obviously, Dragonic Pressure can always lead to some nasty surprises, but this is quite a reversal of fate, if you ask me. Okay, Sports Dragon Pitcher, not able to use the effect, but Triad Drago could give them the extra card they need to win this game. But these are not all non-level 3 monsters. Dragonic Resonance, buffing Sports Dragon Slugger and letting the draw happen. Does not mean draw into the cards they need to win. Here comes Ancient Arise Dragon. That is actually very threatening. 3000, obviously a huge swing. But a second one? Oh no. We take 300. And they clear both of our boss monsters, leaving us with a lone Kanon. If we can get out 2 boss monsters of our own, we might still be in this. Let's go with La Moon. 1, 2. But the thing is, we need to draw, like, specifically a... Yeah, we need to draw specifically a high-level monster, which seems unlikely. We've gone through so much already. Still, I mean, that is 1,000. So let's go like this. I don't want to risk it on the Fashion of Faith draw. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 boss monsters, meaning there are only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there are only 3 out of 16 cards that would have won us the game, is the thought process. So holding up for 1 turn and seeing what we can do is the better play. It looks like they don't have anything and are afraid of the counterattack. Of course, they do a billion back row. So we are in a little bit of danger here. And our top card would have been Fashion of Faith, and we would have actually then gone into an Ultimate Flag Tough Striker. So we would have actually been able to do it, but we did not know that. So we can't fault ourselves for it. Let's bring in the Tough Striker here. Heal for 1,000. And then, yeah, we set this one. Definitely getting rid of this Ancient Arise Dragon before anything else. Twin-Edged Dragon, a great card to get rid of. Those double direct attacks are threatening. That said, we are in a lot of danger of losing to a pressure here. And we see the Sports Dragon, the Dragonic Pressure coming down, kind of as expected. So unfortunately, if their hand is Slayer and low level, things get real dicey, real fast. Let's see what they have. Pitcher for Slugger, of course. And then Phoenix Dragon. That... Oh. That does it. Yeah. Ancient Rise Dragon is 3,000 and clears through the barrier. So... However, they really should have gone for Draconic Slayer and gone for the 50-50 because we have Widespread Ruin. I don't know if they are listening to the stream or not, but I said Ancient Ice Dragon to see if they would go for it. Because I knew that was the wrong play. Let's bring in Grace Princess, Summon Skull, and win this game. So Slayer for the 50-50 for the Widespread Ruin is obviously the right option. Disco Fever, we buff up both of our low-level monsters, so they're both above 1400. And now we can finish this. Even if they have a Widespread Ruin, we are good to go. They do have the Widespread Ruin, but we clear this and then get in, and a barrier is not enough to stop us. If they had a Phantom Bind, it would have worked, but they have been baited. Looks like Red Fire is up for another rematch, so let's go ahead and do that. Alright, so we are up first and have a pretty interesting hand. I could theoretically... So if they are playing Psychics, they actually have a pretty tough time clearing a 2700. So this is going to look really odd. But I am going to bring in the Lone Tough Striker and keep the other card in my hand. Specifically, this is only because they are on Roman. Against any other character, I would set 4 and pass. So just letting you all know what I'm thinking. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, it's Servant of Dawn. Always excited to see a Gaia Enjoyer. Unfortunately, they did get me with the Archive skill switcheroo, and I'm taking a big hit for it. Oh, Not Me says they forgot they were playing Resonance the last turn and forgot they could buff the Sports Dragon for Slayer. Unfortunately, we draw a kind of dead hand here. So we're just gonna pass it over. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, so we see a Dark Magician. Personally, I am on Summon Skull for my Servant of Dawn list, but Dark Magician is actually a pretty valid choice because it means you only have to run 1 Flame Cerberus instead of 2. And they do play around the Widespread Ruin. which is correct, as I am going to be going ahead and popping it here. I don't want to take 8 billion damage. So let's just let them clear my board and we'll go towards our turn. That is kind of rough, but that's fine. We just set 3 and we'll pass it over again. Their board can't really develop that much outside of new spell and trap cards. Gazelle, sure. And immediate battle phase, kind of as I expected. However, they are running into the 1400, so my barrier is live. And it's gonna keep me with a card on board if I draw boss monsters. So shuffling back the Tough Striker is definitely the play. Let's see what we draw. Okay, we do get some boss monsters. Here we go. Let's do Seahorse Carrier. Activate the effect. Bring out the 1400. Dion Keto into Fashion of Faith. Draw the card. Oh, another Fashion of Faith is pretty interesting, but we actually haven't triggered our skill yet, so we're gonna go with the 1400 anyway. Then we Triple Threat Thunder, reduce this all the way down to 0. Activate Dion Keto's effect, ditch this. Activate our skill, boost the 2 low levels, and we can head into the battle phase with a pretty strong board. Let's go here. Widespread is widespread. Oh, but that's even more interesting. Luckily at 2100 we are able to clear it with Kanan. But we are going to lose the game to a shield and sword. Or sorry, the sword and shield. Yeah, I actually knew they were running it. They've told me about this in the YouTube comments a bunch of times, that they're running this package. That said, as long as they don't draw the legend spell, we are going to survive the turn. I think. Gaia the Fierce Knight coming down. And they have a nice full board here. Servant of Dawn. Unfortunately, this is a board clear because Fashion of Faith is just a little bit weaker than we'd like. But we're not out just yet. Let's see what we draw. Three low levels is kind of rough, actually. I mean, we can Kanan, and then, Fashion, and then Rice Terrace, bring in Torna. Torna's effect can get that Gaia into defense mode. Then we activate the skill, can boost these 2 up, and survive for another turn. Let's select another card, and battle. So we can actually clear Gaia here. Without having to trade in the Kanan, which is basically a game-losing play. It's actually pretty close. But I would say they have the advantage, especially knowing that Shield and Sword is somewhere in the deck. Because once they draw that, it is just over. All of my low levels have 0 defense. And Justin makes a good point. The Servant of Dawn deck does look a lot like a Yugi deck. From a you have Gazelle, Celtic Guardian, obviously Dark Magician, Gaia. There's a lot in there. For how good the deck is, I think if you're like an old or an old Yu-Gi-Oh player, it's like the perfect deck to play the game with. It's competent, it's meta relevant. It's actually not as expensive as a lot of other decks. Just overall, a really good choice. Okay, so we have a Fashion of Faith. But we are running out of cards in the deck. Which is an issue of its own. And we still haven't seen the opponent's Widespread Ruin. So I think we're probably just gonna lose, is my understanding of the current board state. That said, we should still try. Let's go ahead here. 1, 2. We might as well draw the card. Okay. Seahorse Carrier is pretty interesting. We haven't drawn Summoned Skull yet, which is really unfortunate for us. As I would have really liked to see it. Let's Seahorse Carrier, activate the effect. Grab another card. Tribute out another big monster. Then we summon you. And we are obviously going to try to play around Widespread Ruin as best as we can. We go here, but we can't heal because we only have 4 cards in deck. So we have to enter the battle phase. And it comes down to this. Let's try swinging in to that Silver Wolf. 2100. 700 left. Try swinging in, and we do it. Oh, Legendary Daniel King says, Hi Laster. Hoping you would like to duel me. Feel free to jump right into the duel room. Code is on the screen. I think there might be some other players waiting, but if you join and enter one of these lobbies, I just go down the list in order and duel everyone here. So feel free to hop on in. Also, that was a really good game. I forgot who I was playing, but whoever was rocking that Servant of Dawn list, very good game. Like, I was so close to dying. All you needed was a Widespread Ruin or a Shield and Sword, and it was completely over. Alright, we are going first, and this is a pretty solid board. Just filtering through some of our low-level light monsters, getting those Seahorse Carriers online, getting a back row. Overall, a great start. Let's see what Sarah has in store for us. Bum, bum, ba, ba, da, bum. Alright, only 2 monsters. And they are on something. We know from the 1400s that it's not Celerity, so it might be a Black Dragon Rising deck. Unfortunately, we failed to draw into any bosses here, so we are just once again setting and passing. Would have liked to be able to play a little bit more aggressively. Obviously, we had 2 Fashion of Faith for the Dion Keto here. And here comes Yami Ruler to stall us out for another turn. Delay directive going to be an issue. Dino King seems to have joined the duel room. So, oh, and I was right, it is indeed a Black Dragon Rising deck. If I was them, I probably would have Tribute Summoned the Red Eyes normally before the Delay Directive, if possible. Because keeping the Black Dragon Chicken in hand is a pretty good move. Looks like with the Yami Ruler in defense mode, we are just gonna be chilling for one more round. That said, are there plays I can make? Because I think the answer is yes. If I summon you, then Disco Fever is online. So I can flip this, bring in Summon Skull, and then Disco Fever up, go here, and then just throw down a face down. Let's head into the battle phase and see if they have any barriers. They do have a trap card, so I don't want to swing with the Summon Skull because I don't see a reason to lose my boss monster. Go ahead and pass turn. And see what they do. Sarah has a full set of back row herself and a pretty strong board. Let's see what they go for. Alright, she is swinging into the Kanan, which I think makes sense. And I will let this happen. Keeping Summon Skull around seems pretty good to me. Though if I want to triple threat Thunder, I am going to need to get rid of it. And overall, I think it's probably worth going for. Given the state of the game at the current moment, I'm going to bring in the Craze Princess, go for the Boogie Master, tributing over the Seahorse Carrier, then we Fashion of Faith, and we get to draw a card here. We can then bring in another Boogie Master, and then Kanan, then Triple Threat Thunder, weaken this Yami Ruler all the way down to 0, and then we can Reincarnation, ditching this for Summon Skull again, and giving us a triple boss monster board. Next up, we activate Disco Fever to play around the barrier. Let's head into battle and see if we can clear this Red Eyes Black Dragon. Obviously, Sarah's gonna have some kind of trap cards by this point. Widespread Ruin coming down. That's fine. Let's try one more time. I believe this is a 500 difference, so barrier is gonna put us at 2,500. Just enough for us to clear normally. Finally, Yami Ruler at 0 attack takes the full brunt of Summoned Skull. It was a tough turn, but we went hard. Let's see how Sarah responds to two 2,500 attack point monsters. They did shuffle back a Black Dragon Chick with the effect of the barrier, making it a little bit more likely for them to find the card they need. But if they're just setting monsters, maybe they didn't get there. Here comes Kime Ruler. And another set monster. Oh, thank you, Justin. I've been having a pretty good time as well. Okay, here comes a really strong board. Okay, so I think we go Rice Terrace. And then do we even need anything else? I mean, I want to play around the barrier, so we're gonna go for it. Bring in the Dying Keto. Let's buff them both up. And then Shining City Knights. Yeah, this is fine. We obviously are not discarding a card here, as healing is a death sentence to us. We'll swing over here, and we clear a Piercing Samurai. Perfect. And a Chick. So they did actually have the Chick, they just didn't choose to use it. Okay. So next turn we're drawing 4 cards, and even though we only have 7 cards in deck, it's not as bad as it looks. Oh, they're actually making a play. What is Sarah gonna bring out? Yeah, so if you're not clearing the board, leaving the dragon on board does make sense a lot of the time. But I had enough of an established board that I didn't mind the debuff too much. It would still require them to have a pretty good hand to do everything properly. Alright, so they are going for the chick here. But I am at 4,900, so I think I'm in a good spot. Welcome, Muhammad. Hope you're having a good day. We see them go for the Black Dragon's Rising with Monster Reincarnation. Definitely expect a big double boss play. Obviously leaving a Seahorse Carrier on board is not going to happen. So they're bringing in Red Eyes and a 2,500. For sure. There is no doubt in my mind. Here comes Yami Ruler. Delay Directive. Makes sense so far. But here's where I can turn the tides. Widespread Ruin destroys Red Eyes. And now I can just Boogie Master, ditch a card, enter battle. They have a barrier, but that is okay. We get in with this, and we swing for 13. And we pass it over. Sarah's at just 800, and we have 3 cards left in deck. So they can't stall forever. Currybot going in, sure. But my monsters are 2,700 bosses, making it really difficult to actually turn this around, as Yami Ruler is not big enough. And changing all 3 of my monsters to defense mode is essentially impossible. What we do have to look out for, though, is... Oh, actually, they already showed off Monster Reincarnation. And now, with monsters in defense mode, we end the game. Using the Torna, we kept in hand last turn, just for this moment. Switch a monster up, and good game, Sarah. So, when I was getting low on cards, I did check my graveyard to make sure I had the Torna left still in the deck. If my Torna was already gotten rid of, I probably would have played that a little bit differently. Let's go with Dino King next. Oh, and I see Zen Spiral has gone ahead and joined the room as well. Wait, oh, if you're on your break, I probably do need to duel you first, right? So, Dino King. Zen Spiral has been in the stream for a while and mentioned it was on the work break. So, I think they might have a time-limited run. So, I do want to get to them first. But if they aren't here, I guess I will duel Dino King. Okay. Because I didn't see any comments from Robert. Okay, Robert says has half an hour. We should be able to do a game against Dino King before half an hour ends. I use the newest. So, Fashion of Faith is the newest cards. I mean, there's the Magicians, but I don't have them. Alright, let's see what Dino King is going for. Looks like they are up first. Oh, I have some DMs apparently. I will get to those eventually. So Dino King has a couple of set monsters. Let's see if they bring anything else out. Our opening hand is okay. Nothing crazy. But a blue medicine is pretty surprising to see. But I don't want to underestimate them just yet. we do get our boss monster. So we can actually clear out our hand if we go, oh wait, but we want to discard with Dion Keto. Okay, so we go into the 2500, throw this face down, and heal up to 7k. Enter the battle phase, and we'll attack, whatever card they set first, just to get a gauge on what it is. A cat. Interesting. Obviously, with only one monster on board, this duel could go either way. Alright, drawing 4 cards and leaving them with 2 monsters on board means that boss monsters are going to be pretty easy to bring out. Fire Golem implying probably going to see a big tribute. That is a prismatic curry bot. Very rare. I guess it's like what, 1 out of 10? Because of the UR Dream Pack we got when the world released. And here comes 7-Sword Magician with 2 attributes in the graveyard. That's already enough. As it'll boost up to 2700. Bum, ba, 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 bum. Okay. How's Shining City been? How has Shining City been working? I mean, I wouldn't say it's been working. But actually it's not like the worst card in the world. So the reason it's in the deck is specifically to pair with the barrier against opposing boss monsters. It's actually also marginally relevant against psychic decks because Prima Guitarna goes up to 2500 if you have a lone monster on board. Still, I wouldn't say it's like anything crazy. Anyway, Light Sorcerer. Wait, why didn't they attack? I feel like I missed something. Where I was supposed to be losing my monster and taking a bunch of damage. Let's just Disco Fever here. Boost up and swing into everything. So, as a one-of card, it's like, it doesn't make too much of a difference. I would probably say take out the one copy of the barrier and Shining City Knights for 2 hydrations, and you can play like a really fast, aggressive version of the deck. The idea here is between Seahorse Carrier and Fashion of Faith, you can make up for a lack of trap cards by healing. So just by having 7,000 or 8,000 life points from discarding for 1,000, you can kind of not get blown out of the game, and then you'll have a bunch of really good offensive cards. Yeah, exactly. Turn 1 Ruin is more or less exactly what I've been losing to. Oh, you think that's why the 7-Sword didn't attack? I feel like if that was the case, you would just set and pass, though. So, I'm not currently on hydration, and I don't want to remove any monsters because it's, because I've run into so many situations where Fashion of Faith is one of my only 2 low levels, so I'm not actually able to use the effect because I have to tribute it off for the Dion Keto. So I don't really want more, like, 2 hydrations coming in over, I mean, you can maybe get rid of the Light Sorcerer and run 6, but it's still rough. Okay, Dragius. Dragius actually is not very threatening. I have 2 2500s already on board. So, let's see how it goes. all we need to do is draw any Aqua monster, and the game should be over. Alright, perfect. So this is actually 2100, which is more than the 800 that provides. Okay. Triple threat. Drakeus goes to 0. Play around the Widespread Ruin. Not that it matters. Battle phase. Play around Recital by attacking with the weaker monster first. And finish it. Alright, Dino. Thank you for the game. I know Robert has limited time, so definitely gonna get to them next. And Robert is Zen Spiral in a game. Gonna go ahead and queue on up and see how they perform. Should be a good one. Bum, 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 bum. What's all this? Okay. Oh, right. And we are queuing on in. Okay, so another Gavin. Though I have been surprised by all the Gavin players so far. I think one was on some archive skill, another one was running Red Eyes. We'll see if this is the traditional Yami ruler. Bum, 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 ba-da, ba, ba, ba-da, bum. Okay, and our hand is looking a little rough, not gonna lie. I don't feel comfortable swinging into those monsters. Let's just pass over. Is Tough Striker pulling its weight? I mean, I think compared to like a Gravity Pest Dragon, yes. It's doing just fine. Especially with so that's another thing. When you're running the Shining City Lights, having the extra 2700 body is actually pretty good. The issue with Shining City Knights is not worth the, not really worth the time, like the deck slot. So when you don't run this field spell, then you probably don't want to run Tough Striker. The 2700 is actually also pretty relevant against a few other things. For example, the Black Dragon debuffs put you down to 2100, but you can actually survive a 2500 if you have Barrier. That's really the thing that kind of ties the deck together. Sanctity. Let's go ahead and just debuff the Red Eyes here. Summon. Definitely bringing this out. 1, 2. And then Seahorse Carrier can recycle before it gets distributed off for Summon Skull. And we'll have a full field of powerful monsters at our command. Summon this. Go for Summon Skull. And then we get to heal for 1,000 life. And we even have Monster Reincarnation to set us up for the future. Let's go here. I'm gonna push for the damage. Go for the greed. This could be a 1400 defender, but it could easily just be another Archfiend or other unviable attacker. So swing in, and hopefully we clear the board. 1, 2, and let's see it. It is a Curry bot. Actually kind of a bit of an issue, because now they have an advantage engine online. Well, let's see how it goes. Yeah, good game, Dino. Oh, so you accidentally went to the battle phase before you got to the before you used this SRM. That makes sense. Yep. Actually, Renegade, I did lose pretty hard to someone running Aim Eagle earlier. That said, I think they were on 3 Tough Striker, which is a little bit harder for me, of course, since it is literally impossible. I could barrier here, but I really don't think I should. So we're just gonna let that go in. 1400 isn't huge. And we have ways to actually get over this. And we actually even drew one. Here comes Secure. Then, I mean, we could Monster Reincarnation. Ditch the Tough Striker. Get just like a body. Is that worth it? Oh, we definitely set. And we definitely need to trigger Disco Fever. And then we need to summon. So all of this part, definite. Then the question is, do we get our 1400 for the big push? And we have 2 trap cards, so since we have 2 trap cards, I am gonna go for it. Let's reincarnate. Just grab a 1400 and push as much as we can. If they're running Currybot as their engine, they probably aren't on any 1400 defenders, but I do want to play it conservatively. So we'll take the 1400 instead of the 25. And it pays off huge, as we see Zen Spiral is actually on a King's Majesty engine with the Babysitter Goat, but we avoid the punish. Archfiend, another way to revive a high-level monster. So this is gonna be a big heavy metal, probably. It could just be a growl. But I feel like if they're going for this big play, it's not just to summon a 2000 wall. So again, Gakuto is a bluff, and it's actually a beetle deck too, on top of all of that. Very interesting. We are getting to see some really interesting stuff today. Yeah, they play around our barrier, but with Widespread Ruin, it doesn't make much of a difference. Though we do need to draw a Dion Keto in order to keep it up. Okay. Actually, that works. By Dion Keto, I meant a 2 tribute monster, as this comes in. Fashion of Faith. Draw a card, and then tribute Torna, flip, activate. Oh, and that is game. Babysitter Goat didn't stand a chance. Yeah, so I have actually been considering whether or not I do want to run the Sword and Shield package over the Monster Reincarnation. So one of the big issues is that our own monsters are not super high in defense points. So having an established board is a bit of an issue. That said, given how popular the mirror match is specifically, Shield and Sword makes a lot of sense. Like, just playing on ladder, we were playing against an absolute ton of Mimi. But Monster Reincarnation has also been super helpful. Yes, Robert, good game. Thank you for playing. And welcome, Cut. Arc 5 characters are unfortunately unable to play Speed Duel, or unable to rush. So I'm not able to queue up with them right now. So this is fine, I think, as a turn 1 play. Though Mimi does need a Dion Keto specifically to get over the 2500. Disco Fever caps at 23 with the field spell. And a Tough Striker would always tie. So it's actually pretty possible that I should have summoned the boss monster in my hand to prevent freaking on the next turn. Summon Skull, also another case of just tying up. However, with this board, VN Penguin does not Disco Fever, meaning I actually keep 2 monsters around, which is very strong for me. Though maybe not with these draws. We actually have no triggers for our skill. So that's kind of rough. We need to summon a normal to be able to Disco Fever, so all we can do really here is set and swing. And then I will pass it over. Do I own the Legendary Monsters for Rush Duel cards? I own all of the Rush Duel cards except for the Structure Deck stuff. No hits for February, but no have a hit is a hit 1 character. Sorry, I have no idea what you're saying, Toy. Are you talking about, like, another ban list? In the duel room, have I been facing more Aquas or machines? Aquas, definitely. I think, though, it's entirely possible. The players here are all enjoying the disco vibes. And since they know I'm playing Mimi, they're also playing Mimi. That is entirely possible. Okay, so I guess we just La Moon, the Party Princess, and we try to push in after the Widespread Ruin. Activate the skill, Disco Fever, pump it up. Let's play a recital by swinging with this one first. Widespread Ruin, it is what it is. And it looks like they also have some kind of barrier or whatever. But not a huge deal. Oh. Yeah, so they announced the events, but they didn't tell us who we're actually getting in February. I feel like it has to be Nail, though. I would be shocked if it was anyone else. I would not expect the Ghost Girl event to have anything to do with Rush. Unfortunately, we get hit by the double hydration. Boosting Triple Threat Thunder is obviously a shame. And Penguin reveals they are indeed on Disco Fever. So it's a mystery as to why they didn't do it last time. I play in none of them. I play 7s. I play Rush Duel. I will, like, if there's an event going on, I will clear the event, but I don't, like, actively play any of the other worlds. I've watched all the anime except for Zexal Season 2. And I think, like, the last season of GX never got localized, so I probably never finished that. Let's bring this out. And then Fashion of Faith to draw a card. Okay, this is looking pretty good. We can Boogie Master. And then we can bring in a Kanon as well. Widespread Ruin is gone, so I feel more confident with this play. Let's activate Disco Fever. Boost up here, because we're playing around Recital by dealing as much damage as we can with the first 2 attacks. We are pretty sure it's a barrier, and it is indeed barrier. Exactly 3,200 life points left. Unfortunately, that means we're not able to finish the game. I am a little bit worried that Penguin can land a big Triple Threat Thunder this turn and finish the game. But let's see how much their hydration pays off for them. Actually, it already did pay off for them. By gaining 1,000 life points, they were able to survive the turn. And they even got rid of Triple Threat Thunder, which would have been even more of lethal. Do I do collabs? I have done a few on my channel, yes. So here's the issue. I almost discarded this Kanon in order to heal the 1,000 life points, and I should have. If I had 4,000, they would have only be dealing 3,200, and I would survive. So I lost this duel to Penguin due to my own mistakes. They deserve the win. I knew I should have healed, and I didn't go for it. I know Cantrip has not had a chance to play in a while, so we're gonna go over there. But, what was I saying? So yeah, I have a collab with Tomato Sores on my channel, and then actually, Renegade and I did a little best of 5 not too long ago as well. Those videos are both up. Alright, so we are going first, but this is actually pretty awkward. We have 2 of our best cards in Seahorse Care and Fashion of Faith, but we aren't able to actually use them. I think I have to bring out the Boogie Master and set a card. Dino King, you are next. It's just that Cantrip is earlier in the queue because I haven't dueled them since the last time I dueled you. Ultimate Bond, bringing in a 3500 Ace Breaker is going to be an issue. Tough Striker gets revealed, and a card is returned to the deck for Aim Eagle. Let's see what Cantrip brings out. We of course see the Aim Eagle and a Lamoon. So Tough Striker was revealed, so I am assuming it's the Tough Striker coming out. But I could be mistaken. But if that is the case, things are actually looking pretty good for us. This 4000 damage push becomes a 0 damage push, thanks to Widespread Ruin on turn number 1. We draw for turn, and oh boy. Yeah, this is kind of what I mean though. The deck can just brick sometimes. The Tough Strikers and the Shiny City Knights be doing it. Let's use Secure. Just ditch this. Clear you. I probably should have just discarded the Shiny City Knights and kept one of my boss monsters in hand for later. This is a misplay, especially against a deck that runs light monsters. And that doesn't care about my barriers. Cyclone coming in. Luckily they do have at least 3 monsters in the graveyard. So, that is nice. My barrier goes down, and, it looks like they might not be using Ultimate Bond. So we are kind of saved for the turn. Maybe. What are they doing? There's a lot of thought, so there must be something coming out. Or they have some kind of play they can make. That is not just setting a bunch of monsters. Maybe they have, like, a Rhino. Oh, they're choosing whether or not to clear the Secure. Interesting. I probably wouldn't do it. It's 500 damage to take 1,000, with the potential for more if I draw any of my fashions, etc. Speaking of Fashion of Faith, do I have one in the graveyard? I do. Interesting. Well, I definitely want to Kana, and I want to Torna, and I want to use Torna's effect. So let's just start by going through everything that I know I want to do this turn. Yeah, so I could summon a Fashion of Faith instead, but that doesn't seem like a huge draw. I'm just gonna set my field, activate Disco Fever, and be good with this. Boost you up, and battle. We get in for 200 extra damage thanks to Torna. Definitely not as much as I was hoping for. But this is still solid. The Shiny City Knights. This one's for you, Renegade. Let me clear a 1400 with my Kanon. Bum, 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 bum. Ultimate Bond, of course, 3500. I'm Now that my widespread ruin is gone, I am unfortunately not going to be able to widespread ruin my way out of this one. And there is another big issue, and that is that Avon Wolf can just kind of become a 1700 due to my field spell and walk over Torna, which would otherwise be really good at letting me deal with this mech break. But maybe they don't have any. Oh, they actually go for the effect, getting the double KO, because Dark Sorcerer would only be a 1500 and isn't actually able to do anything. Seems like a reasonable choice, clearing both of my boss monsters before I can do anything with them. But we are going to draw into some good bosses of our own here. Let's bring down Secure, activate the effect, ditch this Lamoon, grab a Keto, 1, 2, and this should be, this is going to be a huge board full of 2100 attack point plus monsters. Seems like game to me. Yeah, this is nearly 5,000 damage. Activate the skill, buff this, and we just swing in, and we get there. And then I believe Dino King had another match queued up, so now we're just gonna work our way up the list. Oh, there's also White Tea. I actually have not seen them, to the best of my knowledge. So after fighting Dino King, we'll go back to the top of the room and go down. And we'll see how it goes from there. Bum, 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 bum. Cantor is saying, now I'm realizing why people don't run the Dark Sorcerer in the deck on ladder. Well, I just think there's not any room for it. I'm always looking for, like, advantage generating cards, stuff like that. So, what was the issue you had with Dark Sorcerer? I mean, I don't think it's specifically that I'm running a bunch of 1600s that make the Dark Sorcerer not very useful. Like, that should be pretty rare. Is Mimicking Maneater Bug a targeted destruction? I mean, I can go pull it up. Mimicking Maneater Bug. Yes, it does target. So let's go ahead and see what Dino King is up to. Some interesting wind monsters starting here. If you're still playing in 2 hours, I'll do it rematch after work, but I'll probably play another time. Yeah, I am already at over 5 hours long for the stream, so I'm not sure. Oh, Cantrip says second time today I wasn't able to use Eagle because of the sorcerers. Yeah, that makes sense. So I'd say just replace it with more lights from Aqua engines, Beast engines, the new Light Sorcerer, of course, definitely want to be in the deck. Alright, so a Lone Volt Condor, but 2 potential cards to be wary of. I can probably get 2 monsters capable of beating this. As long as I don't draw terribly. Alright, so Kana, Rice Terrace. I need another Aqua. So we're gonna go with Fashion to enable Triple Threat Thunder. Then we bring in Summon Skull. And if we activate the field spell, we do get to push for 200 extra damage. But it's negated by the Volt Condor. So, no need to activate it. We enter, and we obviously play around any number of Recital by swinging with the weaker monsters first. Then we just get in. Looks like there weren't any trap cards to actually be worried about. But, I still don't mind using the triple vet here, as Dino King is down to 1200, and it's pretty hard to make it's hard to clear my board without leaving a monster that's going to end the game if I smack a Dion Keto into it. Hopefully that made sense. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. So let's see what they are up to. Okay, so one of their face down cards was Darkness Approaches, but that is a very expensive card. And they are also on Sparks. So I feel like they're gonna have a hard time establishing enough field presence to really deal with this. Even if they set the Summon Skull and summon 3 1500 monsters to clear my board, like, that's not a super powerful play. Bum, 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 ba, ba, da, bum. Okay, so we see Torna and a 1500. But if they had the Torna, they didn't need to use Darkness Approaches. They could have just put the Summon Skull in defense mode and saved themselves a card. So definitely a small misplay from my opponent here. That said, they are still clearing the Summon Skull, which is probably the most important part. Dino King leaving me with 1 Fashion of Faith. As long as I draw some tributes, we should be good. And that is a pretty strong monster. Let's go Grace Princess. Rice Terrace. Bring in a 2500. Drop another Fashion. Buff everything with the field spell. And here comes Disco Fever to seal the deal. We can boost both of our Fashion of Faith up to 2000 attack points. And with that, it should be game. Thank you, Dino King, for the match. Let me go play against White Tea. I don't think they've had a chance yet. And then I see Sarah is up next afterwards. I'm just gonna run down the list of duel rooms for the next few battles. Unless there's someone who hasn't had any games yet. In which case, definitely let me know, and I can accommodate you. So let's see what White Tea is playing. It looks like potentially a Roman player. Will they be on Psychics or an Archive skill? Also, what does VN stand for? Like, I know visual novel, etc., but that doesn't make sense in this context. Obviously, we want to draw basically as many level 7 monsters as we can on the next turn, given our current board state. Let's see how it goes. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. They actually also just set 5 and pass. I mean, I think we just go for the Boogie Master. And do we, like, even bother trying to clear? I'm not really convinced. Well, if it's a Psychic deck, then I guess so. I don't really want to heal or lose either of these monsters. So let's just start swinging. Okay, they have the widespread or something. I think it has to be widespread. Because they have another card, they had a card that could activate even with no monsters in the graveyard. Unfortunately, I hit into a 1000 defense monster, so Lamoon does not clear. And now they are amped up with a potential widespread ruin to back up that push, which is quite threatening. They are going to draw into the Esperade and Prima Gitana, and with 2 monsters on board, Prima Gitana is putting in work. This is actually a moment where I wish I had the field spell. It would help me out a lot. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it has to be Widespread Ruin or Phantom Bind. It could be Phantom Bind, which would make more sense why they didn't actually use it to destroy my Dion Keto. Okay, so I'm gonna read this as Phantom Bind for now, until I get new information. We see Esperade and Prima Gitana. As expected. And boy do I wish I had the field spell. That said, we are gonna go in and see what we can do on the next turn. I definitely wouldn't count us out yet. We have plenty of life points. They've used their skill. Let's figure this out. Seahorse Carrier. Activate the effect. Grab a low-level monster. Then, Monster Reincarnation. Ditch the... Ooh, I could ditch this instead. And I mean, that's pretty tempting to get rid of. But, no, I needed to get to 2300. So ditch this. Grab our Boogie Master. Let's throw down another Seahorse Carrier. And, activate its effect as well. Grab the 1200. Go 1, 2. Maybe I didn't need to use the second Seahorse Carrier. But Fashion of Faith is up next, drawing us a free card. Ooh, that's a tough one. But I think I need to summon this to use my skill. Activate Disco Fever. Go with, a buff here so I can actually clear Prima Gitana. And I get more overall damage anyway. Then Shiny City Knights lets us play around, a barrier or Severing Psychic Wall. Oh, but I boosted the Prima Gitana. So that does not work. This is non-functional. My plan is bad. We have 5 Engrave, so Phantom Bind, not an issue. And they let it go through. Unfortunately, we then have to pass turn. So that is a bit of a whoops on my end. Oh, Donna King has to go. Yeah, thank you for the match. Yeah, I can imagine the Raging Dragon deck being pretty good. The extra deck slots are actually pretty good. I need to go through and organize everything. Because I want to have one for, like, wacky challenges. One that's, like, a generic archive skill. And then a couple of slots for their specific skills. What do they add back? They added Speedy Performer. They are going in for a huge push here. Seahorse Carrier. But what else are they doing? Are they going to tribute off a Prima Gitana after using the effect? No, they just have a Summon Skull. This is pretty threatening. I feel like I'm probably dead here. Yeah, those are both 3,000s. Incredibly painful. So, last turn, I think I need to, either set a monster or something there. Maybe I should have used the other Fashion of Faith and just tried to draw into another boss. That way I could actually clear the board. Miscalculating on the Primo Katana getting the buff. Oh, welcome. And thank you for the game, White Tea. Okay, and this hand is looking rough. Megan was talking about the deck slots for each character, not the number of slots in the extra deck. I can see the confusion though. I mean, this is not a perfect opener, but I guess we make it work. Let's bring out the Boogie Master and see what we can do. I could go for the greed play. And, I mean, this is just a casual duel room, so I don't see why not. Fashion of Faith, we're gonna get to draw a card. And, I mean, even just clearing the board is worth it. Oh, and we're activating Shining City Knights 100% of the time. That said, I do think just gaining the 1,000 life is probably a pretty good plan. Let's swing in, Speedy Reformer, and what else? Oh, they have a recital. Or a barrier. It's probably a barrier. But I mean, if their last card's Seahorse Carrier, they would just let it go through even if they had a barrier. Tough to know. Ghost Cyclone, getting them the extra value. But I mean, I guess I'd rather get rid of the field spell than, literally any other card in my deck. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see what they have in store next. Acebreaker coming in with a ton of cards in hand. Thanks to that Ghost Cyclone. We can say goodbye to my field. This is tough. I think Sarah has probably got this one in the bag. Let's draw for turn. And, I guess that's what we're doing. Pass it over. Obviously, a, Barrel Dragon can end the game on the spot with a couple of heads flips. So we'll see what happens. Bum, ba, 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 bum. We see Torn of the Windweaver revealing a Fashion of Faith, which is not lethal. So we have that going for us. If Sarah hit the Kana, we would have lost on the spot. So, yeah, playing down the field spell instead of getting 1,000 life feels like it's definitely come back to haunt us. Now here's a bit of a tricky thing. We can't really leave any low-level monsters on board because then we just die. So we can't draw the card unless we're pretty confident about our guys sticking around. But at the same time, I feel like we do need to clear these monsters in order to not lose immediately. Activate Disco Fever. Oh. And we actually... Yeah. I guess I should have actually kept the fashion. Not that it matters. This is a very rough looking situation. I will pass here and see what happens. But winning is not anything I would be expecting. Here comes Barrel Dragon. Just the immediate drop, but it fails. So that is a start. But it looks like they have another boss. So I actually did consider trading off last turn, just taking the 100 damage. But I didn't, and I ended up dying for it. I could have survived one more turn. Maybe. Okay, maybe not, because this would blow up, then 100, 700. It would have been game, even if I had played it correctly. So, not technically punished. Though maybe the Fashion of Faith play still would have been the better option. I'm not sure. Because I guess I would have been able to draw a card and maybe get something wacky going. Looks like those two are still going at it. Oh, but there is a new player. Here comes Pandora. Let's see what Pandora is up to. Bum, ba, ba, bum, ba, 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 da, ba, ba, bum. Alright, so they are up first, but we have a pretty good hand. I mean, I guess drawing a Keto would be the optimal draw here, but there are a lot of cards I'm happy to take. Secure is fine as well. Let's just drop our board, summon the Summon Skull, and see if we can get in for 2,500. Obviously, Widespread Viewing, etc. are all able to stop us, or a Recital. But I mean, it's a reasonable play. And we're up against a pure Psychic deck. So at 100, it looks like they have a Barrier, but Barrier is not going to be nearly good enough. If the last two cards in hand were monsters, it probably would have been game. I don't remember which one. It's that comment I missed, I think. Don't remember which one it was talking about. Probably just me to ways I could lose even faster. So true. Okay, so Pandora is coming down with something, I imagine. So it's Aqua Psychics. I feel like someone else was playing this not too long ago. Very basis, not really a card I agree with, but it is gonna work out here. Oh, but that is incredibly rough. Milling both of your legend cards, which are incredibly powerful, and not getting to add anything off the Roman pick is almost comical levels of unlucky. Wow. Providence has ordained my victory. Or maybe not. Let's find out. So we see the Prima Katana coming down, and that extra 1,000 life points for a Rock and Refrain to actually manage to clear this entire board. I'm a YouTuber, do gaming videos. I was wondering, do you have any tips, and how do you make videos in this format? If format, you just mean live stream. I I would say download OBS, and hit the go live button. Sorry, it's not super descriptive. But I mean, that's really all there is to it. General tips, I'd say play games that you actually enjoy rather than whatever you think is going to be the most popular. Well, actually, is the Tough Striker more damage? I think this is not more damage than just going like this. Activate this skill. 1, 2. And then we need to clear the Prima Guitarna one way or the other. So let's Wind Weaver. Ditch this. Swing. But that's 2,000 damage. I probably should have done the Tough Striker. I'm not doing any math right now, if you guys cannot tell. But I want to clear Prima Guitarna. I want to clear the Ramon pick. Okay, they had a barrier, so 2,000 plus the 500 wouldn't have actually been lethal because they had a trap. So I don't feel too bad about this. Though they might be getting ready to get amped up now. But they don't. Okay. Renegade says, thinking of switching the Rise Stairs or Zero server because it doesn't come up and the life point game with the removal spell could be next. I actually kind of agree with you. I'm gonna try it out. Dino King. I would say you probably want to stick to games in the same category, and none of those are even the same genre. So I'd say your channel should probably focus on one, unless you're really trying to make it as a variety streamer from the start. But the reason it's harder to grow an audience that way is that the people who find your Duel Links videos, for example, are not going to care about FIFA. Like, almost definitely. And then they're not going to watch it. So and then if your subscribers aren't watching any of your videos, they are not going to recommend it from YouTube. So it's going to be harder to find new people. So I'd say really just pick one game with maybe like a variety stream every now and then. Okay, so I'm pretty sure... Wow, okay. Looking at this board, I thought for sure I was gonna have lethal, but then I was blessed with the no high-level monsters. So we will be switching some cards to defense mode and trying again next turn. We're just gonna set and pass. We're keeping the advantage generator, a debuffer, and a trigger for the skill. Obviously, we can get hit by a Pierce here and lose on sight. But I don't think Pandora should be running Pierce. We've already seen a lot of spell and trap cards. Okay, like, this is actually a ridiculous amount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There shouldn't be anything left. But we'll go ahead and see what they do. All we have to do is wait until we draw our next boss monster and the game is over. Guitarist coming in and Dino King. Sure, I'll definitely play some games with you or something if you want. Though it is probably worth noting, I really only play Rush. So if the content on your channel is all speed related, it probably won't have a lot of overlap. Okay, So we can, unfortunately this card only works on the turn it's normal summon, but we are also able to just go for a board clear. But that doesn't seem like the right play. I'd rather be trying to win the game. Okay. So, Rice Terrace. Sorcerer. Sorcerer effect. Debuff. Wait. Okay, yeah, Widespread Ruin is gone. Okay. With Widespread Ruin out of the picture, I feel a lot more confident with this move. As all we need to do is trigger the skill. And we have a way to run over for lethal damage. After that, just in case we messed up, we are actually going to ditch the Seahorse server, or carrier, and head into battle. And that'll do it. I saw there were some comments supporting the Psychics. Everyone has been bet. No, I'm kidding. Psychics are a fun deck to root for. I completely agree. I'm also praying for my downfall. Bum 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 bum. Let's see how things are going. So I know Redfire has been completely wiping the floor with me in our previous matches. Let's see if they're able to keep up the streak. How will they ever deal with my single monster board? Truly, this is an unbeatable 2700 attack point monster. My monster has more attack than even the ferocious legend card, Feral Dragon. Dragius is unable to fell my... What? So we see the very rare Dragonic Pressure Gakuto. This is actually a pretty awkward hand. We can Seahorse Carrier. But the lone Draco the Tiny is actually protecting Redfire's life points. Redfire just has the protagonist genes. And Monster Reincarnation is very obviously not worth it there. I'm not gonna give up a card like that. Let's just pass it over. So let's go ahead and see what they have in store for us. So Dino King says, couldn't activate Dragius and torn his abilities even though the requirements had been met. I don't know. There shouldn't be anything stopping you from activating Dragius unless you summon it on the first turn of the duel. And here's a second Dragonic Pressure. What am I playing against? Okay, so we see the Triad Drago, which they probably could have just drawn a card with. Unless those are all high-level monsters. High-level monster. Redfire. You forgot to set Ancient Forces. You're playing the wrong character. Gosh, what am I playing against? I still don't know. Renegade says, still playing Resonance somehow. It's not even worth it. I'm not going to use my trap card. It's a Dragorite. Come on now. Okay. Monster Reincarnation. Get rid of... You know what? Who needs a barrier? We're just going in. Seahorse Carrier. Carrier, activate your effect. Do I know any YouTubers who do speed duels? I don't know any personally. Like, I see other channels, but I don't think that's quite what you mean. Let's go with this. Then Fashion of Faith, draw a card. Into another Seahorse Carrier. We are simply so good at Yu-Gi-Oh! It's pretty impressive. Activate the Triple Threat Thunder. Then we Torna. Oh, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. We're working on that 1,000. Then we Torna here. And then we Summon Skull as well. So, this is probably the single best turn I've ever had with this deck. Obviously, Widespread Ruin is Widespread Ruin. But we are going in with it. So, 38. 16 to play around a Recital. And thank you for the game, Red Fire. This deck is really capable of some incredible turns. Anyone else hiding down here? No, so it's back up to the top, and I'm gonna get my revenge against Sarah this time for sure. Oh, I mean, Tomato plays a little bit of speed. Like, I would definitely not call Tomato a speed YouTuber. Like, he plays Generation Draft of Rush Duels more than he plays Speed. Like, I'm pretty sure the Speed streams that Tomato does are just, like, the filler content when we don't have any Rush cards coming out because it's been so long. Alright, let's draw. And then go here. I mean, do I even Torna though? Yeah, I think I definitely Torna. Okay. I am playing against Psychics, so this is obviously kind of silly. But we are gonna go ahead and do our best to get in for some damage. Let's flip over you. Oh, and a zero attack monster is the perfect find. 1 and 2. Swing in for the 2100. And then let's try to clear out these defenders. 1400, of course. Strange Cat, though, I am leaving on board. Oh, we are fighting an actual Beetle deck. What does the Shine Never Dies deck want to do? Let's see. That's a pretty good question. I mean, I'd say it's like similar to this deck, except you're even more reliant on finding those Fashion of Faith combo turns. Oh, interestingly, Torna just dies to Beetle. But I actually kind of like this. Oh, and Heavy Metal. Interesting. But Heavy Metal does have that juicy 0 defense points. So let's see how it goes. Yeah, Brad definitely does do both Speed and Rush, but his channel is more like a news channel from, than anything else, I would say. Obviously we're gonna Monster Reincarnation. Ditch this, grab Torna again. Rice Terrace. We can Torna. Summon out Lamoon. We need to make sure that idiot gets rotated sideways. Disco Fever, and see how far we can go with this. Buff up both of my monsters. And let's just swing in with Torna and see what happens. If Sarah doesn't have any traps to stop this, it is actually technically presenting lethal. I'm expecting a barrier, of course, and we see it. And you can even recycle your beetle or heavy metal at the same time. So pretty good start. Sarah is going to survive with just 300 life points and another barrier face down. Okay. Setting monsters, not an issue for me. Oh, but Black Dragon Chick activating is kind of an issue for me. My second Torna going down does mean I can't flip over those 0 attack point targets anymore. We're gonna need to draw an old-fashioned actual boss monster. And we just immediately rip it. Sorcerer, effect, debuff, tribute. And this is a perfect hand. Trigger the skill. Activate this. Grab another 2,500. So it could be the sneaky widespread that's been hiding there the whole time. But I am going to Disco Fever and just go for game. Yeah, even if it's widespread, we can swing with someone's skill afterwards and then we win. It is actually a Phantom Vine though. But it is not enough. I was scared for a moment. Good game, Sarah. Tried to get me with that Phantom Vine, knowing I'm running an Aqua deck. Or maybe that's just what you were running normally. But let's keep it going down the list. Yeah, I really like all of Sarah's decks. Always a fun time playing against her. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. So, somehow despite opening no summonable monsters, we are in an okay spot. Show me like Seahorse, Carrier, and Vanilla Aqua, and we're fine. We are not fine. Head back, Light Sork. And so we could summon the Dianketo to get rid of one of the level 7s. But then if we just get hit by the counter widespread, it's just very funny. But I'm gonna go in for the 37. I feel like having the 2 monsters on board is better. Oh, and we are getting amped up right away. So you know this is gonna go downhill very quickly. Ramon pick, activate the effect. Milled plenty of psychics. And And we know they have a Primogatana and Esperade in hand, plus the ability to pop my monster. Oh, and the telepathic agent, also pretty strong. That's actually a really good use of the one direct attack, because now it means you can clear both of my monsters normally. Oh, but if you're clearing both of the monsters normally, it doesn't matter that it can attack directly. But they were just using it to shuffle back in a Giftarist. Sorry for the jump scare, by the way. Okay, they just ditched the Esperade, which actually makes sense. Probably gonna just get back the Roman pick, but they choose Watt Angel. Primogatana on its own. Very odd. I feel like they could have extended a lot further. And keeping this around means I actually get to debuff it a second time. And we are in for a much stronger turn than we had previously. 1, 2, they must have like a recital. It's the only way that it makes sense. I want to end on a Soul Primogatana. Seahorse Carrier, activate the effect. Grab you. Drop this one. And then Tough Striker comes in, and we can boost with the skill. And we know that Esperade's in the grave, and Monster Reincarnation is down, so there's only the second Roman pick to worry about. I mean, I think we just buff this, and let's go for it. Try to clear, play around Recital, which I feel like they have. It's double block. See, I was right. They had, oh, but it can change 2 monsters. That's rough. Double block, putting in work, because it actually negates both of these. Now, if I had boosted for the Lamoon, I would have been able to actually trade. It would have been at 1900. Renegade says a full 40 card. Oh, I did not notice it was a full 40 cards until you mentioned it. Just completely slipped my vision here. I mean, how bad is this? I feel like we should be in an okay spot, even with them boosting this Primogatana. 800 without Esperade is really tough to come back from. Especially if they aren't clearing my board. Alright, Justin, enjoy your sleep. Thanks for saying bye for how long? You've been here for a really long time. Oh, and our stream has actually passed the 6-hour mark. Pretty interesting. Alright, looks like they are gonna go for the for a really weird play. I thought for sure they'd be clearing my boss monsters. But we can just bring back the Boogie Master here. Grace Princess. Kanan. And then, after Fashion of Faith applies, I can't imagine them surviving this turn. Let's go here, draw an extra card, which we then get to use for Torna to flip over the face down. And with only 1 card in hand, a double block doesn't do anything this time. So let's see the victory screen. Phantom Bind coming in, but not going to be enough. We swing in with 2,900 attacks still. Thank you for the game, White T. But I think Dino King was leaving, so I'm gonna skip Dino King because they said they were going. So I think they might just be still in the room, despite not being here. Dino, if you are around, definitely let me know, and I'll get back to you. Though, I guess Redfire, it has been a while since I heard from them either. So if they don't accept the battle in a bit... Oh, thank you for... Yeah, I thought it was a pretty fun game. I agree. Okay. And if Red Fire is not here, we'll skip on over to Penguin. Penguin, are you around? Oh, immediate response. Perfect. Interesting turn one hand. Not a huge fan of losing a Seahorse carrier this early, but we do what we have to. And I'm gonna go sneeze, so I will be turning off the microphone. Yeah, I definitely agree. Double block was an unexpected, but pretty good way to survive the turn. But it was definitely a bit of an odd play to set up. Okay, so they are playing Resonance here. And this is where I regret losing my Seahorse carrier turn one. Having both of them would have been amazing. But now we're kind of stuck with a pretty awkward hand. We can definitely go here. And summon you. I think we do go for the heal. Since we already have an extra in hand. Activate the skill. We need to avoid a barrier. So let's enter the battle phase. If it's recital, we want to clear the trigger for Resonance. Alright, but it looks like it is some kind of spell card. Probably a Dragonic Pressure. Healing life points is actually pretty useful. So against this deck, because it's all about hitting those damage ranges to land at the OTK combo. But they just immediately go for 2 more back row and a Phoenix Dragon, meaning this turn is not going to be super strong. Gravity Press or Ancient Arise are like technically outs to the Boogie Master, but it's a pretty weak one. All that said, I do need to find 2 monsters with over 2400 to deal with the new set cards, which is easier said than done. Let's see what we draw. It is done. Yeah, definitely going to summon this. And then just high roll my way to a victory. I mean, they might have the widespread ruin, so it's not over this turn. But this is a very strong draw. And the Torna actually is pretty interesting too. Oh boy. Do I go for a second Boogie Master? I feel like the answer is no. That doesn't sound right. Let's bring you out. And then, heal up. But what do I discard? So let's say it's widespread, then clear, and then, I kind of want to keep this around though. Let's enter the battle phase and see what happens. Yeah, they do have the widespread. Do they also have a barrier? They do. Uh-oh. Things are looking like they have gone very wrong, very fast. Maybe I should have summoned... Okay, so the actual correct play was summoning the Torna, switching this to defense mode, and then we would have been in a pretty fine spot. We would have been fine. Okay. I made a huge mistake getting the extra 1,000 life points instead of bringing out Torna and using the effect. I was basically banking on them not having 2 trap cards, but it was a pretty silly thing to count on. And now I take 8 billion damage. And maybe I should have kept the boss monster rather than Torna. My idea was like, if I get in for some damage that turn, I don't need that much more to win the game. And if they set a monster like a Triad Drago, I'd be able to flip it up and finish it over. But my misplay is costing me huge here. Thankfully the healing does keep me alive, but I could have been in a much, much better position. And they have the Dragonic Pressure, so I'm dead. We just haven't gotten there yet. Like I can set cards all I want, but it's not going to actually help. And I've gone through a lot of boss monsters. Actually, basically all of them. Yeah, I think I need to just hard draw into my final boss. But, as I said, they have the Dragonic Pressure, so... probably not much we can do here. Okay, I guess maybe it isn't pressure. But still, is there anything I can actually do? It's not really looking like it. Let's just throw down our cards as best we can. And pass turn once again. We drew 3 back row, which is not great. But I mean, we had to draw them eventually. Here comes Dragon's Inferno. And I hit my barrier. Also, this is a Resonance deck, so expect a Slayer in the immediate future. Okay, Ancient Arise Dragon and Twin Edge Dragon here for the double attack. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, unfortunately, if we had a 1400 defender, we'd actually be able to survive the turn. But 2 of our Grace Princes are down, and we just didn't get the last one. So, good game, Penguin. I definitely messed up, and you deserve the win. Alright, looks like there is another challenger. So we'll see how it goes. I definitely feel like a lot of my losses are to misplays. So I'm pretty happy with the deck's power level. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so opening hand, pretty good going first. Probably a little bit subpar for going second. Yes, the field spell does affect both players. Fedfire says, next deck is going to be an auto duel deck since I still don't have the 3. It's using the Rush Duel auto duel. Okay. So we do actually draw a... that is rough. So we have technically... we very, very technically have the app to this. But I mean, it's clearly not going to work, and then we just blow up. They have 2 face downs. Yeah, we get barriered. And now next turn, they're able to just clear our board and deal 1 billion damage. I guess probably just passing is the right play. Since it's a 2500 body, they would have needed to draw a debuffer of some variety. In order to actually clear. But Viceroy Secure is probably some kind of body that can clear. Yeah, and unfortunately, again, none of our... Well, I guess we actually did have the option for a Grace Princess, and I didn't take it. I feel like I missed... They didn't Dragius. What do we draw? Literally nothing. Alright, so we're taking 2500 next turn for sure. Bum, 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 bum. Hammer Crush. I'm fine with that. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. I mean, we are technically still alive here, so things could be worse. Here comes Dark Sorcerer and Witch. 3 cards in hand, probably all low-level normal monsters, or I mean effect monsters, but level 4 or lower is the key point. Meaning if we can actually somehow clear this board, we have a chance. I mean... Yeah, we want to use the carrier. 1200 becomes 1900. 200 is only 900. I really want to crash into the 1600, but I don't really have a clean way to do that. But I also need to actually triple threat, otherwise I die. So I think I have to go like here, here, triple threat, take out the Dragius. 1, 2. Then we set. And then, so I have the option to just clear this and then not do anything else and hope that they don't draw any high-level monsters. It's definitely an odd play, but I am gonna go for it. And obviously if that's widespread, we still just lose anyway, so. Not much, yeah, it's widespread. They have got this one. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so we see a 7-sword witch using the effect and clearing us out. And even without the direct attack, just the 7-sword magician is enough to clear out the game. Good job. I actually don't know who this is in the chat. But either way, good game. I feel like I might have accidentally skipped over. Oh, I think Red Fire was in a other duel last time I checked. So I'm gonna go back up and loop around to them. Bum ba 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 bum bum ba ba da ba da ba bum bum. Bum 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 ba 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 da bum. Okay, so it's the Rush On skill. I mean, they did say it was an auto duel deck, but I feel like we should be in a pretty good spot for this one. Since I think it restricts even level 6 effect monsters. So there's really not going to be, like, much of anything going on here. They actually do draw the one of Dion Keto, turn 1, and we actually don't have an out for it. Which is very funny. I'm ready to lose to the 2500 beatdown. 1, 2, 3, and pass it over. Bum 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 bum. What will they go for next? I mean, they can't have very many other boss monsters around, but they can have the 2100s. Okay, we're playing an actual game of Yu-Gi-Oh. Battle phase is gonna just take out all of my monsters. Fair enough. But once I draw a Dion Keto of my own, we are going to make a big counterattack. So let's get this done. Perfect. Seahorse Carrier, activate the effect. Grab ourselves a Kana. Summon it out so we can trigger our skill. Tribute Summon 1 and 2. Then we're going to get to replace our hand with Fashion of Faith. Drawing a card. And then La Moon. Bring in a second Cure Master. And we have a second Fashion of Faith. Okay, Renegade, enjoy your breakfast. We're probably not sticking around too much longer ourselves. Let's go ahead and activate the skill. And battle phase. Swing in, and let's see them widespread ruin me. Alright, they do not go for it. Interestingly, a barrier is actually enough to stop the Fashion of Faith, but I mean, I might as well clear it out now. Oh, I also probably should have just gained the 1,000 life points. But that is fine. Let's go ahead and pass turn. See what Red Fire has in store. Bum 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 bum. Okay. No Torna, so there's not a huge incentive to do much of anything. I think we summon La Moon, and then we just set and heal up a little bit. 1, activate Disco Fever. We're just boosting this, and then I mean, I guess we get rid of the Tough Striker. We are more or less digging for exactly Torna the Windweaver. pass it over and see what red fire does next. I should actually probably be paying attention to where they are setting their tribute monsters, if they do that again. Unfortunately, I don't have a ton of ways to beat a set 3 and pass board. So this might be turning into a very prolonged battle. I think we just are going to battle here. And I'm going to try decking them out. Make them get lower than me, as they're going to have to draw 3 cards a turn, whereas I just draw 1. And that is the plan. And then if they ever do actually try to mount a counterattack, I have a Widespread Ruin already ready to go. 5400 isn't worth deep drawing for a Torna. Alright, we see Fire Guardian. But attacking is actually a bit of an issue for them, as now there's only going to be 1 monster on the board to protect themselves. Let's draw for turn. And I mean, I feel like we should be pushing. So, 1, 2. Diva. Field spell. Set. Skill. Avoid a Widespread Ruin by spreading this out. And battle. Swing with this one, because 27 times 2 is indeed 5400. So this is presenting lethal, but Widespread Ruin is gonna help them hang in there for a little bit longer. 2700, half their life points. So they could Phantom Bind or Barrier. Barrier up next, getting them that extra card in deck. Probably gonna go with the boss. I can't imagine not picking your Boogie Master. I guess they do just want to have low-level monsters to set. But there should be no way I deck out first here. I'd be really surprised. Alright, throwing down more back row. And let's see what they go for. Setting 3, kind of what we expected. I just want to summon another. Oh, and we finally get the card we've been waiting for. Let's go ahead, Tribute Summon. And flip something up. Let's activate Disco Fever. Boost this. And now I'm pretty sure they have to actually respond to the Torna next turn, or the game is just going to end. And they are running out of cards a little bit faster than we are. Honestly, if they had a barrier, it might have been worth using it to save Gazelle. But I just don't think the deck has any way to deal with my 2700. Oh, Shield and Sword. Okay. I was wrong. They are going to be able to make a big push this turn. Let's see what they do. Some 1500s. Okay. Oh, and I guess this was audio recycled on a previous turn, and I just didn't notice it. However, that is game. With 4 cards left in the deck, even if they clear my monster, we are simply going to survive them. All we have to do is end our turn. And we win this one with... Oh. Well, I mean, I could go for the Triple Threat Thunder, but let's just pass it over. Thank you for the game, Red Fire. And then who is next? Oh, I was gonna do, Unluck is a new player. A new challenger has entered the ring. Good luck and have fun. Hopefully you are still around. Plus Fine, it says, Shine is struggle. I can definitely imagine that. I think Disco Fever is going to be a way stronger deck. Though, one thing I should say is that we should probably at some point switch over to testing, just like an Aqua aggro deck. Rather than committing super hard to the skill. Yeah, we're gonna go for it. I want to keep my Seahorse for later, so we're gonna go ahead and set a card and pass. Without any graveyard setup, it should be pretty difficult for the opponent to get 2 monsters capable of defeating a Dion Keto. Well, maybe they are gonna be able to do it. Alright, and they are simply passing. Wow, that is actually crazy. Let's go ahead, draw a card. We could draw another card, but I actually kind of want to get the Disco Fever boost instead. The Triple Threat Thunder is an incredible pull, allowing us to really just make a huge push, regardless of what trap cards they have set. Even with 2 recitals, my opponent would be taking 2,900 damage. Widespread Ruin coming in, sure. But we are still getting in for nearly 4,000. I probably should have gained the extra 1,000. Aqua aggro was in good stuff aggro, but with some kind of the new aggro. Yeah, so it'd still be Dragias, Dion Keto, and then with Fashion of Faith added. I mean, maybe we just go ahead and make it into the deck editor after this round. Ancient Arise, sure. But unfortunately for them, we do have a Widespread Ruin, and this is not looking great for them. I mean, I do need to draw a skill trigger or a boss. Okay, we get both immediately. So let's go 1, 2, and 3. And then let's just end this game real quick. They did indeed get Unluck. Swinging this way. Plays around with Side a little bit. And Barrier and Phantom Bind are not online. So we can clear and then finish it off with Summon Skull. Skill is probably going to be just some kind, just Legend Draw, or maybe, I guess we can delete my wacky aggro build, where I'm using Currybot, Beasts, and Aquas. We'll call this one Aquaggro. We're gonna run 3 Dragias, 3 Boogie Master. Oh wait, Cure Master, obviously. Yeah. Main advantage is going to be able to still running Triple Threat Thunder. Plus, well, we can't run the Shining City Knights if we run 3 Dragias. So if we're memeing, we're gonna go like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Grab Aqua cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These as well. And then Buffers, debuffers are pretty important here to help out our Dragius. So let's grab the Light Sork. Wherever it is. It is a 1200. There it is. Grab some... Oh, there's not quite enough space for a Beast Engine in here, unfortunately. So how do we clear opposing 25s? That's the big issue. Our barriers are obviously good for protecting us. And we could probably actually use one more high-level monster. Unfortunately, all the big ones are limit 3. So, I mean, we could run like a Chemo Ruler, but that would be a little bit too much of silly. I think we're gonna go with a Torna. If I can find it. Okay. And then we still need a good way to modify attack values. Oh, Currybot sounds nice. Yeah. Oh, Prima is also a good choice. But Currybot, definitely a good call out. And then I could run like Speedy Performers, since we have a couple of ways to generate that advantage. Which is not too bad. Okay. So yeah, we'll try that. Where are they? 400. Now, I do think this is probably still coping. The field spell, not anything crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 boss monsters sounds good to me. You definitely could go for... Oh, well, Prima Katana does actually get boosted by the field spell as well. But is putting them all as level 7s going to cause issues. I think having an extra 1 to beat monster is actually pretty good for the Speedy Performers. So let's try this out. And we'll do a rematch against Unlock. Alright, good luck with your Luke Grind Red Fire. And after this game, I think we're going to be at the 7-hour mark. Alright, we're going second. Sure. Well, okay, so plus minus. I was actually talking to someone the other day where I think it would be good as a, as like a deal. So I was thinking of like a Mystic Dealer. So you have to discard the field spell to get the draw, rather than setting it on the field. Alright, we see the immediate Dragius. And unfortunately for us, we don't have any of our buffing cards. So, we can bring out our Cure Master. But after that, we're just kind of setting. I'd rather set the monsters rather than heal the 1,000. Let's try swinging into the defense mode monster. Luckily, it is not a widespread. So we survive this turn. Though we do see that they have a Light Sorcerer of Sanctity. So we do have to be worried about just kind of getting blown out. Hammer Crush Deal, also a pretty good choice. I probably should be on Hydration again rather than the field spell. So maybe I do go ahead and make that change in the near future. Okay. Sure. We are in a lot of danger. They got 2 new sets. One of them is a Hammer Crush. So we can't even, like, draw a widespread and be fine. And that is not gonna do it for us. I'll just let them end the game. Like, we could theoretically keep fighting, but it doesn't seem really all that worth it. It'd be once per duel. Just like the Hammer Crush deal. But I guess Hammer Crush deal does actually let you set the card. So that's a fair point. But yeah, I was thinking just once per duel, so if you draw a second copy of the field spell, you can kind of just cycle it away if you don't need it. Once per turn is probably fine though, to be completely honest. There are some of those other deal skills where you can't use them on consecutive turns, so that'd probably be a fine restriction. We're just going to set these and pass on over. I mean, if we had a once per turn discarded field spell to draw a card, sure, I'd run 3 of a non-limit 3 field spell just to make use of the deck thinning. Assuming, like, imagine a Beast Gear World deck being able to set one up and then just ditch the other ones if they don't use Hammer Crushes on them. Acebreaker coming out, and they're gonna need another monster if they want to finish clearing the board, but they don't have it. And we see a Rice Terrace, pretty rare. Alright, we actually have to keep our best monster on board. So let's see what we draw into. Pretty good. Kana, Carrier, Effect, Recycle the 14. Unfortunately, we're not on Disco Fever anymore, so this isn't actually a clear, which makes it a lot more frustrating. We just throw this down, activate the skill, and we can't boost up to get over the Dark Sorcerer. So we're forced to just kind of hit the Acebreaker pathetically, and then pass. So pretty awkward. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, we see a Trick Pigeon. Not a card I was expecting. And here comes a Hawk. So this isn't a Volt Condor deck, but they do seem to be running some of the cards. Volt Condor can't run Acebreaker, unless they are using some other skill. Recovery, forced to draw an extra card. Probably just trying to fill out the field. Yeah, I'm not sure why Yoshio became just Yosh. I do find it funny though. It's fun. Anyway, Widespread Ruin. And that should help us set up for the next turn. I mean, any boss monster. And we have a very dominating position. Yeah, that'll do it. Speedy Performer. Effect. Boost. 1400. Tribute and Double Barrier. So now, even if they get their own boss monster out, it should be pretty difficult to actually clear through this. I mean, we also could have just gained 2,000 life points. But, I'd rather have the protection. Bum, 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 ba, 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 da, bum. Okay. We do find a Dragius, and we actually have a really good play. So if we use Speedy Performer, we can boost the Dianketo. Then we can summon Dragius. And since this is at 2900, they can't use a Widespread Ruin to get rid of Dragius, meaning it's basically guaranteed to get the double attack off. So then we go in. I mean, it could be a Recital, but it doesn't look like it. And then that means we just win anyway. It's a Phantom Bind. Swing in, and that is game. Edge case justifying the deck achieved. Alright, looks like the duel room has gotten a little bit emptier. Is there anyone else here that wanted to play around? If not, we can go ahead and swap back over to ranked. Though if I'm doing more ranked duels, I do want to actually take, well, first I'm going to take the Dark Magician deck and copy it somewhere else so I don't lose it. Copy this deck to another deck. Okay. What's worth getting rid of? Yeah, I don't play Psychics, so... Oh, Robert says we'll be back in about 40 minutes. Sounds good. I guess I somehow will actually still be streaming at that time. Is it a good plan? Probably not. But I'm thinking it's gonna be happening. Then we go here to Disco Time, and then we are going to copy this to another deck, and we're gonna have Disco version 2. Do I think Shine could be a deck out / late game deck? I don't know. I would not run Shine, is realistically the answer. So in this version, we are going to be taking out Rice Terra Secure and putting in some Seahorse servers to serve me up some extra life points. Then we are going to be taking out the Field Spell and Barrier for a Hydration, which we still have not gotten the second copy of, apparently. So we'll run Hydration and Party for maximal life point gains. However, if we're not running the Field Spell, Tough Striker becomes a lot more difficult to justify over the Torn of the Windweaver, which is able to help us clear those set 3 boards, but we only own 2 Tornas. So we are going to loop back around to 1 Tough Striker. And save. Change my active deck? Yes. We're going to be trying this one out. Yep, case studies require like 200 tries to test for variants. Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't plan on playing 200 games with every single deck in the game. But well, Sarah's here, so before we jump into ranked, let's go ahead and give this one a shot with Sarah. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, and we open immediately with a pretty odd hand. If it was Party, we'd actually be fine with it. But this is just a set 5 pass kind of deal. Hopefully we don't get our stuff blown up. We do see 2 Sluggers, But as long as a Slayer doesn't come... Okay, so here from inside the nebulas comes a dragon like no other. There goes a very important card. All of my spells and traps are fantastic tools for the deck. That said, we are actually not taking any damage this turn. So as bad as losing the Triple Thunder is, it could be worse. Show me a Dion Keto, and we are back in the game. See, we are so back. We can Light Sork. Apply a debuff. Oh, we can debuff anything. I guess I'll debuff this. Then we can Seahorse Server. La Moon. Gain the life points. Tribute Summon. 1, 2. Bring in Fashion of Faith and draw a card. Funnily enough, we could actually go for the 500 life points here, but I am obviously going to save it. Disco Fever activates and allows us to buff both of our low-level monsters. We could gain the 1,000, and I am definitely going to. 7,200 is great. Let's go ahead and battle. So we're clearing the entire board while also having gone over 7,000 life points. So any Dragonic Pressures should be staved off for a turn or two. At least effective ones. We do see that they did summon out 2 Sports Dragon Sluggers right away. So the Sports Dragon pitchers are still in the deck, ready for whenever. Dragorite and Dragorite. Do they have a boss monster? No, they are just going in. That seems kind of reckless, but if that's a Widespread Ruin, I can kind of get it. We draw pretty well. Seahorse Carrier coming in. Activate the effect. We grab this one for sure. But now we have 2 Aqua Monsters on the field, so we're able to destroy the face down. And it was the Widespread Ruin. Let's go with Boogie Master. So the question is whether or not I want to bring back my Fashion of Faith for the big damage. And the answer is like, no, I don't think I do. That's a little bit overkill. So we're gonna Disco Fever instead. Boost you up, and let's gain another 1,000 life. Ditch this, and we're ready to go. Swing in. Swing in. And swing. The only monster capable of blocking my Kanon was a Draco the Tiny, which most players are not running. We do see the pitcher, so we could be facing down a Slayer here. Need fan art of the Hylaster Man. It'd be very interesting to see fan art. I don't think I'm nearly big enough to have people that want to do that. Funnily enough, the Slayer I was worried about has been milled by the Ancient Arise Dragon. But who knows, maybe they have the Phoenix Dragon in hand, and that's what they were waiting for the whole time. And yeah, I'm just playing a normal game of Yu-Gi-Oh! With 8,000 life points. I don't see the issue. Okay, so I have a billion cards in hand. I'd really like to draw a Torna here. Is there a reason to go for a double, like, boss board? Yes, definitely. Okay. But is it worth keeping the Fashion of Faith? Not really. Okay. So what we're gonna do is Fashion of Faith, draw the card. Then Reincarnation. We ditch this for, just another Boogie Master. We'll bring it out. 1, 2. Summon. We already see Widespread Ruin has gone. So we Disco Fever, and we're aiming specifically for, avoiding a Phantom Bind, I guess. Though maybe sending another Aqua to the graveyard is not a great plan if that's my case. Twin Eyes Dragon going down. And their set card should be a Pressure. However, we still have a Dion Keto and both Tornas in our deck. So even if they pressure me, I should be surviving. And able to find a boss monster. Welcome back, Rafflesia. The games have been going pretty well. I mean, I definitely won't say that I'm winning all of them or anything. But it's been a ton of fun. And I've gotten to see a lot of interesting decks over the course of the stream. Such as a Dragonic Pressure Gavin. That one was a lot of fun. Try a Drago, activating the effect. They must have another boss monster. Okay. Or the Reincarnation. I thought it was a Pressure, but it was actually Reincarnation. The barriers actually should have clued me in earlier. That it was not a Pressure combo build. So we do actually see an out. But with only 400 life points, Sarah is in a little bit of a pickle. All I need to do is draw my final Dion Keto, and the game immediately ends. We have 3 chances. Let's see it. And there it is. Summon. Our skill is live, so we go 1 and 2. Activate Disco Fever. And good game, Sarah. Always a pleasure playing against you. Probably one of my favorite players to play against. Let's see what else we got. If there's not anyone else new here, I think we are gonna head over to Ranked for a bit. Assuming I'm able to. If I just click on PvP Arena, does it let me, or do I have to go leave the room? Oh, I clicked on the wrong one. Close this, head over here, and, okay, yeah, so leave, so we are at the 7-hour mark, so probably not gonna play too much more. Maybe we just do one more and call it a day. Or until the next loss. See if we can go on a win streak. Okay, so opening hand. Seems solid. Unfortunately, not gonna be able to use the server's effect as we're too busy setting. Pass over to them and see how it goes. Oh wait, aren't I think Robert is supposed to be coming back at some point. That was only 15 minutes ago. I'm not sure if I'm gonna make it all the way to that, unfortunately. So they have 3 back row. And they get the lucky 1 out of 3 shot for Dark Sorcerer to hit the 1400. Our move. Nothing crazy here. But I think we do go on the offensive. Seahorse Carrier. Do I even use the effect though? I mean, I can add the 1400 back, which seems okay. Sure. Getting the 1400 is solid. Then we can bring in the Torna and a Summon Skull for more damage. Not going to blast the triple threat just yet though. Battle phase. We want to play around the barrier and also around Recital. So that we need to clear the Mystic Dealers first. And then Summon Skull's attack last to get in for 1,000 if we can. And that works out pretty well. Oh, Robert, also, I actually just now noticed the Drifloon in your profile picture. I thought it was just like an ocean. And they somehow draw the 3rd Mystic Dealer immediately. I'm just waiting to get hit by the new pay-to-win cards, but they're actually just running Explosion Drive. So this is not really a deck to worry about if they are on Ancillor. What are they running? I'm actually just confused now. Okay. I mean, a lone 7/2 magician and they mill the widespread. This is not going well for them. Let's see what we draw. And that's a pretty good card. So this is going to turn on the skill. Then 2 more. Then we get the buff. We can heal. Activate the skill. Buff here. As we've already committed to rotating. And then battle phase. I mean, I know they have a barrier or something. So I guess I just go this way anyway. I mean, it could be Corona Sparks. They seem pretty heavy on the spellcasters. What are my Pokemon? So, let's see. If I had to pick like an all-time favorite, huh? I really liked the Dark Electrode Ampharos deck from 2004. I'm a big fan of Wigglytuff Do the Wave in Base Jungle. More modern decks, I like Lost Box, Mew VMAX. Let's see, what else did I play? Probably, okay, so it's not a good deck, but there was like the Sword Shield Maractus that did 60 damage per heads. And then you would just load it up with Cherim. And try to one-hit KO everything. I like that deck. I think that's a good mix of modern and retro decks. So they summoned the Magic Juggler before. Okay, but they're tributing it. Okay. Oh, you know. Yeah, Do the Wave would definitely be in that Game Boy era game. Also, we still have this Triple Threat Thunder and all of our life points. I cannot imagine them making this comeback. Even with the 7-Sword Magician. Unless, like, we completely die, but there's no way. 2800 plus 3900. Right? There's no way. Okay. Yeah, see, 3300. And now all I need to do is draw any low-level Aqua, and it's over. And there we go. Seahorse Carrier, La Moon. We activate the good old Triple Threat Thunder, and we can swing in for exact lethal with Seahorse Carrier. And we even had a huge play after that. We could have gone Party 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 for the 1200 heal, recycled a 1400, summoned Tough Striker, summoned Torna, brought out the 2100 Kanan, and just kind of played the game normally and done just as well. We had multiple different lethals for them to deal with. I wonder how much is left on this. Oh, so my background music is actually down to its last song. We've been repeating it every hour and a half or so. So it is also telling me to end. I mean, I'll loop it for the next game. Like I said, we're playing until we lose the next round. Alright, we see a Dark Magician. Could be Magician Shuffle. But they are also on 45 cards. We actually, unfortunately, did not draw any outs. So, I mean, I feel like we should keep the Light Sorcerer. Oh, actually, that is an out. But it's an awkward one. So, we are just going to do this. So, a better play probably would have been to Light Sword plus the 2 La Moons. This goes down to 1700, and these go up to 19. I just didn't think about it. But yeah, I should have just gone in and hit them in the face. We see Dark Magician going down to buff the Dark Magician girls, making it much harder in the future for us to deal with them. And here comes another Dark Magician girl. And 3 back row, making this a pretty tough sell. So they didn't actually manage to finish our board, which is always nice, but again, we don't draw anything. So I think we just set a couple of monsters and pass it over. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, they are just going into battle, and they actually hit the 1400, which is very funny. Once again, our card staying safe and set. Works for me. Just throwing down as many face downs as we can. Pass. It's like, surely we have to draw a boss monster eventually. Yeah, I think I just let them take me out. The Wise Red Moon doesn't do a whole ton. And I'd rather wait until I actually have something to protect. Okay, we finally draw some cards. And I mean, still no Seahorse Carriers either. It's just all of our vanilla Aquas. So, I mean, there's really not anything to do but to bring out the Summon Skull. Throw down a... Oh, well, no. Monster Reincarnation doesn't do anything. Okay. We enter battle and try to clear the Magic Juggler. Obviously, a widespread is fairly likely. But I mean, they are a 40-card deck, so we have that going for us. But of course, they drew it. Pretty sure those have been here since turn 1. And at this point, we do want to use our own widespread to protect us from taking too much damage. We'll take the 1400, and now's our chance to make a comeback. We have Monster Reincarnation plus Triple Threat, a billion Light Aquas in the grave. Seahorse Carrier does get us somewhere. It is progress. Not a ton of it, but it is something. I think we want the Light Sorcerer to debuff. No, I don't think so, actually. We're just going to Fashion of Faith. Oh, we have Aquas. Okay. Kanon. Triple Thunder. Reduce the Magician Girl. Down to 500. Then Tough Striker. And we could bring out Summon Skull here as well, which is probably worth it. But I am gonna hold anyway. Activate the skill, because I like the idea of buffing 2. And having the Monster Reincarnation plus the Seahorse Carrier for next turn is very strong. So let's go here first. Kind of see what we're working with. Current of Sparks, not good enough. Play around with Seidel. Alright, and we actually get in for a ton of damage. I haven't heard of Stall winning any big events, but there have been more 40-card decks than usual. Maybe there are just so many new good cards, people don't know what to run. We see the immediate Dark Sword Magician coming down alongside of recycling all of those Dark Magician Girls. Okay, they're setting, which is usually a good sign for us. Oh, but here comes a second Dark Sword Magician. And unfortunately, we have used our widespread. So, are they gonna crash? That is the question. They're probably testing for a trap card. And they do decide to crash. Okay. We're not out of this yet. I mean, that's not ideal. But I'm not gonna discount it. Grab Kanon. And then we can Seahorse Server. Kanon. Gaining the 500 is free, so no reason not to. 1 and 2. Then, rather than party, we will Monster Reincarnation. This lets us ditch this for a Fashion of Faith, which then lets us draw an extra card. And Hydration is actually pretty cool. We will go ahead and use it. Pop, let's just hit this one. Oh, it was a spell, unfortunate. But that is also fine. Disco Fever, we're gonna buff this, to 36. And then we just battle. So the idea is if we hit this, we kind of just win the game on the spot if they don't have another trap card. But if they do, I'd probably want to hit this instead. How many aquas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, interesting. So I mean, if we go here, that's 1100. Then we would. So if they don't have a trap, we win clearing this. And if they do have a trap, we wouldn't be able to clear the magic juggler anyway. So we might as well attack this. Couldn't the sparks not? That is clearly a. I guess I could have won if I just went in the other way. Like if I disco fevered on these two. No, because then this would only be 2900, and it wouldn't have actually been enough to clear the Sword Dawn after the curtain. Oh, but I could have won if I just attacked this. I was playing around Phantom Bind instead of the much more common trap cards. Okay. So that was a mistake, but I mean, we're not out of the game yet. Actually, we might be out of the game. We are really low on cards in deck, and there are still a ton of tribute monsters. Yeah, Plus Minus says, the chance of having a bad back row card was actually pretty decent. That said, my plan is basically just draw one low level and flip something up with Torna. Okay, and we did it. Summon, gain, Torna, Torna effect is gonna flip this one up, activate our skill, and we are there. We also had the Disco Fever. Could have summoned the boss and won that way. But it was all part of the plan. I'll go ahead and send Denral the nice and move on to the next round. Also worth noting, we gained a lot of life points that game. It would have probably been a lot closer if we didn't have the Seahorse servers and hydrations. Let's move on to the next round. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, it looks like Tomato Source is actually live. So I'm not on Twitch, so I'm not going to be able to raid them. But when we finish our stream, I'll definitely give Tomato a plug. Okay, we are off to a kind of awkward start here. I think I do want to get rid of the Torna. But the question is, do I keep the Seahorse or not? I think I'm going to lean on yes. This could definitely be a misplay, but we just go for it anyway. Tell Tomato to stream on YouTube. So true. I think Tomato uploads the VODs nowadays, but I think since Tomato is actually like an affiliate, they probably make more money streaming on Twitch than they would on YouTube. At least that's my guess. We see Rinko summoning the Magic Juggler. Do they bring out a boss? I mean, I would imagine so. Setting one back row, two back row. Interesting. Unfortunately, they do clear my Torna, but we actually have a live Seahorse carrot. No, we don't. Okay. Our Seahorse carrot is not live. That's silly. But, okay. If we summon this, no, start with this. Okay. And then we might as well use the effect because we're tributing it off. Go here. Really wish this was just an Aqua boss monster. But This is fine. This enables our skill, so we're gonna be able to clear through whatever shenanigans they have going on in the back. Of course, we start off trying to get with this, but if they have the Widespread Ruin, they have it. Given the relatively weak opening board they put, I don't mind it all too much. We'll swing and clear a couple of the monsters before passing turn. Shield and Sword, and we are in a ton of danger. Opening up both legend cards is pretty impressive. Sure, they didn't open a boss monster, but they are forcing me to go respond to their board, and then they can beat the heck out of my life points. So things are not going great for us. It's also turn 4, allowing them to summon that 7-throated magician. Definitely a deck with some benefit to going second, since you can bring out the 7-throated magician from the deck on your second turn. And another back row. Oh, not that it matters. With Shield and Sword, we have 0 attack monsters on the board. It is over. A very fun and cool game. Which means, hey, we are actually done for the day. Everyone, go to, let me go find it. I'm pretty sure it's just Tomato Swords. Maybe they have some wacky, additional text. But I'm gonna say, go raid them. And tell them you said hi. I've gone ahead and listed a, sent the link. So, everyone here, go click on it. Tell them I said hi. And that's gonna be it for today, I think.